Sorry, kids. It's time for war.
War?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks, and if you're listening from uh
The
where
Sakamoto
can I
Market.
choose here? Sakamoto
So much
Market,
convenience.
or if you're listening from England, or if you're listening from Gotham, or if you're listening from a lot of options here. But hey, you can find us over on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Blue Ski, Blue Sky, you know what it's called. We have a thing of LetterBoxd where our average out numbers and graphs are. Curious how this one's going to go for that. We also have YouTube and Rumble, visual side of things. We have a TikTok with posts over there and tons of audio platforms where you could listen to as well.
Yeah, and if that wasn't an indication, audience, we're doing something a little bit different, aren't we, boys?
Yes,
Yeah.
structurally ish.
So we all picked a pilot episode for this big project at the end of the season. Something a little bit different. Uh, and I guess we'll introduce them as they come up. But mine that I chose, which we are covering first, is Sakamoto Days. Uh, a now nichely beloved anime because I think got more exposure due to its time on Netflix.
Oh, it's not a Netflix original?
No, it's not a Netflix original. Well, to be fair, most anime isn't Netflix original. They're usually mangas in some form or fashion first. But in this case, it just got more exposure on Netflix. Though I do think it's compared to Crunchyroll, I think Netflix does get more exposure, and I think it is solely like on Netflix. I guess would be my counterbalance with that. So I don't think it's on Crunchyroll.
Interesting.
Okay. They got streaming rights.
They did get streaming rights, and I. Well, I guess we should go with our histories first. Let's keep it simple, shall we?
Mhm.
Uh, I'm gonna pick on you, Crimson.
All right. So my history with this is minimal, but not non-existent. I have seen the character of Sakamoto before, and I've heard of this through a friend that we all know who has not guested yet on the podcast. Who knows if they will? But they once compared me to this character visually for some reason, and I kind of take offense to it now.
It's a little
uh,
rude.
yeah, I mean, they were more talking about my gaming skills and that I'm overweight, so I guess that's the parallel. Um, so there's that history, and then recently I've gone to a convention and saw figures of Sakamoto and some other character that was not in the pilot, so I don't really know them. And I believe that's the extent of it. I've never seen a trailer, any clips of it. That is it.
It's very, very fair. Uh, how about you, Sprinks?
I have heard of the show. I have not seen any clips to my knowledge of it at all. First time watching it for the pod, and probably kind of in the same ish vein of Crimson, where it's like I've seen it around, maybe in places, but didn't exactly recognize it because I never experienced it before.
Oh, that's very fair. Um, the my history with it is I've watched the first. I think I've seen the first season. I think there's only one season that's out, but I've seen all of the first season. I've read the first few chapters of the manga because I tend to do that whenever I like a show. Um, and it's I saw it when it's first airing. I haven't seen it since. So this is my second time watching for the podcast. And like Crimson, I've seen a lot of merch around for the show, and uh, it's funny you kind of mentioned the whole video game aspect of being compared to a character Crimson because one of the fun facts that's not relevant to you guys because you guys only saw the pilot, but there is a character that's introduced in the show that's a huge fan of the Resident Evil series because the author is a huge fan of the Resident Evil series.
Is there like
So
a
if you continue the
Leon stand-in or something?
uh, quite possibly.
Think Resident Evil,
um,
I think Leon.
yeah. I won't say anymore if you guys end up continuing the show. But I'll use that to slide into some facts. The manga uh, originally came out November 21st, 2020. It's still running, so manga has not yet completed its run. It's still coming out. There's been a novel made by. There has been a novel adaptation, so they turned the show into either a what's likely like just a novelization of the manga, or they decided to tell an original story with it. Um, and obviously, we have the anime television series, which was licensed by Netflix and came out January 11th, 2025. So it's a fairly new show. Um, and there is apparently a live action film in the works, which I can sort
Hmm.
of see that working.
I can see a live action of this.
Uh, yeah, especially if they lean into the stylization. For me, like whenever I think of live action anime or something like that, I always go to something like in the stylization of Scott Pilgrim. I think that would fit this show very well if they decide to lean heavy into that sort of stylization.
Yeah, because right now, as of just a pilot, it's grounded in the sense that there's not a lot of sci-fi elements. There's not like crazy weapons or technologies, at least yet. I don't know if there's more to come, but that would make it, I think, easier to translate to live action because then you come into like Common Rider territory where it just is just goofy.
Yeah. Um, and to be honest, there's not many more facts I have of this particular show. Uh, but I can tell you, I know the voice actors for Matthew Mercer and a couple of the other characters playing in this show from other things because they're very famous voice actors now
For the dub.
for the dub. Yes, got to specify. I am familiar with only a few Japanese voice actors, and that's just purely because of I've heard their voice multiple times, and they happen to be like following in the same trope. So, and I guess with that, does anyone have any facts they would like to add, or shall we begin our coverage?
I do not have any of my own.
Me neither.
Alrighty, I'm gonna keep this light. We're gonna go popcorn for mine, and we will start with Sprinks.
Awesome. Uh, Sakamoto has superpowers, right?
Well, what a great question.
I would,
Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
I would say within worlds, possibly, because I based on the opening, I'm kind of in agreement. He's kind of overpowered to an absurd degree.
Say the opening and the ending.
yeah, I mean he's got super strength. He crushes a pistol in his hand and it
He's got super
disassembles.
speed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's catching bullets with chopsticks. I definitely would
That
say
that's
he's
a MythBusters. I should do that.
so it's hard. It would never work. It's hard to because the show doesn't hint towards any sort of powers. He's just a great hitman. Uh,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
In
but
the
he's
I don't
around
know.
all these people who aren't matched to his quote unquote skill, but what he's doing is defying human limitation.
I mean, the
Like he's doing stuff Batman couldn't even do.
thing I do have is we do have a psychic, which is a power. So this world could have super beings, superheroes, what have you.
Well, the opening credits has a deer guy in a suit.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't think this is planet Earth. So I think we can work with powers of a sort based off of the opening.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Uh,
due to only seeing the pilot and having a sidekick guy, I can buy others have powers, and he happens to have strength and speed.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can believe that. That yeah, that others in this world would have it. I did write down though that since he just murders henchmen left and right, kind of thing, that not a single non-superhero being should be able to touch him.
Um, I mean, I suppose, yeah. I mean, he freaking dodges like 3 SMGs pointed at him
Yeah,
in a
unless this
hallway.
is like a category like Lex Luthor versus Superman kind of thing.
Yeah, if there's some advantage to the normies that's added, a weapon or something, or an intellectual threat, as you said, with Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think not talking about going into the future of the show, I do remember there being a couple other antagonist assassins that do actually challenge him at a certain point.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
So, but yeah,
Keeps it
but they
interesting.
obviously, yeah, but obviously they also would fall into the category of they have some sort of powers to kind of elevate them to somewhat of an equivalent level to make them a threat. Because you were right. He he pretty much dog walks most of the henchmen.
Yeah, but he's not one punch.
No,
No, he has to put in some work.
yeah,
Easy work for him, but work nonetheless. I mean, his weakness clearly is not his capabilities, but of his family. I'm sure that's going to be used on him at some point.
Oh, probably
But that's
his
going to
wife and
be
daughter.
his weakness, and probably what's his name? Shin. I'm sure he'll probably use as leverage at some point as well. Once the bond is growing.
Yeah. Did you find it? Mm, I don't know if Damage Ladder needs to be involved. Maybe a nitpicker. So that he's Sakamoto's classified as the greatest like hitman ever in his youth before the family, and that he can do all these things. And then Shin's complaining like, "Oh, you're retired, you're overgrown, you're lazy," kind of look. But he's still able to achieve pretty much the finesse of what he did beforehand at the end, even in his new like state of being.
And that could just lend into his abilities. Like Thor, you get Fat Thor, but Fat Thor's still godlike strength and stuff. He's just fat. So, I mean, it might be a similar aspect here where he still retains his abilities. He's just visibly, physically different.
yeah. This is
Okay.
again, my comment to that also has to do with the future episode. It's they don't necessarily play into the absurdist comedy as much in this first episode, but they definitely do in the later episodes. And there's a point in one of the later episodes where he actually turns back into like his super buff self uh, for a fight, and then when he meets his wife again, he changes it right back to like the soft, like lovable version of him.
So he's like a shapeshifter of some type as well.
Interesting.
Kind,
Right? Are you
yeah,
saying buff people can't be lovable?
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
You can quote me
No,
on
but
that.
no, yeah, you can quote me on that. No, but like I think that's the point of like like they make a joke about that later on because the distinction it's a distinction without really a difference. More than like he's the literal meaning behind it I think is just he's soft because he's around the people he loves. And then when he has to like lock the fuck in, he obviously that's when we get the buff version of him. And I think that was the context that happened under. I could be forgetting.
Okay. But that's future stuff.
That is future stuff. So, but yeah, that's my again commentary that just comes up when you brought up your point there.
Yes, yes. It is handy.
Uh, yeah. Um, I do enjoy the hard smash cut from him murdering other henchmen to him just falling in love immediately. And they kind of it's a very, very quick way of just getting the story moving along. But I do like the hook of the show and then just the immediate like, oh, this is now the context of the show.
Yeah, I mean,
Ryder, how do you
they do a good
feel?
job establishing it.
Yes. How do you feel about the trope of like assassins to lovers?
Well, I guess we have a history of that now on the podcast, and I brought it up a couple times too. I since I used Code White on one of our New Year's wrap ups,
Yes, and I think
being
Spike's
Spike's,
family's been brought up. Yeah.
yeah, Spike's family. We got Mr. and Mrs. Smith. We got Sakamoto Days. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. I enjoy John Wick, even though that kind of takes place after the Assassins to Lovers bit.
True. You got
Um,
Missions Impossible 2.
that's true. Mission Impossible 2 is a good comedy. Yeah. I'm I guess I like the trope quite a bit. I guess for me it's always about execution. Um for me, I guess I would have it on a tier of tropes. This would probably be on the lowest of the high tier. I would probably put things like found family above it and stuff like that. But I enjoy the assassins to like wanting to live a normal life trope. It's enjoyable because while the assassination to being living a normal life is an exaggeration, everyone I know kind of wants to live an easy life and just stay with the people they love. So everyone can relate to that trope in some sort of way. Um, so it's an easy one for me to like.
Okay. Making me think we should
I,
cover Mr. Right someday.
That would be
uh,
fun. Gummy bear.
Yeah, green ones. Green
Yeah,
gummy
green
bears.
gummy bears.
oh, is that the is
Sam
Mr. Right
Rockwell
the
with
yeah,
the clown
okay.
nose.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Just making sure I
Mhm.
was thinking of the
Justin
right one.
Hammer and
I,
Anna Kendrick.
yeah. Just since you just because you brought it up, Springs, what do you think of the assassin to normal life slash lovers trope?
I think it's fine. Um, I think at times it can get a little messy, depending. Where it's like, depending on what their occupation fully is of the assassin, it's like, are they self-appointed? Are they under an agency? Kind of touched on this with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but seeing the storylines of like, do the agencies cross over? Are they the same agencies? Um, how does the love life affect the kill? Does the kill connect to like? There's so much that can be played and toyed with within the whole story of it all, but I think it has to be, as you said, with execution, it has to come across really well. Otherwise, I feel like it could be messy or open ended or loose ends kind of thing.
Well, and I feel with
Uh,
because I kind of like this type of trope is they're generally the same to me. They usually have the same path of the family or the loved one is the leverage, and then they have to attack whoever's holding the leverage of the family, or the family or the loved one finds out, and then they get integrated into the stuff like Red. Um, Bruce Willis's character gets a girlfriend, and she's really into it at some point in the film. Um, So it's usually the family gets integrated or the family gets used against them. And there's not too much variation there, at least that I've seen with it. This
Well, that's
type
yeah.
the
of
whole
trope.
The old
Spider-Man bit.
yeah.
Keep a secret identity so the people he loves doesn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a weird way, that's kind of why I like Spike's family because that they make an effort to avoid that cliche of like family being used or finding out. And in that case, everyone in the family is using each other, and they all have their own secrets. But they, in a weird way, that allows them to avoid the cliche that you bring up, Crimson. Because I would agree. I think those cliches come up quite a bit, and again, comes down to execution. But it's nice to see something different when something different happens.
Yes. In I guess the two sides of one is where no one's defenseless. Everyone has a skill or a power or an ability that they can do to defend themselves, or the other where someone is the this defenseless being of the family that can be used as leverage against whoever is like the killer kind of thing.
Yeah, typically. Uh, so something I think anime does well or something I think that I think what stands out with like anime over like Western animations is the inner monologue that you get with characters. It kind of makes it a lot easier to fall in love with
Get
characters or get interested in
yeah.
characters. And I think this did miss an opportunity, and it is episode one. They could do it later. So that's the caveat here. But it did kind of irk me a little bit. The inability to read Sakamoto's mind isn't explored, and obviously could be later. But I would have liked to have heard Shin's inner monologue of being like, is he so experienced that this is just muscle memory and he doesn't have to think about it? Something like that to relate to the audience, and then it shows him thinking about why it doesn't work. Stuff like that, because that felt absent to me, and they don't explain why it doesn't work.
I think there's one scene where they kind of explain it, which is when
It's
Shin goes to try
proximity,
to,
but that's
yes,
inconsistent.
proximity, but when he goes to try to kill him in the convenience store, and Sakamoto's on the other aisle, and Shin says, "I can't read his thoughts," or he's blocking his something along those lines.
Yeah, he said he can't hear his thoughts.
Yes, that to me showed that Sakamoto did choose to like not to think, or that was all muscle memory at that because he knows his opponent.
I, I think the show would be better off with kind of the pitch I did of Shin's inner monologue trying to figure it out. Because right now, he could
It
just be skilled in muscle memory. It could be a superpower where he's also a sidekick and he can block out other sidekicks. It's unknown, and a little bit of Shin trying to figure it out, I think would be good.
I'm I agree. I'm trying to remember if that it's explored that are on the show. And I think it is. But as a criticism directed towards the pilot, I think I can agree with that. Funny enough, the scene that's coming up with me is there's a there's a psychic enemy that the Justice League has to deal with, and every time the psychic tries to read Batman's brain, Batman's just singing a song to confuse the shit out of him, and it's keeping the psychic out of his head. Um, that's kind of that's kind of what I was thinking about when you brought that up. It'd be interesting to see if it's not his letting his mind go blank, if he has another method of just blocking him out. So like Shin is hearing some just like absurd like bubblegum song, to really, really lay into the fact that he's a dad now.
Yeah,
Mm.
kid's cartoon that his daughter watches.
Yeah.
Since he watches it with her like all the time, it's like just in his head as a defense,
Yeah, so
rather
he's
than
so
him
he's
his own skull being like a Magneto helmet.
yeah, so he's just so when Shin tries to read his mind during combat, he's just hearing the bubblegum song. I think that would be really funny, and it would also give you the explanation that you want. I think that would work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a theme song to Momomon.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I think it's a fair criticism, though. I think that because it's the pilot, I think that's something that could have been a little bit more explicit. I What I do like as an introduction to the character, um, is Shin reading Sakamoto's mind when he's thinks about killing the guy in his store with the pen.
Yes.
I like that it's kind of showing that he still thinks about that stuff, but obviously he's not acting on it because that's not his life anymore. It's a nice little uh introduction to Shin being back in his life, and also how Sakamoto peacefully resolves problems rather than just stabbing them with ballpoint pens.
Yeah.
Yes, Sakamoto handled it peacefully, but did that guy actually harm the kid? I
Uh,
couldn't tell.
I mean, it's not definitive. You see him like holding his arm or wrist, so my presumption is that Sakamoto grabbed his arm before he could strike the kid. So I think that's what I'm going to
Yes,
go
but
I
then
with.
think
it
he
goes into
was
the kill, and I'm like, is that in his head? Because then when it goes back to the kid's rubbing his face, crying. I'm like, did he actually punch him? I couldn't tell.
he might have scared the kid a lot, which was, kids rub their face like they're trying to wipe their tears because, I mean, it's a general trope, especially for boy kids. They're trying to pretend to be tough, and when they get scared, that something they're trying to hide their tears.
True, but it's I think the animation of it is the arm isn't going horizontally to like wipe the eye. It's going vertically to like rub the cheek,
Mm,
which maybe could just be
okay.
a cultural thing of like, oh, that's just a way to implement like sadness, like a big like a thank you thing, or if it's like that way, it's like, oh, he actually got hit on his face and he's like trying to heal the wound kind of thing, like calm it. It was just played out where I couldn't
Maybe.
tell if the kid getting injured was in Sakamoto's head or if it actually occurred, and then the pen was like, "Because you did that is the murder thing."
I guess a
Was the
Because,
follow.
like,
kid
just
being
murdering. Because in my head, I'm like, "Does he just wanna murder a guy because he's just yelling at a kid?" Because then that, like, tells me Sakamoto's mindset is a little more, but if he actually injured the kid, then it's like, "Okay, that
well, he
makes it a
was
little
he
more
was definitely
reasonable."
reaching back to hit the kid. So I think Sakamoto already might have viewed a line was crossed there, which is why he thought about it.
Yes. It's kinda thing it did remind me a bit of, crazy connection here. Remind me a bit of Spy Kids 1 when Junie's thinking about his
Oh
dad beating
boy.
up the other dad,
Okay.
and it's like there's a part where it does pull back so you know in the conversation bit where the conversation's taking place of, like, what happened and what didn't. This one in Sakamoto Days, it jumps to the result, and not actually, like, the event of, like it's kind of a time jump, and that space is what we see in Sakamoto's head.
All right. Well, I
So I
guess
guess
a
that just adds a little confusion.
question for that is, do you think it is intentionally vague or unintentionally vague?
Hmm. I think unintentionally,
Okay.
because I think it does change a bit of Sakamoto's presence if it's yelling at a kid results to the thought of murder, or actually putting hands on a kid and injuring the kid results to murder. I think those are two
Well,
different
he's
steps.
already lifted the kid off the floor, right? So
The
technically
guy
he's already
has.
thrown hands on the kid.
Yes.
But I assume you mean like physically hitting the kid,
Yes.
which he was winding up to do, but Sakamoto interferes with that.
Well, he's got
Yes, but is
reflexes
that
to
in the
dodge
head?
bullets. So. Hmm.
Oh, you okay? So is the I guess my follow-up question to you, just to make sure I'm understanding Springs, is it the fact that you're not clear where the
Where Sakamoto's
Sakamoto's
thought
thoughts
starts.
begins and ends? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Um.
And it's because of the way the
Yeah.
kid's rubbing his face afterwards that makes me question it all.
Yeah.
I see.
I see it
Because if
as
the kid was just like,
Okay.
"Thanks, mister," and his hands were, like, fine, then I'm like, "Oh, yeah, the kid was totally fine and not injured."
yeah, I have this as unintentionally vague as well. I'm putting this as a nitpick because it gives us an insight into his character, but it doesn't really affect the events at all. Regardless, it would have been the same. We just get a little different insight, so I have that as a nitpick.
I'm gonna put it as a Nick, just slightly above, because to me it does change the character of Sakamoto to me, and
Um.
the fact that it's very vague on what the answer is, though.
I want to put it as a nitpick as well. I'm curious as to how his character changes for you, Springs.
What do you mean? But like later on in the show, kind of thing?
No, no, like how? No, no, in this moment, because you said because of this, it changes Sakamoto's your
Oh,
perception of
no,
his
no, no.
Sakamoto's character.
Yes, as I explained, either the kid got hit, which results in Sakamoto thinking, "Okay, you just punched a child, I'm going to kill you," which is a more reasonable approach to like, "Okay, you're a bad person," versus a guy just picking up a kid and yelling at him, and Sakamoto stepping in and say, "Hey, put the kid down," kind of thing. Where
Yeah,
Sakamoto's thought could be, "Oh, you picked up a kid who did an innocent act, I'm going to kill you." Like to me, those are two escalated different points. Those aren't the same level.
it's
I
proactive
see.
or
Okay.
reactive. I think is what Sprinks is going for here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I think I got it with that explanation. Thank you,
But
Springs.
to us, the audience, what comes across is Sakamoto is going to kill this guy over it.
Yeah. That's very fair. I think the way to clear that up, I guess, as a would be to be more explicit as to what happened with the kid before we get into Sakamoto's thoughts.
Yes. Now, I can see people being like, "Well, the kid doesn't have like red on his face," or like the anime thing of like a big bruise mark that's like glowing or something, like to show more emphasis into the animation of like the kid actually did get injured. But again, with my other approach, the kid could just be like, "Thanks, Mister," and like little teary eyes, and not touch his face at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
agree with that.
Uh,
Um, I do like that this kid comes back a few times. Um, because this kid could have just been a one-off. Uh, it just to facilitate this interaction, but the fact that the kid comes back a couple times in the pilot episode is the kid that was going to get hit, mind you, is what I'm talking about. Um, so I like that he comes back as a additional side character, so that the pilot's not forgetting the character it introduces for the purposes of another scene. You know.
yeah, he's a store regular, which is why they kind of put up with his antics. He's like an
Yeah.
extended family member. Uh,
Yeah,
I'll bring up
a regular.
this the gang or whatever they are, this organization, and how much they suck. So they had the world's
Yeah.
greatest hitman working for them, and it took them 5 years to find him at a store named after him and a name he has not changed himself in the same general area. It's dumb. I don't
Yeah.
In
understand
The
that.
in that approach of looking at it, yes.
yeah.
Yeah. And to
They're
stack
they
onto their stupidity to me as well is they had Shin at least working for them for at least 5 years. It's probably more.
Yes.
At the bare minimum 5 years. And they never deduced or found out that he was a psychic during any of the missions that they sent him on. That
no, they
kind
knew
of
that, but the
no, they
dumb part
didn't.
is that the boss just happened to forget it.
No, they didn't forget. He, they didn't know.
No, yeah, no, the boss is explicit. It's like, oh shit, that's right, he's a psychic. I think that to me is very explicit that they knew. He just forgot, which is its own problem. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
no, two
defending it.
different things. Knowing Shin's
Uh,
a psychic problem is them forgetting about Shin. That's them forgetting that. Crimson's pitching that the organization that Sakamoto worked for, which is the one sending Shin after this 5 years to go take him out, don't know that Shin was partnered with Sakamoto during their organization. Like they're partnered together in the same area, and they never exploit that or
really?
talk about that.
Oh, is that where you're going with that, Crimson?
It
Because I didn't
it
get that.
wasn't, but that can be under the umbrella of the organization sucking as well. I was more leaning they are in the same area. Took 5 years. Name of the store. He's never changed his name. As well as the
Yeah,
organization not realizing, and I don't think they forgot. I don't think they knew about his psychic powers.
fair enough. I I don't think they knew. I thought the boss knew. I thought that was explicit, but I don't know. Maybe I'm
I
remembering the first episode
'Cause
wrong.
the
okay.
way he
I'm on the side
responded
that I
sounded reactionary, like, "Oh, he's a psychic," not, "Oh shoot, that's right, he's a psychic." They didn't say it like that.
okay. It sounded like the latter to me, like he forgot, but I think he would know after working with Shin for 5 years. I feel like the boss would, again, like kind of with Ryder said, would be the only one who knew, which is fine. But the way the boss said it aloud, I think, was to tell everyone else around who wouldn't know.
I mean, either way you
Like
cut
his
it is
realization.
bad to me. If the boss knew when
No,
he forgot one of his top guys was a psychic and he's like, "Yeah, go ahead, kill yourself. It's not going to do anything." I mean, that's just dumb.
Yeah, that's
that is
my
dumb.
interpretation. That is my interpretation of it, and I still find that dumb. So don't worry. Yeah.
Yes, I do find it dumb to be like, oh yeah, I forgot you can do that. The thing that could be explained later in the show that I don't know of, which is why I said your approach to looking at it that way. That after 5 years, they then decided, oh, we found him. We'll send this guy who worked with him to take him out. It could have also been over the 5 years they've sent other assassins, but those stories we don't get yet or need to know yet. It's just like this mission for Shin, as the boss is telling Shin, it's like, okay, it's been 5 years. We're sending you to go take him out because of the law he broke in our code. Like we're just getting Shin's point of view of the story of what's happening now versus like, oh, they sent this guy who's already dead. Like over the 5 years, they've sent people to die, or the boss has changed over the years of the organization or whatnot.
That's technically possible, but I feel like that's the writer's job to establish as a possibility. It's like, all right, Shannon, it's your turn to approach your old master. We've had so many fails. You would have the best chances.
Yes. And I feel
Something
like a
along
show
those
for
lines.
doing a 5-year jump can come back to those 5 years and like explain more details of like a connection between things, or the crime side and Sakamoto's family and stuff. I feel like that time gap will give cushion for that to come. But then
But
again, it's
as a
not
in a
explained in
pilot,
weird
episode
it's
one.
absent.
So
Yeah.
yeah, as a pilot, it is absent. In a weird way, it's kind of the opposite of a criticism I have of one of the pilots that you guys will be covering, where they try to do too much with a pilot. Um, and this is in this case, I would. It's hard to balance it because obviously these bad guys are here just to fucking die.
Mhm.
um, uh, but I
true, but
think
if
they
this is
could
the
have.
boss of the
Yeah,
organization of the crime thing that Sakamoto worked for, and the boss gets taken
yeah,
out like this, it's like, what? Why was Sakamoto working for these people?
yeah. I
Uh,
don't.
and the
Man,
follow-up
I
question is,
really
why
wish I.
didn't he
It's
kill
making me
them
wish.
when he quit? Because he knows the rules. He knows they'd be after him. So
Good
why not
point.
just kill them?
Okay, I actually know the answer to that last question, but I will. I won't answer because that's a future part of the show.
Well, I guess that goes into a follow-up question. How many people did Sakamoto kill at the end scene?
More than
Because out of
one.
his whole, yes, more than one, but out of his whole extensive arsenal of weaponries and everything, he brought a non-lethal taser.
I think Shin was the only one that was doing the killing. I do think Sakamoto
No, Sakamoto slashed the
mostly.
boss with his knife and his two goons next to him in one swoop.
Yes, the knife.
And then he threw the
Yeah, I
pens in the
think.
guy's chests, which I guess they could have survived. Um,
Yeah, I think the knife ones the ones he were explicitly killing.
Yeah, I think 3.
Like,
I think he killed 3 people, but he still seemed to do things non-lethally.
I don't know. I don't.
The fact that it just shows all these weapons and he brought a taser, I went, okay, he doesn't want to kill people anymore.
he's still willing to kill people, but it's not his first go-to.
Yeah, and I don't know the character well enough to establish if he enjoys the variety of combat, because he did use pens as weapons instead of his
Pens and
knives that he already
chopsticks
had.
and
Uh,
yeah.
so I don't know if there's an
The author is
enjoyment
also a
level
fan of
or
John Wick. I
a,
should, if that wasn't clear.
an enjoyment level or a challenge he likes to set on himself. Not enough in the pilot for me to figure that out. So maybe further down the line.
You also don't cock a taser.
Depends on the taser.
I mean, if it's got a projectile like ammo, we don't really see if there's a magazine of like taser pellets or something.
No, the taser end is on the one end. I didn't, and he used it once, so I saw it as a
Well,
one-time use weapon.
and it hit 3 people somehow. Or was it 3
No,
or
true,
2?
but I
I
can
think it
just
was
go
3.
into Sakamoto's accuracy of whatever. Like maybe it fired 4 barbs, so it hit 3 people.
I find that a bit outlandish. I think it would have to be 3 shots or 3 strikes if it's like a contact taser or something, but because the barbs would shoot forward, they wouldn't like sprawl out that close, because that's like a point blank range
Crimson, you're
essentially.
missing it. The angle we didn't see was he actually fired the taser like wanted. And he
Oh,
like
he
curved
curved it
the
through
tasers.
them all.
Yeah,
Okay. Well,
no,
maybe he
I don't
did.
know.
He's got the chopstick
I
attack.
think maybe I think he fired it once, and it got all 3.
I think he did, and I'm not a fan of it.
No. What I'm not a fan of either is at the very beginning, hard kind of do timestamps on Netflix a little, but at a minute 30, when he's running down the hallway, he fires 3 shots through the window and he gets 4 headshots on the other end. And then the
Yeah,
first shot of it's fine. I'm like, oh, interesting. But when it goes to the second shot of the body's falling in slow mo, the bodies aren't lined up where one of them could have been collateral. They were all
Yeah.
angled differently.
Yeah. No, I have that down too. It was a very cool shot, and it's again for me. I took that as they were intentionally being absurd, but it also is easily possibly a mistake. I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I noticed that as well.
Yeah. Could have been an easy fix by just adding another sound effect of a second bullet that went through like the same hole as one of the 3 he shot. So it actually sounds like he fired 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Easy fix. Sorry, easier fix. I will say a nice detail I liked with that beginning fight scene, and I think I only caught it in the beginning fight scene. The black bar letterboxing on it for the cinematic look was opaque
Mhm.
and not actually like fully black.
Yeah, yeah, it was. It got like the
There's a
glint
couple.
of the colors on the like the bars, kind of like
Yeah.
Yeah,
a,
it
a
was an
brush
The
interesting
stroke.
the
detail.
yeah the letterbox black bars. Um, There anime loves to actually there are quite a few anime that actually really love to play with the black bars. Obviously, our favorite one to cite Springs as the worst one is still Mission Impossible 7? That sounds
Oh,
right.
Fallout 6.
Yeah. 6,
Oh,
yeah.
it's a headache.
Yeah, that one's a headache. And it's funny because ever since you and I had our discussion about that one, I picked up the black bars in every movie we've watched since whenever a movie decides to have them or not have them. And I've taken that with me into anime, so I always notice when an anime is doing something with them or do not doing something with them. But yeah, anime loves to play around the black bars. Whenever there's black bars, sometimes for cinematic purpose, but sometimes the black bars actually turn into like animation on its own of its own, which is kind of cool.
Neat. I think the Teen Titans show played around with stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now that you brought it up, I'm thinking about it. I think you're right. I don't remember though. It's been a while since I've rewatched that show. Um, Crimson
yeah.
Point.
Is Shin stupid? I'm just thinking because he walks up to the store to kill Sakamoto with his pistol out in the streets, putting on a silencer. So he must be confident
Yep.
about that. And then I'm just thinking
Yeah.
to myself, why not just shoot through the window? If you're this cocky at this point and you're going against the best of the best, why would you confront him verbally instead of just like a stealth shot?
Well, okay. So I don't have any defense for the suppressor outside. I has that as a problem as well. I think he wants to do it. He wants it to be personal because this was his partner. So I'm fine with him wanting to go into the store for this.
It just makes him dumb. He knows what he's against. Why would you give up your advantage?
Well, he expects him to be soft.
Yes. I don't necessarily see it as full on stupidity, especially throughout the whole pilot. This one decision is a little stupid, but I just think Shin is overconfident. He thinks his skills can outmatch a lot. And he's going in thinking Sakamoto's been retired and old and flabby for 5 years. Should be easy to take out.
Yeah, I would say Shin definitely comes across as a very overconfident but competent hitman. Obviously, Sakamoto just operates in a level above him. So I'm fine with him going to the store because he explicitly says that he wants this to be personal. Whether or not if that you want to file that trade into him being stupid, that's fine. It does make him a terrible character though within the context of what the show gives us.
Okay. I guess I can go with that. He just viewed him as a weak, flabby old man, no longer a threat,
Yeah.
I guess.
He was one of the kind of things that kind of leans into that is it's a very quick thing when he first walked into the convenience store. It looks like he's about to try and start a conversation to lower Sakamoto's guard, but he sees the chin bounce, the double chin bounce, and then he just immediately just takes a shot at him, which is a nice, which is I think for me is a very evidence to the fact that I think that he's confident enough because he views him as just a flabby old man now.
Um, is his wife and kid death, because there was this whole fight going on in the store that they're right next to, where the shelves get destroyed. And at least as of the pilot, it doesn't feel like they know about his past. He's trying to conceal it. So I'm wondering what his explanation was on what happened in there.
I guess it's not
Okay,
really spoilers because you
that seems
find out
like
the
three
second
questions
episode.
in one. But
Yeah, I will say this: you find out in the second episode. Yeah, the mom knows.
that I picked up that the wife knows.
Yeah,
Um, I about them hearing it from outside. I don't know if they're still there because it looks like they're walking away from the convenience store where they see Shin, and then the little boy's there and they're talking. So upon Shin entering, they could have walked further away.
I can also see the wife, since Shin's like tying on a suppressor, probably just took the kids. All right, we're gonna go down the street for a bit.
Uh, Hard to say if she stayed for support too, because when he walked by her, she did stand and kind of just watch him. And if she does know her husband's past life and stuff, she might consider this a threat moment.
I think the wife, after 5+ years, knows Sakamoto can take out Shin.
I mean, there's not really any evidence in this pilot that he's done anything past retirement.
Not that we, the audience, know,
Yeah,
but I
so
think the faith that a wife has for her husband, who's exceptionally skilled, and Shin is someone Sakamoto worked with, so she would probably know the history of Shin. I think that's enough that gives her understanding that yeah, it'll be fine, but she isn't like one to be hostile or rude to Shin when he wakes up upstairs. It's like, yeah, you work together, I'm gonna give you a meal, you're fine. Like it'll be settled. I think the way the wife was around what Sakamoto was doing throughout this pilot explained to me like, oh, she's in on it, she trusts him, she understands everything that's going on.
They're more explicit about that in coming episodes, but
Yeah.
yeah,
But I can see
the
the
wife
approach
knows.
where the wife, because of that, comes across as like aloof.
It's very possible.
I do want to see probably in the future sometime where the wife goes ham with like two machine guns or something.
mm,
Just
that would be interesting.
Just Laura Croft
uh,
or like the end of Punisher, like just lighting people up kind of thing.
Yeah, the end of Punisher season 2.
Yeah.
just firing a bunch of rubber bullets. That would be funny.
I will say it was very smart. And I like that the way it was handled kind of thing of Sakamoto shooting the candy out of his mouth to hit the bullet. The bullet does break the candy and go through it. It's not like a jawbreaker, and even a jawbreaker would explode, but it's enough cause to put the bullet's trajectory off.
Yeah, I
It doesn't
I
just
have
like
the
hit and fall. So
yeah. I also wrote that down. I do like the detail of that. It's
Right.
I you could probably also say it's probably a super spit out gum piece jaw thing from the Sakamoto as well.
oh, it's super powered trajectory, yeah.
Yeah, which I think is also what helps. Mind you, I think this would still, to a degree, work in real life, but obviously not. It would not be as effective as it is here without Sakamoto's super strength. I do think a gobstopper would affect the trajectory of a bullet.
Yes, I think any point of contact onto a bullet, mostly depending, I guess, on density, would change the trajectory of a bullet even by a
Yeah,
centimeter, but upon the point of contact. So like the
yeah.
continuing, yeah. Also, Sakamoto is
It's
definitely have superpowers. He turned a ball into two balls. He's a boss.
yes, absolutely, he did that.
Well, he closed his fist with such strength that it fused the rubber together from the friction caused by the strength of his fingers.
I mean,
Have
sure,
you?
but it's still
Mhm.
blown like a full ball. It's not like a flab of rubber.
It kind of reminds me of I don't know if you guys have seen like like a personal magician show, like where you went to a magician show and there's like only 20 of you around to watch a magician perform stuff. One of the common ones now is they tend to turn like a ball into two or three of the same ball. Um, and uh, I
Now,
yeah, it kind of
does it
it kind of reminded me of that.
does it come across as cloning, or is the mass actually changing in the balls?
um, it comes across as cloning.
Okay, then yes, I've
It's
seen
a
that
nice
trick.
yeah, it's a nice magic trick.
The opening credits pretty decent. Nothing too wild or crazy for a show, especially one about like a lot of death and relaxation. It just seemed pretty nice.
I
Yeah.
think it was very
Uh,
boring and generic. You
Oh,
get
okay, cool.
you get nothing plot wise. It's just characters that you have no context of, which is fine. Um, all doing the like stereotypical like anime walks and poses. There wasn't like no identity to this intro.
I'm kind of for me it's kind of I also find the intro pretty mid to low tier for anime intros. The positive aspect to see about that in terms of it not having a plot, it's not really revealing anything that's to come because there's some anime intros that spoil the show. Um, so it wouldn't get to like bad anime intros for me, but I would say it's definitely mid for me. I've definitely seen better. It's not like I'm gonna add the song to my playlist.
No, I will
Yeah,
say the ending credits is better than the opening.
yeah.
Not by a whole much, but
You
for
see a little
endings
bit of
of
story
animes
with
come,
it.
it's better.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
okay, cool.
enjoy I enjoy the ED a little bit more as well. Out of curiosity, just for a baseline, what are your favorite anime intros so far and your least favorite ones? Let's start with you, Crimson.
Ay, caramba. Um, Oof. Um,
Yes, your wide, extensive
yeah,
knowledge.
I'm very limited. So I'm thinking of
Yeah, you've seen a
ReZero
few
right
now
now.
though. Yeah.
What I'm thinking of those. Shield Hero. I don't think Shield Hero. It's kind of they're fine.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D?
5D's great song. Um, I don't know about the intro being that wild though. It's probably
Alchemist.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alchemist is kind of the generic character stuff. I think ReZero season two's intro, part one, because I think it splits it into two different intros. And I'm yeah, or maybe Ruby Volume 8. That one's got a good one
Yeah, I'd count Ruby. That's a good one. And how about and your least favorite one
too.
of what you've seen?
What was that fighting anime that a friend showed us on a movie night?
Oh, with the
Oh,
finger grip
Baki?
Yeah,
I
stuff?
think it was Baki.
sure, that one. I didn't like the art style of that one at
Uh,
all, and that just carried over into the intro.
that's fair.
I don't remember that
Uh,
one.
tells you all you need to know. All right, Spring, same question.
Favorite might be Delicious in Dungeon 2, like the second opening.
Mm.
I also do really like Shield Hero 1. Uh, least favorite, uh, shoot. Oh, I also do like Spy X Family season 1, like the first opening there is good. Um, least favorite?
This one,
No, this one's fine. I don't hate it. Um,
well, you don't have to hate it to
gosh,
be the
uh,
bottom of your
no,
totem pole.
yeah, I don't know what it's. I can't remember what it's from, but I just remember one of them was flashy and oh, maybe Dan to Dan.
Dan to Dan.
Yeah, the opening to
Mm.
Dan to Dan. Maybe it's it's very colorful, but it's flashy and fast and quick and I don't know.
It is a drug trip. That whole show is a drug trip.
Yeah.
That's a fair
Oh,
pick.
and maybe Sword Art Online season 2.
For least favorite,
Yeah, maybe. I can't
that's
remember it. I
fair.
just remember watching episode 1 and being like, I'm done.
Yeah, the abridged show for Sword Art Online though, those openings are fantastic. um, and I guess since I asked the question, favorite one, uh, probably, uh, 86 occur 2, and my least
Wait,
Bless you.
favorite would probably
86 what?
86 the second occur. When an anime splits a season up into 2 parts, the second part of the season is called an occur. So like
Ah,
the first
okay.
part is called an occur,
So
the second part
Oh,
is called
the
an occur.
awesome.
second
Thanks for the
intro.
help. Made me look like a fool.
I mean,
Yeah, sorry.
I could have
That's-
used that on my ReZero example too.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, 86. I don't
yes.
really remember the intro to that one because I recommended
Uh,
you to watch that because it seemed like your thing, and then you loved it.
you did, and it's still my profile picture on Discord. My but yeah, I would probably pick the second occur opening for 86, and I would pick my least favorite. Oh, I'm probably sort of such a good answer. I like Yuki Kaji's music though, so I can't really pick that one. Because Yuki Kaji's music is really what is why sort of online people survived through those first few seasons. Um, least favorite.
Yeah, and you've seen like 100 animes or more.
Yeah, I'm
Profile.
seeing a lot in my head right now. I can name another favorite. I'd probably pick Daddy Daddy Do from Love Is War season 2. Uh, and then I guess my
Digimon.
least.
Daddy, daddy, do.
Yeah, uh, yeah, my least favorite is probably gonna be Dragon Ball now.
Ooh,
Yeah, I it's gonna cause some controversy.
sorry, Dragon Ball fans. Oh, like my Dan to Dan answer isn't gonna get to
Yeah,
people.
yeah, that's fair. Dandadan, you see the benefit of Dandadan is it might just be the current popularity zeitgeist, but Dragon Ball is like I'm picking on the Star Wars of anime. That might
Yeah.
not be a good stance for me to take. I don't know, everybody. The
Hey,
Falcon of Tracks are a
you
bit
could have said One
overrated for me.
Piece.
All right, guys. That's true. I could say One Piece. Fuck that show. um. All right. So now we
Live
have
action or
baseline for.
anime? Yes.
So now we have baseline for I guess that question.
Mhm.
Um.
Yes.
I
Oh,
do.
oh,
Uh,
no, go ahead. You do what?
yeah. Yeah. I was gonna jump to the scene where uh, Sakamoto's wife is just making Shin dinner. I find that scene to be very, very sweet, despite what happened beforehand. Like it's Sakamoto's way of showing without having to explain why he was willing to leave that life behind. One, good food, always a good way to a
Ate it
man's
all.
heart. But second, just
Animated food always looks good.
oh yeah, that's true. Uh,
I mean,
and
we
that's why
talked about
you
this
like to listen
in,
to legends so much.
yeah, it wasn't so much an anime, but when we watched Turning Red and the
Turning
whole
Red
scene of the
is
dad making food.
yeah. That was still one of my favorite scenes in the film.
You forgot Lynn's name?
The dad? Sure.
I think it's Lynn.
I seen the movie one time.
Me too. Or Lee? I think it's an L name. I don't
I agree. It's probably an L name.
Lancelot.
Um,
remember. Yeah, there you go.
heh. But I do I like the way it goes chooses to go about the scene. They let Shin figure it out without Sakamoto having to explain it. I feel like it's a little bit stronger for that reason. Because otherwise, I think it might fall into being a little bit more on the generic side.
Mhm.
Okay. Ryder, do you and Shin's boss go to the same barber?
Looks similar. No, it would just need a blue
Um,
streak on it.
Yeah, it looked very similar. I'm like, is this Ben Ravencroft?
I'm so confused. I don't think Shin.
No, the gangster
Shin, his
boss.
boss. Shin's boss.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Uh,
The
yeah,
stupid
I
one.
hope not. Well, I know. Here, I can say this now. I know we don't. He's dead.
Well, not anymore, yeah.
Um, so I don't know what a living wage is wherever they are in this world, but 800 yen. I did a currency conversion, and That's about $5.06 USD. There you
Yeah.
go.
Uh, that makes sense for Japan though. Japan actually, their currency goes a lot. The U.S. dollar goes for a lot more over there,
That is true.
at least until recently. Um, so that checks out. That I think that would be considered a living wage in Japan.
Quite the pay cut, I would imagine, from his hitman money, though.
That's true, but he ain't getting shot at, so
Yeah, he's not
there is
dead.
that one positive.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if he tells the kid about what his job used to be, as Sakamoto said, he will kill him.
He's a cleaner.
That's yeah, that is a good question. Maybe it's explained later in the future or anything. Does Sakamoto just not talk? Like, is he actually
No,
mute,
He's talk.
or does he choose not?
he talks a couple times in this episode. He's just a man. He's just a man of few words.
Yeah.
Okay, the times he talks, I think in my head, I'm like, oh, that's Shin just reading his mind. Like they're just talking telepathically.
No, that did
I
happen a
think he
couple times, but
says,
there was dialogue with his mouth opening. Gosh.
Well, at the very end, I guess.
Yeah. So he just doesn't talk a lot,
Yeah, he's just a
but he
man of few
talks.
words.
Yeah.
yeah, he is a man of few words. He does talk a little bit more, but he's predominantly, you're right, Springs. He not a big talker. Most of the time, we'll be hearing we usually just hear his thoughts through Shin. Um, but he does talk more as the series goes along because obviously things happen. And I guess how is everybody's notes looking?
I got a couple left.
Very bare, like empty.
Okay, I guess
Empty.
I'll go
All
then.
right. You'll go Crimson. I got one more, and then you'll wrap us up, and I'll
Okay.
move us over to ratings and summaries.
So I do like how he's still proficient in the aspect of he put a bug on the gun. He's got all of his weapons in this convoluted secret floor paneling system he's got. Uh, so it's cool that he's active in this. He's not just passively like, oh, they're attacking me. I'll just defend myself. He's actively investigating, I guess, with the bug,
Hmm.
trying to solve his problem. Because I imagine he was trying to get to the boss, even though he probably would know where the boss is, but that's besides the point. Actually, I guess, what do you think the point of him bugging him was? To test his
To make
loyalty,
sure,
or
probably to make sure that he was not going to die because he still cares for Shin. There's a couple layers that can go into that. I think they're all fair reads of why he bugged him.
Do you think the bug was also a tracker?
I think it kind of has to be.
I I would say it probably is. Yes, I'm not entirely sold that the boss is operating in the same area as Sakamoto, but um, I think the tracker would fix that as a problem anyway.
Okay.
What do you think were the intentions of the bug, Sprinks? Was it some form of care for Shin and he's looking out for him, or is he trying to get intel? What do you think?
I think a mix of both. I think it's just to keep eyes on Shin.
Okay. And more of a caring way about caring how he ends up, or just in case he comes back?
I don't think it matters if he comes back for the bug to be placed. I think it's an indicator of like where Shin's going. I guess it plays more into like Shin's come into the store now twice, and it's fine of him coming in kind of thing and having a chat or like pointing to the sign like, see you around. So I think the bug was actually more intentional to see Shin go back to the boss's whereabouts so Sakamoto knows where to go.
Okay, because I was kind of thinking of the
But
aspect of like Shin could have gone to the boss, and be like, "Hey, I failed. I know where he is. Hey, can you give me like 20 of your top assassins, and we can just take care of this tonight?" And now Sakamoto knows he's got stacked odds and can plan accordingly. So I didn't know if it was more of
true.
Shin's a threat
Yeah,
or he's looking out for Shin type
I
deal.
think
I
it's
think
can be
I think it's a
both.
trial on both because Shin did try to kill him.
Yeah, I could definitely see it as an avenue for both. I would also, yeah, I could totally see, uh, like if let's say Shin succeeded, I still think Sakamoto would have stepped in potentially to save his life.
Yes, and it has to be relatively close because when Shin is on the ground kneeling and begging, Sakamoto is listening in on the bug at the store.
Yeah.
But then again, he's got super speed, so
Yeah, I imagine it's not too far. Just don't know how far. All right, Ryder, you had a point?
Yes. I need to find it again.
I can go with another one while you're looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I found one, but I need to.
So I don't know how I feel about the objects in this world being, I'm gonna classify as magical, because you have the chopsticks, which you can try say myth bust it, but it's not possible to stop it without the chopsticks themselves breaking, and I don't think they could stop a bullet. Um, and you got the pens that are blocking bullets. They're not deflecting them; they're blocking them when he's getting shot at by the boss goons later. And uh, there was some other example I forgot, but there's a lot of like absurdity with the objects, and I guess that I understand that's the tone that they set for this show, but I'm trying to put that on a scale of if it's too much and how that can be applied going forward to anything.
well, we don't know if it's the object itself standalone or if it's a power induced into the object from Sakamoto.
I
Like, is him
see. I
holding
don't
it
think he's
causing
gonna have like
durability?
he's gonna have yeah like a gambit like kinetic power where he's got a durability power. I
He might.
anything's possible, but that's pretty
I'm
absurd.
just I know, but I'm also going back to the ball example where he takes the one ball and turns it into two.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of leaning towards of kind of like absurd levels with this, where it's kind of hard to ground universal rules. He's almost Cat in the Hat level in that regards to where he can kind of make anything happen. But he's not portrayed as like a godlike character. He's just a guy with powers.
A guy with power. Yeah, he's a super powered being.
So I don't know. It's weird.
It seems the only thing that his age has done and getting fat is making him a bigger target. That seems to be the only change.
Yeah, and I think this could be a negative for the show going forward. The more things he manipulates on an absurd level, the more I think it can stack on him to, well, why didn't you use your shoe and block the bullet? Stuff like that. Uh,
Will it?
it can be damaging going forward.
Yes, but it could also be fixing going forward if it's explained or shown like other people talk about it.
What do you
Like
think?
depending on saying like if Sakamoto's like at a grindstone sharpening his chopsticks, then you're like, okay, it's the object, not him. But if like someone else picks up something and they're like, hey, break this, or like take it out of my hand and they can't, and then they drop it and then they can break it themselves, and it's like, oh, it's embedded into the item from the person.
What do
Like
you
there's ways to explain,
think
but
are the odds that that's a thing?
with the positivity of this show having its season and the manga still continuing in the story and has been canceled, I'm gonna say 60%.
Ryder, you got anything to weigh in on this whole object
Without
durability
spoilers,
or possible power integration with it?
Um, I agree. It's a slippery slope with that power integration of objects. I on the level of power scaling with it within the show, I think what we see here is not really like there's nothing that's worse than that than what that like clearly moves it to another even a more absurd level in the episodes that come after this. Um, at least for the first season. Um,
Okay, I was gonna ask Crimson, would it change your ratings at all if writer just gave you a confirmation of yes, it's explained, or no, it's not explained without detail?
It's tough because I'm supposed to be judging off of the pilot, so that would be outside pilot.
Yes,
So, in a meta
but something
sense,
like
yes, but I don't think I could apply it to the board at the end, the ratings
okay,
board,
because it's not explained in
because
the
it's
pilot.
not in the pilot.
Okay,
It's not info I'm privy to by watching the show. All right, did you find your thing, Ryder?
I did. My one thing I quite liked is the fight in the convenience store. I really, really like that Sakamoto makes use of the OODA loop and throws just a box against the window where Shin is to just get him distracted while he's moving around the store.
Yeah, he kind of just played into his hands at any opportunity. He's just
Yep.
a puppet.
yep. I don't know why Shin's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you on your home turf. You've been here for 5 years. The most legendary hitman.
Best
And then
hitman
in
ever.
slow motion, just like, what was I thinking?
If I
Yeah,
was
pretty
Shin
much.
and I failed that first shot, and then I turned around and he's gone, I'm gone. I'm out the
Yeah,
door.
I'm running. I'm running. Like, fuck that shit. I'm out.
My first attack failed. Second's not gonna work. I'm out of there. No way.
Yeah, like I said, the defense for Shin here is it's personal for him. He wants to do this, but yeah, as soon as for me, I'm like, did he just use fucking gum to redirect my bullet? Yeah, that's it. I'm out, dog. Fuck this shit.
He worked with Sakamoto. He knows
I
what
know.
he's
Yeah.
capable of. That's why the overconfidence is like, oh yeah, he doesn't have those skills anymore. But he knows what he can achieve.
Well, having just
Yeah.
seen the cough drop bullet thing, he now knows he's still in the game. He still retains some skill. Dip, leave, get out of there.
All right, and I guess
That
if
would
you have
actually
any
be
last,
sorry, I'm just thinking of
course.
like what would have been a little funny if Shin's like, oh shit, and runs out, and as he's turning the corner in the alleyway by the store, the wife just clotheslines him.
He
I'd be
sits with
good
a
with
frying
that.
pan. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, she's being there supportive for him because she sensed that Shin was no good. I think that would be good. Um, as for extra stuff, I did have at least one more, and that's Shin getting shot in the shin. I don't think he did, but I'm just saying that for fun. But he got shot in the leg, and it doesn't stick. He gets hired to the store. The benefit is we don't know how long it's been since we see him working at the store,
Oh,
but
I see.
Oh,
The
there's no
recovery
yeah.
there's no limp or no sign. There's no signs of
brace or anything. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, you remind me of one of my other more like observed funny points. The look on Shin's face when he just gets transitioned to the store, like going from like getting rescued to just like, oh, you work for me now, and
Yeah.
he's like, what? And then he's just behind the counter like looking at the store like he can't believe that it's all happened this way.
I am your boss now. Yeah, I did
Yeah.
notice
I
that it was potentially inconsistent with no time.
yes, I guess I have one last thing,
Yeah,
which
I was gonna ask
isn't
if you got any last things, so
answered.
give it.
So it's kind of like up in the air. Maybe it's answered later. Age is just a number, and love can be found anywhere. But what's the age difference between Sakamoto and his wife?
It's hard to tell being an anime. Um,
Do you? I have an answer for you, and it's going to surprise you.
Oh, so you do have an answer.
I
I'm
do.
believing
Yeah.
Sakamoto is not in his 60s
no,
or whatever what he looks like.
no, because the opening sequence of him being fit, he looks 30, low 40s, and it's only been 5 years since that. So I think he's probably middle age, not
50s.
not senior. I think he's middle age.
I can
Do you
believe
want
that
me to?
Ryder's going to be like, oh, he's 27 or something. And
It's funny you say that. He's 27.
that's crazy. That's
not.
insane.
He is 27.
No, he's
Don't
not.
no.
He's not.
No, he
No,
is.
he's freaking not.
I'm saying
yes, he
they
is.
failed. They failed. That is not a
I'll
27
give
year
you a
old.
screenshot citation. He
They
is
can
not
say it all they
27.
want. You know, J.K. Rowling said that the wizards pooped everywhere and just made him invisible,
Yeah.
right? So
Hey, his
they could
wife could
say
be 27.
all
Sure.
they
His
want.
wife is 25.
Sure. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's not a 27-year-old man.
He's not 27.
No, thank you.
That's
I guess
crazy. I mean, the
I
opening,
told
he was
you were gonna
22.
yes, he was the world's greatest assassin from I think the ages of 18 to 22. I know that the manga has an arc that explains his time as an assassin, but I never got that far in the manga. I'm pretty much caught up in the manga to where the show is.
He looks older than Uncle Iroh.
Uncle Iroh.
That's
From what?
funny, but very true.
Who's Uncle Iroh?
Yeah, I don't watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, but I know who Uncle
Oh,
Iroh is.
That's yeah. I'm not going to comment on that, Crimson. You don't need to disappoint me anymore. All right, so we're
okay.
moving to summary and ratings for this
Wait,
for
I
this
got one
part of the
more.
episode.
I thought of one more.
Uh,
Uh,
okay,
it,
fine.
it's a
Last one.
it's a compliment to the show. I do like how they integrated Shin's psychic abilities towards his new job. He's going above and beyond for his work. He doesn't have to be this like lazy worker who doesn't care about his job. He cares about the little things, the little old ladies.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
Yes, but it
forgot.
also
I
plays into,
really
do you think he
appreciated
can
that
turn it
bit.
on and off?
Hmm?
Does he have to like focus on someone to read their minds, or is it like just
I don't think it's really specified in this pilot how he controls his powers or if he does not control his powers at all.
okay? Like, is Shin getting a headache on a train or something
Well,
because
because
of like large crowds, or
I don't think Shin's listening to Sakamoto when Sakamoto's like, say anything and I'll kill you. That kind of feels like it's passive. That he just is always listening in on everything. Because he doesn't know
yeah,
Sakamoto's
which
going to
made me
talk
think
to him
vicinity.
telepathically.
Yeah,
So I think it is just a passive on all the time thing. And maybe he
yeah.
can focus it, but that's where I'm leaning. All right, Ryder, were you about to piggyback on an epiphany you had or something?
No,
An
I was just
apostrophe.
gonna say.
Thought
I just said that was your last one.
okay, yeah, I thought you were going to say something when I talked about the grandma. Maybe I misheard something.
Oh yeah, no. The piggyback thing is I really like that scene as well. Like it shows why he'd be a useful convenience store worker because he can go around and sense what customers are looking for.
Mm-hmm. Employee of the month.
It's true. I guess before we go into ratings, the point I'll make is broadly as far as a comedy, it kind of reminds you of Kim's Convenience, which is a very very funny like family owned convenience store. Also on Netflix, funny enough. Um, it's kind of got a similar. Obviously, it's not ex assassin, but it's just like family runs a convenience store and they make a comedy show out of it.
Hmm.
They do a
Interesting.
pretty good job. Um, and I guess with that, we will go to summary and ratings for Sakamoto Days. And I will pick upon Crimson first.
Awesome. So I will start with my subjective first. So I think there was enjoyment here. I kind of like Sakamoto's silent uh, ways, how proficient he is at killing. It is in question of the durability of the tools he utilizes, but as a broad spectrum, it's enjoyable to watch the combat that's there. One of the things that lowers my subjective for me is the art style. This kind of reminds me of like early animes where they looked more blurry or less crisp and defined, and I tend not to like those very much visually. But other than that, I didn't really have much negative to it. The boss was a little underwhelming and lackluster. There was no like payoff to him getting killed. Sakamoto didn't get anything out of it. He's like, I've been waiting to do that for years. He's not that kind of character. But some acknowledgement of him killing his boss. He kind of just kills him and then walks away. Essentially, there's no payoff with within that regards. I have it a 6. It's good. It's fine. Is it something I'd continue on my own? Not likely, but if someone wanted to watch it with me, I'd be game.
Duly noted. Add it
Objectively,
to watch list.
add it to the plethora of our list writer.
Yeah.
It can be number 10 in line at this point. Um, Objectively, isolated as a pilot, I think there's some issues here. Shin not the pitch I had of Shin theorizing why he couldn't read Sakamoto's mind, I do think is an objective element. It being absent is absent for the audience, and because of that, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Sakamoto can block him with his own telepathic abilities. Um, I don't know if he's just running off of muscle memory and he's just that good that he doesn't have to think about combat. I think it would have been nice for Shin's character to even think about options and not just go with the flow, cocky. I'm now better than him. He's an old flappy man. Um, I think all the characters are actually consistent with themselves. The negative one maybe being Shin's intelligence level jumping up and down a little bit. The boss is consistently stupid. 5 years as a pilot, no other outside information. 5 years to find Sakamoto and to take action against him. And he's probably right around the block from the amount of time we have. He's very close. Um, Visually, the animation, I didn't really catch any errors to anything. So I think that's fine. It, though it's not my art style, I think they achieved it well. I found no hiccups to it. The sounds are fine. Nothing really stood out. The sound effects of his like chin bouncing was amusing. How they integrated that, and the way they played around with the digital camera of like the um, gum or what I forgot what it was. It wasn't gum. It was something else. Cough medicine. Um, the spinning shot of it hitting the bullet was nice and cool. And I'm rambling, but I have this at a 7 objectively.
Well, alrighty. Eeny, meeny, miny, me. I'll go next. Um, I will start with my subjective. Um, yeah, this definitely falls into my usual tropes of things I like in anime. I'm also wasn't really. It felt like there was an element missing for me in the pilot episode. So sticking to just the pilot episode, because I do enjoy the show broadly speaking. Um, I'm probably at about a 7 subjectively for the pilot. It's not the greatest pilot. It didn't hook me in as much as I would want it to. Um, I do like the premise quite a bit. The conceptual premise of this guy who formed a family and now has his old partner that is looks like it's his adopted son, but since they're both in their 20s, really just his partner. uh, um, I have some enjoyment with it and I have fun with it. So I'm at a 7 subjectively. I definitely not the best, but I have obviously watched the rest of the show. Um, Objectively speaking, uh, I'm funny enough also at a 7 like Crimson. I think there's some problems here. We kind of deferred on I guess the context of those problems. Um, I can't think of any of them now, which is a shame on me. But the characters were consistent. I think the plot is pretty straightforward. Uh, I think Shin's intelligence is fine for the first episode. A lot of it can be justified that he wants to do this personally. Um, I do wish they expanded a little bit more on reacting to the realization that Sakamoto is him. Um, um, I think as a pilot, I would want more from the wife. but I don't need more from the wife in the pilot. Obviously, we get enough to get a foundation for potentially moving forward. Um, I think the world building. I have lots of questions. That's probably one of the bigger hits. I don't know what the objects are. I don't know where the I don't I can't say for certain if the boss's gang is in the same town. I going based off the opening and what we've seen, we know there are superpowers. I'm curious as to level how much the world's going to play around with that. Um, so the first episode on a first watch through for someone, I think it'd be a lot of going back and forth, like what crosses the line of being too absurd into believable, or do we just buy into the concept this is a superpower that the best assassin in the world seemingly has? Um, so I'm also I got a double seven for me. So, and I guess that leaves you, Sprinks.
Oh boy. Let's see. I'm going to start with my objective. I think the voice acting is very good with the dubbing. I think the animation is fine. I think the cinematography shots are always hard for me in an animated project, but I think they're pretty fine. Nothing too outlandish. I think the action and the choreography of the action is very good and lined up. I think the music is very good. I think the shading and the lighting is very good. Um, I think the story is a little, it's fine for a pilot. Not super like a hooked on kind of thing, but it is a good um, interest to a start of something. And as you always leave something else, I guess the designs of the characters they're fine. Sakamoto, his design and his family and his daughter and wife and Shin's look and the boss and I guess all the henchmen, like everyone's attire is fine. Um, I was balancing between two. I think overall there's a far more good than bad. I think I have it at an 8, objectively. I think it's pretty well done made. Definitely could have been like there, could have been better, but not horrendous. Subjectively, I liked it. It was enjoyable. I would be interested to see more. Um, but it's not like, oh my god, guys, can't record. I gotta watch this right now. But it's also not like, maybe some other time. So I'm comfortably at a 7 subjectively. It's fun.
Now I want to ask the question: is there anything that we would skip a recording for?
No,
I can think
well,
of one thing, but
yeah. If I got invited to, if we got like red carpet premieres,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah,
That's a good one.
red carpet premiere. We got the Project Almanac thing. We would go to the red carpet premiere in New Zealand, obviously for Lord of the Rings, right?
if we
We
were
would
Well,
skip
invited out,
maybe
that.
you guys.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll drop you off in Hobbiton while we go see the movie.
if we get an email from Marvel being like, "Hey, Avengers Doomsday, you guys are coming," I'm going.
Oh, I'm
You know,
going. Definitely.
That's very fair.
All right. I
And I guess
guess,
that's my pilot.
yeah.
So,
On to the next one. All right. Well, moving on to our next pilot for this big project,
number
being
2.
my pick, number two. And we are covering The Sandman, the Netflix
mm,
adaptation of the Neil Gaiman comic series.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bum, Yeah, all right. So we don't need introductions. So let's jump into our histories, starting with writer.
All right. So I have been on the peripheral of this one for a while. It's come across my dash a couple times. I've seen some elements of the show before, just images that I saw out of context. Um, I was with the Neil Gaiman comics. I'm not really a comic guy, but I actually have read a comic of the Sandman series out of context. Again, I was just in a comic shop one day and I want to say Santa Fe, New Mexico. I know it's a really weird place to walk into a comic shop, but I happened to be there, and as I was driving cross country, and I read a Neil Gaiman Sandman comic. I was reading Love Is War manga, and I was I think it was a Deadpool comic as well. I was just enjoying my time there. Uh, and that is the history of my knowledge of Sandman. So I'm pretty much coming into this almost blank.
All right, I'll go next and attack on for you, writer. We covered the DC Showcase Death, which is a Sandman character. So
Really?
we did not get her in the pilot of this. This is kind of the reason why I picked this for my pilot.
Oh,
That
I
was
was
so
that.
hoping
death is
I was
related to Dream?
yeah, she's an endless. So I was
Oh.
hoping she'd be in the pilot, like, hey, more death, guys. No, she's in episode 6, apparently.
That's why you said that you were hoping that a certain character would show up in the first episode, and you found out they
Yeah,
wouldn't show up in episode 7. That puts a lot of your complaints into context.
She's mentioned though.
yeah.
Talked about.
So
She is
yeah.
in fact mentioned.
So there's more Sandman for you, writer, as our death showcase we saw. For me, Sandman, I saw the short. I brought in the short for our shorts season that we did way back when. For the comics, I own several of the graphic novels. I have 3 volume 1 copies of the Preludes and Nocturnes graphic novels. Different variations, different covers. One has a bonus comic in it and a CD, but apparently they're all the same. I have 2 volume 2 The Dollhouse graphic novels as well, and the Death graphic novel. So I have all of those, and I have like a loose Vertigo comic somewhere that's got Sandman stuff in it. I don't know where that is.
Wow, big fan for never
Past,
seeing the show.
yeah, past that, haven't seen the show, so picked it for this, and I believe that is it. Sprinks, you're up.
All right. I have seen, in terms of the show, promotional things here and there, but I've never seen a full episode until now. Um, to my memory, my earliest memory of interacting with the Sandman was way back when Crimson and I were attending high school together in the library over by the graphic novel section. There were Sandman graphic novels present that I think I probably skimmed through or looked through.
Was that next to Grease Monkey?
Different high school. It was next to like Fable and oh shoot, what the heck I don't know, other stuff like Green Lantern and Batman and whatnot. I don't know. Anyway, so then I think I've read a couple comics of Sandman, maybe, and that is it. But by Crimson talking about death, it does bring up a question now.
Okay, what's the question?
Okay, sweet. I was just curious if I had permission. The Death animated short that we've covered before, where Death is an endless connected to Sandman, are these two separate interpretations or iterations of this world and lore? Or is this Sandman show connected to that same said Death, where the story in that short was someone who was related or in Gotham, of like with Arkham and...
It's like Batman the Animated Series is not the Batman movie. It's the same characters and stuff,
But it's the same
it's
world.
not. Yes, but it's like the painter guy that's in the Death short.
Yes.
He's not in the Sandman series universe. He's original to that. They're not directly correlated.
Okay,
project
what I'm getting at is, from this show, does Gotham exist in this world?
Yes, this is
Okay.
a DC universe.
That's what I was curious about. Got it.
Now,
So
during my
that opens
finding,
a lot of knowledge.
we don't know to what extent, because Gotham or any new thing of a universe is variations, obviously. So
True,
we
but
don't know to what extent.
but from the end of this episode, there's stuff they hint at.
Like, I know Constantine, some point shows up in this show. So stuff like that. It
Okay.
is a DC universe.
I would love to see
Uh,
Batman helping Sandman catch a villain. That'd be fun.
the power levels.
I want to see
Hmm,
Trigon.
crazy.
That would be also really cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously the characters that probably interact with Sandman are probably like Zatanna, Doctor Fate, Constantine, the more magic oriented members of the
Yeah.
DC heroes. But again, the reason I bring up Batman is just because Batman's Batman.
Well, I think there is a storyline where Batman does confront the Endless
In the
himself.
show? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that would be crazy. All right, so let's jump into facts that I found. So each episode is about $15 million, which is quite a lot for a TV show.
Wowzers.
not,
It is
not quite as bloated as the Obi-Wan Kenobi one, but yeah.
Well, I can tell you where that budget went in this first episode, opposed to where it should have gone in
Yes.
this first episode.
Pray tell.
I think it went to Charles Dance more so than the green screen.
It's interesting. The green
As it
screen
should be.
sometimes looked bad, sometimes looked good.
I think the green
It was
screen looked pretty
inconsistent.
bad in this episode.
Um, and it's one of Netflix's most expensive shows, being season one about 165 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty hefty.
Interesting. Crimson, you seem to be like, Netflix can make a good show. They can't make a movie.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I got Punisher under Netflix's belt, and
Yeah, that's a show.
that's just because they made one good show doesn't mean they can make shows.
I don't know. It just sounds like in my knowledge of you, you're like, no, well, the shows are fine, but the movies, man, Netflix movies suck.
Well, I guess we'll find my opinion on this pilot.
They've done some good documentaries. I'm trying to think of any good movies though. I guess you know what? K-pop Demon Hunters. That counts.
Oh, that's a big one.
That was a good movie.
I like Six Underground.
I feel like Sprinks, from my knowledge, you like most of the Netflix movies.
The ones I've seen, I think.
Are indifferent. Yeah, I don't think there's been bad ones you've told me about.
None come to mind.
Anyways, getting derailed. So we'll go more facts. So every episode of the series is named after a comic. Episode 1 being Sleep of the Just. The only exception is one episode's called 24/7, but the comics just is 24 hours. So that's the exception to that rule. In episode 1, Alex Burgess, which is the actor for different fact. Alex Burgess is reading A Handful of Dust by Evelyn Waugh. The film of A Handful of Dust was made in 1988 and directed by Charles Struage, who is Tom Struage's father. Tom Struage is the actor for Dream. Okay, I went a little early on my fact. So, little connection there.
The actor for the Sandman?
Yeah, the actor for Sandman, his father directed the movie.
So my brain just short circuited. Because I in my brain I called Dream Sandman. So that was my bad. That was my confusion.
Yeah. So the actor for Sandman's father directed the movie that Alex's book was based off of.
Gotcha. Cool connection.
Yeah. Quite the chain there. Dave McKean, who created the covers for the comic series, came out of Sandman retirement to design the credits sequence for the series.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Now I regret not watching the credit sequence. I'm gonna do that really quickly while we're
while we're going over. The creative team sought a faithful adaptation to the source material, beginning with the first season adapting the Preludes and Nocturnes and Dollhouse and the first 2 issues of Dream Country. So, as I said in my fact section, I own a couple of those, but I have not read them.
Dollhouse is its own thing here?
It's a graphic novel line in the Sandman.
Okay, phew. Don't
story.
confuse me anymore
Didn't
with stuff you like.
didn't Joss Whedon make a show about that, or was that based off
That's
the
its
graphic
own
novels?
property.
Okay, that's
Okay.
why I was asking.
That's its own property.
I'm like, with what Crimson's saying, it could be code for something. So
Yeah. The Dollhouse is a Sandman series. Dollhouse is a Joss Whedon show. Different thing. And the last one I'll go with is in July 1995, Wizard Magazine published its casting choice for a Sandman film. And supposedly there was a Sandman film in development hell for all of the 90s, essentially. So the castings consisting of Johnny Depp as Dream, Winona Ryder as Death, Sir Alec Guinness as Destiny, Zelda Rubinstein as Despair, Katie Lang as Desire, Tori Amos as Delirium, Roddy Piper as Destruction, Woody Allen as Lucine, Christopher Walken as Lucifer Morningstar, Alan Rickman as Kane, Dom DeLuise as Abel, Kristen Slater as Matthew the Raven, and Gilbert Gottfried as Mervyn Pumpkinhead. Obviously, we don't know all these characters.
was this supposed to be directed by
That's a
Tim
lot of big
Burton?
names. I don't know, but that's a lot of big names tied to that.
I would not gonna lie, I would be interested in seeing it.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
All right, and that concludes the facts section. There were a lot of facts, but none of them really pertain to the pilot. So, any facts from you guys?
None that I have. No.
I do not have any. Oh wait, Charles Dance is in it. I like that.
Charles Dance is in
Oh,
it.
there you go.
I question every time I see Charles Dance now, is he pigeonholed? Does he play like the same kind of type of character in everything he's in?
From what I've seen, typically.
A disciplined dad. That's his role.
Yeah, pretty much.
He plays a lot of. I think the exception to that would be the Turing test or the Turing movie with
Imitation
Benedict
Game.
Cumberbatch.
Imitation Game?
Imitation
he's
Game.
still
Thank you. Yeah.
like a strict military man in that.
He's a strict military man, but he, like I said,
I guess he's not a
definitely he plays a very stern character. Most of the time, and I mean,
Now,
it works really well.
I haven't seen it, which might be very criminal for me to even say. But looking at his filmography, because when I saw him in this, I went, "Oh my gosh, Charles! What is he in that he isn't this?" Supposedly, he's credited in Alien 3, but I haven't seen Alien 3.
I don't remember it well enough. I don't remember him in it, but I hardly remember the third movie. Alrighty, so we will jump into the coverage. We are doing a 3-act structure for this. Spice it up a little bit. Act 1 consisting of the start to the sleepy sickness. We are not covering the sleepy sickness, but that's where the act will cut off at. And you can jump around within the act. Let's start with Springs.
Oh boy. I already touched on it a little. The green screen does not look great. Of the guy sleeping, or John Hathaway on the bridge in the dream area, that does not look good.
Yeah, I agree. That doesn't look great. I think some areas look good, some look bad. I think the security guard on the beach, I think that looks fine. I don't think that looks bad. But there are several instances where I think it is pretty criminally bad,
Ooh.
especially considering the
Okay.
budget.
I thought the security guard on the beach also looked bad.
Security guard in the breach looks
When he's sitting
bad.
down, looks bad.
Yeah, no. So let me clarify. I think it looks bad, but I almost like that it's bad because it conveys immediately that something's wrong.
That is what I was going to say. Kind of puts an offset feel to it.
Oh, I don't like. Ooh, I don't
Whether or not
like
that's
that.
intentional, it's hard to read.
Yeah. I'd like to know if that's intentional.
I would actually like to know if that's intentional because then I could apply that to most of the at least for the pilot. I could say it's intentional because it's inconsistent. At least all the green screen stuff is relegated, good or bad, to the dream world.
It would change
and
my objective to a subjective.
Yeah, and the 2 instances we have of the green screen, right? That's for me where it's really standing out bad. The first one is a guy where he's just dozed off in a car and had to be woken up again almost immediately afterward, which is the guy on the bridge. And then we also have the security guard, which was also temporarily just dozed off, only to be waken up again moments later. So like I can see that as a consistency for this
The
as a pilot without
end
with
of this episode has terrible green screen.
At the gates?
Yes, maybe it's the volume that they're working. I don't know what it is, but it does not look good.
It wouldn't surprise me if they're working with the volume, honestly. That also would explain the price tag. And I stand by that. Greg Fraser, I think, is the only one that can use the volume properly. I disagree with that. I think the ending looked fine.
Yeah, I think it looked fine as well.
The only two that were stand out to me was the bridge one and the beach one, and those are strangely enough it almost works because they're just dozing off. That's why I can buy that as a consistency for now, without having to look up as an explanation. Though if it's a problem later on in the show, well, obviously that would turn it into an objective problem.
Something I'll bring up as a negative is during the whole ritual to trap death, I suppose. The Magus brings up that no one's tried this ritual before. This is the first time this ritual has been performed. At which point I'm like, I don't believe you. How has no one tried with this magic book the ritual that was written in it?
I believe that
How?
the Magus thinks that it's never been done before. I do not believe in world it's never been done before.
I feel like it just kind of dumbs him down at that point.
Well, from what I get of the Magus, he is very.
Well,
He's not very knowledgeable.
He's as knowledgeable as humans could be expected to be, I think, because everyone refers to him as an amateur.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of like his first official ritual, I guess. Something actually happened from it. Ryder, you got a point?
Yeah, I like the things that immediately ground me into the world. Spoilers for what I thought of the villain dream that was walking around, the nightmare that became reality and it's cutting out people's eyes.
Oh,
I actually thought that was going to turn out to be Jack the Ripper. I know we're a little bit past that era because I think they referenced World War One, but I thought that's what I thought it was going to be at first.
Yeah, 1916 is when it started.
Yeah,
the show. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they say the Magus and the politician that came, I don't remember, the council member or whatever. They both lost sons to the Great War, and I'm like, okay, World War One, So
Yeah.
I like the time period that we're in for this.
Yeah, Edward and Randall.
Which, yeah, and I mean, that leads right into my next point, though. So I'll just, if you don't mind, I'm gonna jump right into. I actually like the time skipping that they do in this.
I do. The only time I didn't like it is when they reiterated that it was 1926. They did it twice. I don't really understand why.
Oh yeah, they did. I don't know why. The location makes sense, but the date.
I guess it's to establish that time hasn't progressed, but I kind of feel like it's unnecessary.
I have it as a nitpick, the time stuff. Because it only seemed relevant when it wanted to be, and not every time.
Add on.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, because like the beginning we get 1916, so when this all starts. And then there's the time jump of 10 years, even though they express, oh, it's been 10 years to 1926. And then Ethel has given birth, so now another 9 months have passed. And then Alexander's an old man, and we don't know what year that's taking place in, other than it's like he's now really old. But then they explain that Dream has been trapped for over a century, which then makes me question, is Alex over 100 years old now, even though he saw him when he was a young boy? So he got trapped while he was alive, which adds on to the life of Alex. So like all the context of time confused me a bit with what was showing. So it's like the parts they did show a time, and then there's parts they didn't.
We do know that being around Dream elongates your life. That is something they established. So I'm fine with Alex being over 100.
Is
They
that a
did say
thing?
well,
Yes,
they said Magus and his followers got prolonged life. I would imagine he would probably apply to Alex, but we don't really see that. He doesn't
Okay,
like
I thought
Alex,
that was all because
so
of
I
the
don't know.
crystal.
I mean, it is, but it said Magus and his followers, so it's not just the person wearing it. It has to, I guess, be applied somehow.
yeah. I assume it's an area effect thing. That is one thing I would like a little more clarity on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got plenty of room to do that in the
Okay.
pilot.
I never picked up anything that it was coming off of Dream, and I thought it was all because of the necklace.
Yeah, the reason that it can't just be the necklace is because they specify that the followers got prolonged life too.
So it's a bit blurry. I think Magus used the necklace to focus on his followers, granting them prolonged life. Uh, so whether or not he applied that to Alex, because I don't know if he consider Alex a follower or not, and he clearly doesn't like him. I don't know,
He'd probably apply it begrudgingly, I feel like.
but we do. It is possible he is over 100 though, Alex.
For the line to
I
work, yes.
yeah. I mean, people do live to 100 in the past, so it's possible. And I would imagine the show probably takes place when it came out, which was 2022, which would how how do you guys think Alex was in 1916?
A young boy, 10?
I think is yeah, that's probably
I
the
would
range.
guess between 7 and 10 would be my range.
I mean, that's the young boy from Bly Manor. I recognize that actor.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'd say 10 or 11.
Hmm. Okay, so he would be pretty darn old, past 100. But it's possible, and we do have a de-aging magic crystal in play, so I think it's possible.
I think it has to be possible.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's written poorly.
yeah.
We get issues if it's not
Yes.
possible.
Okay, and Sprinks, you got a point?
Yes, at 312, again, a bit tough watching this off of Netflix for timestamps, but 312 when John gets out of the carriage to look at the Mag's house, it's a really weird shot of the manor because the top of the screen down is focused, but the bottom where like the cars are parked is blurred. So I guess 1/4 of the screen is blurry and the rest isn't. So it's not just like the top and bottom are blurry for like a focal point to be the center. It's just the bottom. And it came
Yeah,
across
it's kind
like
of like
there's a smudge on the lens or something. And it looked really weird.
well, I think it's more of a depth of field thing. Like it's focusing on the further stuff, not the foreground.
But shouldn't the top of the castle then also be blurry for how far away it is?
I mean, it depends on the setting, I suppose.
I don't know. It just looked like a
I'll
really
label it
weird
as
shot.
odd. Yeah, I'll label it as odd. I guess I don't. I don't know. It looks normal to me because I'm used to a lot of modern shows like blurring in the bottom or the top or both. I don't know if I can. I guess I'm just used to that visually, so it didn't bother me.
Um, so something I don't think I will apply it to my objective in this. I think there's enough wiggle room for this to be revealed later and not in the pilot, and that's why Dream got pulled to the ritual. Why was it him and not some other endless?
That brings up a couple questions, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
feel
have
like that's
questions.
probably a overarching thing to be answered,
Yes.
but I don't
My
know. Sure.
I
best guess is that he's the only endless in the waking world when it happened.
It's so weird because my knowledge of what the endless are is they're everywhere all at once. they're they're not really contained to a physical form. They're kind of everywhere. So it's kind of weird in that respect with how this was portrayed.
Well, this does
Like
come
the
across
circles,
that there is separation. That's why Dream has to put on the apparatus to go into the waking world.
yeah, which is an interesting way of doing it. So possibly, but I would imagine Death is on World bringing people because
It's
people
World
die
War
all
One.
the
I'm
time.
pretty sure Death would be active. So I can't really say that just because Dream was in the world, that's the only reason he got pulled. Though I'm also in agreement. I can't really apply to objective right now because there's a lot of setup at the end of this episode. Like he's got to go catch his nightmares, bring people back, fix the problems, and probably investigate his disappearance. So I feel like the show can answer that question.
Yeah, if by the end of like season 1 there is no hint or anything to it, then I would definitely apply that as like a season objective problem.
I would as well, but from what Crimson pointed out in Sakamoto Days earlier, that is for later context and not within the pilot itself. So I actually have it as a nick because it is a huge coincidence for all of this to domino effect to get Dream to where he is.
Well, and I guess to define my stance on that is I'm when deciding whether or not something's likely to come up later in the show or not is heavily to whether or not I'm applying it to the scale because this seems substantial enough to where it would be brought up again or acknowledged, and if it doesn't, then it's a problem. Um, but if for like Sakamoto, if they don't explain the blocking out the um, mind reading, that is something they could reference within the pilot. That is not something that needs to be held to explain later. That could have been in the pilot. This, I don't think they needed to put in a pilot. That is like a larger overarching thing that could happen. So that's, I guess, the difference for me is
Okay.
applying the importance of it.
That does seem like a personal answer. To me, they seem one and the same.
I don't know. I have much more to add to it. I kind of said the point.
I'm at a nitpick for it because it's a coincidence as it stands. The rest of the future show could fix that if it's addressed as a nitpick. I'm gonna treat the pilot in isolation. So
Springs.
Let's see here. Do you think the spell would have worked if Dream wasn't in the waking world? The summoning.
We don't really get a reason to how it operates, so I have no idea.
Well, they were targeting
get him
Death.
out of his dream world.
They were targeting
dream
Death, and it
realm.
took Dream.
Yes, but they said like the endless are all like visages of death or something, which is already kind of confusing.
Do you think they did something wrong in their summoning?
also could be the case that you don't really get another magic ritual to base their success rate off of. So it's equally possible that yeah that they fucked up something in the ritual that just happened to pick Dream, but we wouldn't know that within the context of the first episode.
Okay. Show aside, Crimson individually, Ryder individually, what do you think occurred in the pilot? Not talking about what the show showed.
what do I think happened with the ritual?
Where do you think it got fucked up? Yes.
Um, I I don't know if it did get screwed up, quite frankly.
Oh.
Yeah, I I think it just wasn't specified enough. Because if they're all vestiges of death, then it grabbed one. I don't know.
Okay, so it was the focus of the Magus. Like it wasn't fully
I
knowledgeable on what he was fully summoning.
Yeah, because he didn't even know what the endless were. He doesn't know that there's vestiges of death. So he painted too broad of a brushstroke, I guess, would be my answer.
Okay. Ryder, where do you think it went awry?
Like if he
Again,
specified, I
yeah.
want death of the endless, then maybe it would have worked. Not just death. Or the death angel, or
Uh,
whatever you said.
again, don't the pilot doesn't give me much to go on other than I know magic exists in this world. Given the Magus doesn't know that there are multiple physics of death, I'm probably in agreement with Crimson that he painted with too broad a stroke. It's still convenient that Dream ended up here. That's why I have it as a nitpick, because that could have pulled up any other vestiges. Um, and the other things that could have happened that potentially were wrenches in the ritual unknowingly were uh, maybe they could have offered something incorrect as far as like uh, they have offerings they submit. One of them could have been the wrong offering. They have the ritual is man-made, so there's potential that some of the codex information was lost over the years and it was just retranslated. There's a lot of things that can go into what potentially caused this, but I don't know. So that's my best guess, I guess.
Okay.
What about yourself, Springs?
I think it's because Dream was in the waking world. Was lessened his
Okay.
connection to the dream world, or where he reigns as king of dreams and nightmares. So he was weaker, essentially, in his stance, which is why he has to have the apparatus to even kind of be around in the waking world.
Definitely a viable theory.
Also,
One I
Germany's
is more
relatively close to
to find later.
England, so maybe it could also be a radius thing.
Could be. I mean, like, okay, if because I'm gonna be honest with you, most likely Death is operating in the world at the same time. But if it's a radius thing, I would also work in the sense that why Dream got picked first because Death is probably spending most of her time in France.
True, but we don't know that. We
We
don't know if
don't,
death
but
is in the
I know the
waking world
con.
at this point.
I can assume that they are because it's World War One.
So during
The difference being
so
we
you're
don't know if
going,
she's physically
yes, but
present.
you're going with like the events of World War One. Throughout the war, someone was dying every minute.
More than
I probably go with that. Yeah, that's not too far for me to believe.
the only thing I have based off the theory is with death, we don't know if she's physically manifested there or not. She could be metaphysical. While Sandman, we have confirmed is physically
I don't know the
present.
difference between that in the show.
Me neither. I mean, we don't even know death as a character yet, as of the pilot.
Yes, we don't.
Writer.
Sure, I will jump to. Um, I quite like. I don't really talk about this a lot. I like the set of the house. Um, like once we're inside the mansion or the estate, I actually quite like the look of it. It has the balance of being like kind of an old timey set. It's very you get a sense of an eeriness from it, especially when you are following along with this politician and he just sees people in hoods and robes walking around. And there's like he almost walks in on a ritual. But it feels like it would be the house of someone who's a cultist, kind of, just at the surface level. Which I guess I appreciated that the house kind of helped flush out the character in a way.
Yeah, that was something I quite liked about this pilot is just the look. I like how everything looked in this. It's dark, gritty, grounded in the time period we're set, and um, yeah, I like that. It's got like a slight filter to it too, not like sad Seattle blue, but it's got a slight filter to it, which I think adds to it.
The rainy England green.
Sure.
Yeah, but not a matrix green.
No, far from it. Something that I guess could have also gone wrong with the ritual was one of the offerings was the feather of an angel. I don't know what that means. I did he actually get an angel feather?
I don't
Maybe it's
know.
just a bird feather, and then that's what's screwed up on the ritual. I don't know.
Do angels exist in this world?
In the DC universe, do they? Probably. I don't know.
Yes, in the
Yes.
DC universe they do. I'm trying to think.
I forget that this is in DC. Yes.
Are Visitages considered angels in a way, or are they
Mm,
separate beings? Because would they
I'd say
fall under the
separate.
branch of angels? Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
they
too sure on
Because
the.
Corinthian brings up like they're beyond gods.
Yeah, I mean they're what make gods essentially. Um, okay, so I guess how do you guys feel the implementation of the feather of an angel? Is that like just words in a ritual book, or is it literal?
I can believe it is literal. Or scammed that Magus got himself an angel wing by some form, whether it's real or not. Being that it worked in the ritual, I'm going to lean that it was real.
given this is the
Okay.
DC universe and there's artifacts like Excalibur that exist, I'm gonna assume it's real. It doesn't come across too much of a stretch to me that on Earth, and given how much shit happens on Earth in DC Comics, that there's something that there are things that would be left over as relics. So I'm fine with it actually being a real angel wing.
Okay. Yeah, it would be cool to see this connecting to the more known DC stuff, like mentioned, like Batman stuff like that. Because this pilot feels very isolated. I don't think anybody would guess this is a DC property.
I didn't get any hints that it would be. No.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't need it to be connected to everything immediately. In fact, I prefer it not to be
I
because
forget
I
his.
think you can oversaturate your pilot. But in this case, I would like, because it is in the DC universe, I don't mind the rest of the world, like Death, showing up in a later episode and other characters being referenced slowly as the world kind of slowly gets larger. Because right now, obviously, this is meant to simply focus on Dream. Um, but I wouldn't. I would love to see that it slowly expand to everything else.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know fully the connection and everything, but Wonder Woman did take place in 1918 during the events of World War One.
Maybe she
Uh,
killed the sons.
Maybe.
for all we know, yeah.
That'd be kind of funny. Right. Just to catch up with everybody, how are your Act One notes looking?
I have one left.
I got two.
All right. All right. That means you're up.
All right. Nice little note. Really, really. If you weren't sure of the dynamic beforehand, I like that. It reinforces it in almost a cruel way. Charles Dance being a terrible father to Alex by making him cross into the binding circle and pull off the Sandman's objects.
That was going to be a talking point, and it's probably going to be a contentious one. Hard to tell. Uh, what do you think he would value more? The safety of himself or a follower to grab relics from a god in his eyes, or maintaining the circle? Because I feel like having his child go into this volatile area where he could disrupt the circle seems unnecessarily reckless.
Maintaining the circle seemed the top priority, but it seemed like he trusted his son Alex more than any of the disciples there.
Which then I
I
find
have
weird because he doesn't
I
like
have
his
a
son, and it
couple
doesn't seem like he trusts him that much either.
I have a couple readings of this scene. Um, as far as I understand, the circle isn't broken as long because you can walk and to the other side of it and you're not necessarily breaking the circle, you're just stepping inside of it. It's until you scratch out the circle that physically breaks it. Um, that's my thing with the circle because that's what's visually shown. So I don't understand the rules of circle beyond that. So I think they can clearly step inside it without disturbing it. Um, as for the making the son do it, there's that thing he might trust him more than all the followers. My other read of it is more of a merciless one, which is I think the one I'm leaning towards, which is that because it's supposedly visage or angel or whatever, there's going to be like a just a second of hesitation before they strike down a child compared to the rest of them potentially. Um, Not saying that's what the reading of the scene should be, but that was another reading I walked away with.
Okay. Well, darn, that didn't help pinpoint where I want to put this on a scale.
I think the son is raised in fear of his father to not backstab or double cross his father where a disciple could.
I can see that. More on the risk factor of a child disrupting the circle opposed to an adult.
Does not love
Children are more
Alex.
careless.
Yes, but he does not love Alex as much as Randall.
Correct.
If Alex was to get
I think,
injured or something, I think that's why he chose him.
yeah, it just comes to what I was saying was whether he cared more about his followers than Alex to even do this in the first place. Oh, all right. Sprinks, I guess your last one, unless you find more.
No, the last one I have is at 11:41 ish when Alex walks over because Magus asks him to come closer and help. Throughout the episode up to that point, everything is tracking shot, panning shot, like on a dolly kind of look of shots. That is the first instance, I believe, where it's handheld. And it's only for 1.5 seconds, essentially, of Alex walking towards his father. And it makes me feel like that shot was a second thought to have, or an afterthought. It's like, oh shoot, we already put most of the equipment. Well, yeah, let's just film that real quick.
I can't visualize it right now. Could it portray him being uncomfortable around his father?
It very much could, but it's the only shot to stand out that way. I wish there was more of showing Alex with John over in the corner being kind of scared with that, with more of a handheld look to it, and not stationary framing.
Because I'm unsure about it, I'm not going to apply it to my scale,
Okay.
but it very well could be.
It just stands out like a sore thumb
like
to
that.
me.
All right, I think the last point I'll go with Act 1 is the Dream Realm. The whether or not the museum curator guy was comped in poorly, I think the world itself is kind of cool. Felt dreamlike. You see dragons and other creatures. The hand bridge that was formed. It's all very dreamy. Pretty cool. They probably could have done more flashiness, but I dug it.
It brings up the slight question: is does everyone who dreams goes to that place?
It does bring up that question.
Like you don't get to conduct what your dream looks like; it's conducted by Dream himself.
Well, I think they do say that in the narration bit of Dream kind of does concoct the dreams.
The lucid dreaming works then
Yeah.
in this world.
So
More than likely.
But whether or not you could have 6 billion people in that city seems crazy. Not that they're all sleeping at the same time. But you also have aliens that sleep. And this is DC where there's aliens everywhere.
Yeah.
So
John Jones.
It wouldn't just be humans dreaming here.
But they could dream that they're not alien. But then again, that had to be tailored. Because people dream, it's like, oh, I was in school in my underwear. It's like, does that have to now be fabricated by Dream that that's where you're going to go? Or does those not exist here?
I mean, Dream is on a. I mean, all the endless are on like a crazy level, like above gods. I mean, it's hard to comprehend. I brought up one of the things with our death showcase of she holds the book of destiny, which is bound in the flesh of a monster that never existed. Like, what does that even mean? These endless are so crazy how they operate that it's kind of hard to comprehend.
I suppose, but it does pose that when John fell asleep in the carriage, he just dreamed of being on this bridge. He had no
That's what it looks
control
like.
of that.
Well, he dozed off, so it was a short nap.
Yeah, and by Dream's reaction at the end, going towards his city, it's not like that was a pre-made city for that guy.
No.
That's an established city. So it
It's
kind of does
possible
make a
that
blurred line.
it's possible that his city is like this is gonna sound really weird. It's like the hub of a game world, right? So from there you go off and have your dream, but you always end up there first.
So it's like the
Possibly.
connection between your conscious self and going into REM sleep.
Yeah. I can that'd be the best way of how I would probably
All yellow brick to
picture this.
dreams lead to Emerald City.
um but you know, so that way that could explain away the lack of other things there, being as like it's just the hub world of the dream world. But I'm not sure.
What I am
Yeah.
sure is that it's not you dreaming of your alternate dimension self.
No, this is not the Marvel angle.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. On a personal fun note, I thought the dream world looks a lot like some of the dreams I used to have,
Oh, so you've been here. Cool.
which
Whoa,
was
yeah, it's like cool. You hold home.
I feel like I've been there. I'm like, huh, that's weird. I actually started looking through my dream journal to see if I can find any notes for them.
How big is your dream journal?
Came across the page of Shark Boy and Love Girl.
Dream, 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 dream.
My dream journal is now digitized, so but it's
Ah,
probably I think close to 300 pages.
how big is your dream journal, Springs?
Maybe 3 pages. I used to have one and stopped.
Wow, man. So this is what it's like. The man with no dreams. I didn't even know dream journals were a thing.
You thought it was totally made up in Shark Boy and Love Girl?
I don't even remember that being said in Dark Boy.
Oh, that's a big thing. He has a dream journal, and then the bully like gets ink and like scribbles every
Oh yeah,
page, and he gets
yeah,
really upset.
yeah. That isn't it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah. I mean,
Right?
some of my dreams turn into like full on stories because I actually like. So to give you why my example of my dream journal is so big, right? Is that there are parts of it where I actually write out the scripted dialogue of what happened, or when I'm describing a scene, I actually pull in like references from other sources just because I can remember it vividly. So that kind of stuff tends to expand the writing of it very quickly.
All right. Well, let's jump into Act Two, assuming everyone is done.
I'm ready for Act 2.
I'm ready for Act Two.
All right. So we're doing the sleepy sickness. This is actually going to be in this act, and ending with the Magus's death. That will be in this act. So I think we started with Sprink's last act. So let's go with the writer.
Yeah, I think I'll jump to I guess the trying to Alex trying to almost negotiate with Dream. It's like trying to explain that his father's not a bad man. It kind of shows the innocence of Alex. Uh, that's going to get punted by the end of this act, but um, I do like that it's here because he's not, despite all the abuse, he's still a decent kid. And I feel like Dream, we get the sense that Dream knows that. Um, but obviously, Alex doesn't have the power to release him yet.
No, I agree with you. I do like how they portrayed the innocence of Alex and what was the word? Ignorance. He truly thinks his dad will be honorable.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess you can add on or make your own point.
Okay. Well, I agree with that of his ignorance of Alex's. Yeah. So I'm curious where this kind of is on your guys' objective scale, because it doesn't, world building for me on my objective scale is minor in scaling comparatively, especially to you, writer, where it seems to be a good like 2.5 chunk. This sleepy sickness feels like a big world building problem.
Such a back burner issue. I feel like it should be a bigger problem in the
It
world.
should be a way
Yeah,
bigger talked
it,
about thing than what it is.
it's insane because since they gave me a time frame for this, unfortunately, they said it's World War One is happening.
This is when it started.
IVs and nutrient stuffs aren't really a thing until the 1950s. So no offense to the girl that didn't wake up, she died a little girl. She didn't just grow up asleep. That didn't happen.
Oh, is that what it
Rough.
was supposed to come across as? That was still the little girl in the bed?
Yeah, we
Yes,
got a
that's
10-year
that is
child.
that is
Oh,
yeah.
I thought that was a different person.
That's what like broke it open for me. I'm like, all right, this is a major problem this show needs to address
Okay,
right
I
fucking
didn't
now.
notice that, but because I just thought it was a different person. Yeah, if that's the same, then yeah, that doesn't work. I couldn't tell if it was just because Dream got captured that it stopped, or this is an ongoing thing. Like just like the first, like he's like globally almost 1 million were affected. Is it just at the point where it was capture of 1916, and it's just those quote unquote million that are affected throughout time, or is it an ongoing thing where someone could randomly just not wake up, or be stuck in a waking
Yeah.
dream, or
Is it
because he's not in control of it anymore?
Yeah, I can't tell if this is like a world where you can't sleep anymore, or if it's a world where
Well, it's been going for 10 years.
It's been
And I
going for
think that's
over 100 years.
by the end,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, I suppose that's actually true. And I think that's the biggest problem with this is they don't clarify anything.
And how is it not affecting the
This
other
is
endless? These people are stuck in dreams.
my
They're not dying. Desire isn't doing
my
anything.
biggest
Like,
my biggest fear going into the rest of the show with regards to this is going to be they better not treat this like the fucking blip in the MCU.
I was just about to say that.
Like that shit is like fucking traumatic. So imagine like half the world's population just went to fucking sleep because, or they can't sleep anymore because of this. Or suddenly when Dream is suddenly awake, everybody just fucking falls asleep again because I don't know how this functions.
yeah. I don't usually bring this up in terms of like world building big detriments. This is a 0.5 knockoff of my objective scale for this.
I just don't know how people are picked. Like, how come that
I think it's
person
random.
dreaming is now in a coma while that person's permanently sleepwalking? Like,
Yeah.
what's determining these things?
Was it the million people that were trapped in the dream world at the time he was captured? That even then, I don't think that works because obviously there's more than 1 million people in the world in 1914. So
I don't know.
I mean, that would be a decent cleanup job, but I don't think that's what they were trying at
No.
all.
Also, when he goes back at the
Yeah,
end,
I
there's
guess-
not a single soul around, yet all these people are trapped in dreams for over a year. Or 100 years. No, they're probably
Or a
dead. They
century.
don't have immortality. Yeah.
Except for Alex, he's eternally sleeping now.
Sure.
I think he just gave him the gift of sweet death, to be honest. But
All right, but yeah, that's a problem. That's a
Don't
bummer.
worry, that was on my list
agree.
too.
A problem for it
It's
not being like talked about again. Like they just keep hinting
yeah,
more and more to it that is making it worse.
yeah. Look, even if it, like, all I needed for it to be reduced from a problem to something that would be like in the middle of our damage scale, would be them just referencing it among the list of things that they need to address at the end of the movie. So like Sandman includes that in
Yeah.
his narration. Like he has so much shit to fix. That would be included in it.
Was it Lucienne? Was her name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Lucienne explained to Dream at the end, like, oh, the other Endless for over a century have been trying to help, like, clean up this mess and everything, like, and they just can't because they're not in control of it. At least that shows the Endless have been trying to do things over this time because it seems like they're just whatever. I get they're immortal, so like a century is a blink of the eye to them, but it's still affecting everything that they do.
Pretty much.
Yeah, if
There
they
was
explained, like, because Dream was talking about his citizens or whatever running away, running off, no longer being there. If they were hopping into people and permanently putting them in like dream comas, that would explain why it's selective. It's his people doing it. It's not like an effect of him being gone. So that would work. Maybe they do that later. I don't know. But as the pilot, they don't even hint towards that. The Lucerne or whatever could have said something along those lines. They didn't do that. And in terms of the endless caring or not, comics, so can't really apply it to the show. Um, they referenced that's not the first time the endless have quit their job. Death was one of them. She stopped
They
uh,
do,
taking care of the dead before.
yeah. Julianne kind of hints at that at the end.
Yeah. So I know Death is at least one of them that did that before, and it kind it's comics, so it's not really relevant. But
Could be relevant
maybe
if
they'll
that's
dive
what
more into
Julian
it.
was talking about.
Yeah, but we don't know. So later in the season, I'm sure they'll probably dive into what she was dropping there.
It'd been funny if it was just.
Otherwise, I don't know why they'd bring it up.
It'd been funny if it was desire, and that's what caused the Great Depression.
But, yeah,
that would be funny.
I agree. Ryder?
Yeah. How I was not entire. This bird is smart enough to light a match, set a fire as distraction, and realize she can't break a cage of glass with her beak.
This was a problem I had.
Yeah.
Took 10 years to come up with this plan.
Yeah.
10
Yeah.
years. That's
Yeah.
terrible.
It's also terrible that the Magus has been trying to hunt Jezemy for 10 years, and Alex did it in one shot. But because
like
Jezemy is
bird.
distracted, or
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a magic bird. It could turn into a fucking cloak, but I have no idea, like, the fucking, why suddenly, like, it just died like this. Because it's 10 years of it was able to do, like, avoiding, the Magus hunting Jezemy.
Yeah. So I think that was very poorly executed.
I mean, overall, the plan, yes. The execution of Jezemy, pretty bold.
Jezemy could have gone during nighttime while the dad's asleep if his gun is a deterrent.
Yeah. Also, she could have just lit more matches and just let the fire do its work.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Death is going to get killed by a fire if the house collapses on him. I don't think he's mortal in that way. I haven't been convinced that's possible. So I feel like just death by any means would work in breaking the glass.
Yeah, I don't know. It was dumb. I also thought it was dumb that there was no cage or barrier around the ring. Why isn't there? They built a moat, but the moat's pointless if people just walk up to the glass anyways.
It's a deep moat. No, I don't know. I don't. It was a confusing bit for me when the Corinthian came to visit Magus to explain to him to put Dream in a cage, and was going all this while visiting the Magus and leaving, and we see Dream in the cage. It is an unlinear told part of time skipping.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
dives into Corinthian. I don't know how he got there. And it's something I doubt they'll address going forward, which is an example of what I think I would apply to my objective of this
Well, he was
pilot. Is I
created
don't
by
think they'll
Dream.
address it.
Can he sense him?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't address how he found him. He's just like, well, he's here. Um, and it's something I doubt they'll bring up, which is why I'm going to apply it as
They
for the pilot.
they do it a little because at the end, Corinthian's able to detect that Dream is free.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
feel like he
it's still
does have some sort of connection to him for being a nightmare, a walking nightmare in the real world, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Well, we'll get more of Corinthian. I just don't know if they're going to dive more
Yeah.
into tracking.
One thing they definitely need to explain is how the fuck he was able to escape, like the dream world.
Corinthian?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know how he escaped the dream world, so I kind of need
But
that
yeah,
as an
thanks for that.
explanation. That's not an issue. I mean, it's not a huge issue in the pilot. It's a nitpick for the pilot, but I think it will turn into something bigger on the problem scale if they don't address it later in the season.
I can agree with that. Being that it just starts off that Dream has to go take care of a rogue disciple.
Yeah,
We
it
don't
could have
know
been
how.
it could have been a one-liner thing that just even I don't understand the magic bullshit that's going on, but as long as I understand that magic bullshit's involved, I would accept that.
Um, so something I didn't like was the glass didn't break or take damage when shooting the bird,
Oh
as
yeah,
well as I think the circle should have been disturbed when the blood got on it, because it's not like it's a painted line; it's some
They
sort of powder or something.
I think it's fine if it's underneath the blood. They should have had dried blood where Jezemy died that they're not cleaning up to keep the circle intact.
well
Yeah,
they've established that they can walk across the circle already,
That's fine,
or
but if they try
yeah,
to
but
clean up the
yeah.
the blood would
blood,
disturb it.
and being that a
Yeah,
wheelchair can disturb the circle, being that there's no like blood stain later around the circle tells me they cleaned it up. So they somehow got the blood off without disturbing the circle where the circle is very fragile. That's where I have a
yeah.
flaw.
Not to mention the bird is too stupid to disturb the circle. Beak the glass to
Yeah.
death.
Oh, that's
Instead
true.
of kick the
He,
kick the circle.
all the bird had to do was literally just wipe its claw across the fucking
True, but did
circle, and everything
Jezemy
would.
know that?
Well, see,
I'll tell you who does. Dream does. He could say, "Hey, kick the sand circle."
yeah,
Oh,
I was
good
gonna
point. That's on
say,
Dream.
Dream could just tell. I could just tell. Yeah,
Oh, good
that's
point.
on
Dream
Dream.
got Jezemy killed.
I don't know. That was just terrible.
That's a character nick for intelligence because this thing is supposed to be like above a god. So
He's eternal.
I can't
Yeah.
comprehend that level of intelligence, but I'm going to assume that it has a level of intelligence.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was bad.
Another domino effect thing that they don't explain, and if they do explain it later, hopefully it's a cool way or something. What caused the other guards on rotation to be late for Alex to be able to look over Dream?
Yeah, and the fact that it's both of them, it has to be intentional, whatever it is. The convenience that two separate people, separate lives, are both half an hour late. It has to be deliberate,
Yes,
and they don't
they
explain it.
don't explain it.
So I'm with you. And I feel like it's so contained here that they could have brought it up in this pilot. I don't think that that's information that needs to be held till later.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. Unless it's something like big that can be explained. If it's just like, oh, they both got in a car accident, that's so lame as an answer and excuse to why this happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many reasons they could give. We just get nothing, and that's a problem. Like I said, they could be in a meeting with the Megas. Like the Megas wants to change up like
Yes.
security or something like that, or
As just the pilot, I have it as a flaw because again, it causes the plot in advance to happen with Alex. I don't have it as a problem because it could be explained later. Like there could still be an explanation to that. So it's not downright there is no way that it can be fixed.
You got me swayed. I was thinking problem, but I'll lower it to flaw.
Yeah, I'm at about a flaw as well for that.
Okay.
Before we get too far away from it, is it? It's clearly not because of the fucking gouging blood wound, but would it fix it if Alex shot a pellet instead of a bird hunting pellet instead of a bullet?
I think it's fine with a bullet, but the gun he had looked like it was firing shotgun pellets. So the range on that,
Buckshot.
yeah, would have gone
Yeah,
against the
yeah,
glass.
yeah. It would have damaged the glass, but I'm saying like if it was specifically like a bird hunting pellet, that would have allowed him to kill the bird without damaging the glass. I think that would work as a
That would have been
fix.
fine. It could have been a
It would be less
Springfield.
gory, but
Yeah,
I
just
would love to hear the fucking
could have just been a
ping of the
rifle.
Springfield.
And that would have been cool. Like, build up some sad music that Jessam's trying to break out Dream, and Dream's like reaching out. It's all sad. And you just hear the little ding of the clip of the Springfield go off. And then silence. That would have been built pretty nicely.
How do you? Oh no, never mind. Are you guys done? Before I move on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. How do you guys feel about Ethel? I don't understand Ethel as a character.
I
Is
Within
go
the
ahead, sorry.
pilot,
I posed
I
the
just
question.
I get
Thanks.
that she has more to come. There's more to Ethel later. Her build-up overall in the pilot, I wish was stronger. Her first introduction with getting into the party, I think, shows that she gets what she wants and how she does it. A bit manipulative, so that shows in her character. Everything else after that, I think, is just like placement stones in the story of like, this is what's happening to make a bigger story later, kind of thing. So, like, that she has the immortality stone or whatever, and she has a kid that is now Alex's brother that Alex does not know exist. But then we jump the years to Alex being an old man, and that makes me question, okay, what's happening to her side of the story? Did she keep the stone and her son's now really old? Or as a mother, did she give the stone to her son and she died off? Or something like that's very interesting to me on a story to continue with the season of the show. But they do give setup. It does feel like setup of a character rather than giving the full character.
Yeah, it seems like they want a certain destination for her, but I don't think they built up the road to the
Yes.
destination.
It seemed like they squeezed too much in this pilot. The pilot should have been longer. Kind of feels like that.
Yeah, I could see this being like an hour and a half pilot, something like that. Because yeah, she's a nobody at the party, but it kind of feels like she has stance with the family, but we don't really get anything established with that. And then we see her with Magus, and then this next scene after that, she's pregnant. uh, it seems like they're really speed running this
Yeah.
quote unquote.
And then we jump 9
character.
months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I will say she's
underdeveloped.
definitely rushed. It kind of feels like she was just a part of like all the parties that came over, and she and the Megas just happened to hit it off, and now they just have a prolonged affair. I don't know if I need her to be anything more than that for the pilot, so I don't know if it's a. I don't have an objective issue with it, but she's definitely seems like she's a tool here, not really a character yet. She does have some moments where I think she can help. She helps bring out like some of Alex being kind to kind of show a little more of that innocence every now and
Yeah.
again.
I think her introduction scene to get into the party is Ethel's character shown. Everything else after that is the tool.
yeah, I can agree with that at least. Corinthian tells the Magus that the powers of the stuff he took, the sand pouch, the ruby, and the helm or whatever he called it, has the power of um, stopping aging, prolonging lifespan, and manipulating minds. And I'm just thinking why he didn't use the manipulating minds ability on Ethel for the abortion that he wanted, since she was clearly against it. Seems like something he would do.
I think after probably the events of death, not being the one who summoned, and it was Dream, and Dream caused all this, even though he got his spoils from Dream, but not what he was going after because he didn't get Randall, that they're more like prized possessions to just keep rather than use. Because he doesn't know fully how to use them. That's my best guess.
What do you think, Ryder?
Oh, okay. So my best guess is that she escaped before that was a problem because his solution was to call the doctor. Her solution was to leave pretty much immediately. So I think there's some wiggle room there, to where the Megas didn't feel forced to do that yet.
Okay, I guess I can buy that. All right. How is Act 2 looking, fellas?
Um,
Um, let's see. I can do one more, I think.
I have one more. Yeah.
All right, Spinks, you can go.
Is it's just with Jessamy. Is any part of Jessamy a real bird?
I just don't know what Jessamy is.
Well, okay, not in that vein of like in world. I just mean the making of this pilot. Is Jessamy
I think
fully
it's all CG.
CGI? Is any of it a bird? Is any of it puppetry? Is it?
I think it's all CG.
It's all CG.
That's what I'm going off of. Was there one that stood out as different to you?
I couldn't tell
Well,
because it
I
looked
think the
really
corpse,
damn
maybe.
good. Jessamy looked great to me. Going with that.
Especially when just standing still watching
Yes.
the Magus or the guards or whatever it was. Looked good standing still.
Or hopping along to get the match and flying in the room to drop the mat. Like, that looked like a real bird to me.
I think a lot of the visuals looked good in this. Like when Dream escapes and you get that like vortex color thing in the background. That looked pretty cool. I thought that looked really nice. That's Act 3. All right. I'm trying to think the Magus, like how malicious or vindictive he is. Because
I mean, we
to
can skip over
me,
my last issue, sure, but
well, I mean, this could be my. All right, sure, go ahead.
no, no,
I'll
no,
go back
no, no, go
to it.
ahead. No, no, I'm
Okay.
joking. Go ahead.
All right. I'm trying to determine whether or not he'd want to hide away Dream from anybody. Like put him in a bunker somewhere, lock and key. Only he knows where Dream is. Maybe Alex. Why
Hmm.
put in guards unnecessarily when the guards can screw it up?
So that would be difficult to do because a bunch of cultists saw you bring him in. My That could create unintentional enemies. That might be where I would take that kind of logic. Again, I would prefer an explanation or an exploration of that.
Yeah, because this just seemed like the worst option, especially not protecting the circle. That's one of my bigger issues with it. Is
Yeah, like
he
building a
didn't
fence
put a
around it, guys.
barrier
Come on,
or something.
just
What do you think, Spriggs?
I think he has enough from the start of 1916 that's worked to just keep it as is.
Because he is worried that if Dream escapes, he's gonna kill him.
Yes, but it's worked till now. So I don't think he's thinking of it in updating technologically or anything into the security. That's why even like when Old Man Alex is there, it's still the exact same. Like it's just guards. We don't see camera systems or laser wires or anything else added that's I guess, if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of thing.
Mhm.
What is weird though is I guess the moat slightly changes because beforehand the moat was all the way around, but then when Alex is an older man, his wheelchair is by the circle that Paul pushes. So I guess like either there's a bridge now or the moat's gone. I couldn't really tell.
You can see in the wide shot that the moat's still there, but I didn't see a bridge, which was something I had in my Act 3, is like, how'd the wheelchair get there through the moat?
They laid down a board.
Maybe.
Alright, now you can go with your point.
Yeah, no, I was my last point is the lead up to the death of the Magus, where Charles Dance, great actor, is kind of losing it a little bit uh at uh Death, like trying to bargain with them. I keep calling him Death now. At Dream, trying to bargain with him. Um, I quite like that. As much as I do like that Dream just doesn't interact with him or say anything at all because he's immortal. He knows that time will be enough to get him to be free eventually. Um, but the bargaining to help hunt Esme, I feel like I feel like something's missing for this scene before he gets killed because Alex pushes him.
Yeah, I agree, because at this point, he still thinks Dream's gonna kill him. So, what is stopping Dream from killing him and then getting Ethel? Like, it's very weak. It's a weak proposition he's posing right now.
I feel like I need more reason as to why the Magus is losing it because he could be slowly going insane. Could be the product of the One Ring or whatever the fuck he had on hand for so many years. Um,
I think it is obsession of power.
it could be. I think that's a good way to look at it. I feel like I need that to be
More
uh,
explicitly told. Because he kind of has the
I
scene
don't
with
know if I need.
Alex in his office.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I need it explicit. I think I just need more of it.
Because he has power and a following. So if we had a slight time jump of where he sent out all of his followers to find her, and then like 2 weeks happened, and sir, there's no trace of her. We lost her. There's nothing we can do. Then he's desperate to find Ethel using
That,
Dream. But right now, there's no reason to be desperate.
yeah, that, or he's starting to age again.
Oh.
Or that. But there's no urgency right now.
No.
Which I
Yeah,
think adds to why it feels weird.
yeah. As for the death itself, I think I'm fine with the way it happens. But because the cage is built with like a bunch of spikes sticking out, and his head hits glass, I found it weird that it was a tap and he just fucking bleeds the fuck out.
That I couldn't believe it. I thought that was so dumb.
Oh.
It was a little like blood dot on his head, and then boom, we get a puddle on the floor. I'm like, wow, that was
Yeah.
way worse than I thought.
Okay. So
I thought it was
I can't
fine.
believe I'm gonna say
Accidents
this.
happen.
I can't believe I'm going to say this. Getting shot in the head causes less blood than what was in that. Because the way getting shot in the head works, I'm a writer, NSA, don't come after me. I had to look this shit up. When you get shot in the head, the your brain and your skull kind of coagulate around in order to stop the blood from pouring out of you. It still comes out and it does pool out. So don't get me wrong, you'll get a puddle eventually, but the way it happened was a little too fast. And this wasn't a straight up bullet wound through the head. This was just a tap against glass. Now I'm fine with this being enough to kill him. He's an old man without his, you know, Sandman protections or whatever that were elongating his life. But I feel like it's a missed opportunity to have him hit the metal. I think I would buy that a little bit more, even if we would lose the glass. Well, actually, you could still get the glass shot from the inside. You can still see the head disappearing behind something that's metal before it reappears. But so I have this as a death. It probably put it as a nick. It's not a it's it could be done better. It works. I just,
I thought it was fine.
Okay.
I will agree, though, the blood flow pool may have been a bit much.
a little fast, yeah.
And then his guard, what would your father do? The man that hates you and you hated back. What would he do?
Yeah,
Give me time
like
to
I
think.
don't think that convinces Alex at this point, honestly.
I
I don't
really don't think it would. I don't know why it caused him to be like, okay, I need to think about this.
yeah.
But I mean, it's possible. I mean, he's naive, as we are established earlier.
Yeah, but this is something he's been thinking about for a while,
Oh,
which I
like a
guess is my
decade.
issue with it.
He felt sympathetic from the beginning.
Hmm.
Right. On to the final act then. So, Megas' death to the end of the pilot. And I guess I will go. And did you guys watch the next time on Sandman
Yes.
part? You
Yes.
did?
I did not. I don't want to be spoiled. I always skip those, so
Okay.
that's not just for the Sandman. I always skip those.
Well, Springs, without being descriptive on what happened, how did it make you feel?
It made me feel like the show had less faith in itself to do that. For a pilot episode to have that included.
Well, it does have a lot of money behind it, so they might want to really push a hook. Because they show that there's a lot that's going to happen coming up.
Yes, a lot of things are shown there. Some recognizable faces too.
Lots of celebrities. Surprising amount of celebrities. I didn't realize.
It just made me think, was the pilot episode not good enough that you had to do an additional hook here with this trailer at the end of your episode? Because it's not at the end of the credits. It's at the end of the episode, so it's cemented into here before the credits roll.
I don't think that it's not good enough. I think it's an insurance policy to make sure.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Because in was it Captain America? You had like the Avengers trailer, right? But does that make, or was that Captain America? Whatever it was,
I
had
believe
the
so. That
Avengers
was first
trailer.
Avenger, but that's at
I
the
think
end of the credits.
Yeah, I think it is in Cap. Yeah.
So does that mean Cap is worse to hook for Avengers?
Different.
I don't think so.
It's structurally changed. If this trailer thing
It's
was
the
at the
same-
end, no.
it's the
If
same
this
intention.
if this trailer was at the end of the credits to conclude the pilot to then show a trailer moving forward, would have been different for me. Because then
Well,
that
this is Netflix.
I know they
where you
do
can
it.
skip credits.
No, they do it before the credits. So it's encompassed
That's what I'm
into the
saying.
whole pilot episode that this is something to be watched onto the audience.
If it was after the credits, Netflix gives a skip credits option, so it would have skipped that. So they put
Not
it before
true.
the credits so you don't skip it.
No. Sometimes the skip credits go to an end credit scene.
Sometimes, why not all the time? What does that even mean?
Not everything has an end credit scene.
So everything has an end credit scene, gets the end credit scene if you press skip credits.
I can't 100% say that, but I know there are instances where that is a thing, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess to me, it's the same intention to me, whether it's before or after the credits. It's to hook the viewer. One's just more likely to be seen by the viewer. Less people are likely to stick around the credits to see it. So I don't really see anything wrong with it. Now, whether go ahead.
Okay, the only thing I'm adding to this discussion, it's been a trend, it's been a thing that's been happening a lot, I think, since 2020. A lot more with like modern shows that come out after that. They tend to do, as soon as the episode's over, they tend to go right into the trailer before the credits play. It's been I don't know why, but this is not the only show to be doing that.
Yeah. So the reason I posed this question in the first place, is I think the pilot didn't establish what the show is. There's so much in that little blip trailer thing at the end that you would never guess is going to happen based off this. We don't get a good grasp of this world, these entities, nothing. So I think they had to throw that in to establish there are bigger things in play here than just a little estate. So I think they didn't have time to establish a larger world here in the pilot.
And I find that as coming across as little faith in your own show.
Sure. Okay. Right here.
All right, I will jump to uh, the gardener boyfriend,
Paul.
Paul. We get a bit of a setup him in Act Two where he's out just reading. I'm gonna guess some smutty literature. That's the kind of implied joke there. Um, that's I don't know if that's actually what they're reading, but that was the implied undertone of it, I guess, for me. Um,
Well, that tells me you didn't look into what
and
the book was.
no, I didn't. Um, and I think it comes a little bit out of nowhere. I feel like I want one more scene with the gardener, but I think they did okay to kind of put something there. So I don't feel like it comes out of nowhere, but I feel like I needed something more meaty to kind of bite into beforehand.
It was pretty quick because you had that whole talking about book thing, and then you have Alex showing his dad's biggest secret to the gardener. I talked to Paul about this, and if you
Well,
promise me nothing's going to happen, I'll let you go.
well, the only scene before that, right, is the scene where they're sitting in the gazebo.
They're on the
Yeah,
bench. And he
that's what
touches his
I was
hand. Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is quite the leap.
But I get I get there's something there. Like the gardener's there and is comforting him, which I think works because he feels alone, needs guidance in some form or fashion, just needs someone to bounce off of. The gardener's there, so I can buy that as a foundation for something. I think I just want something else, so it just kind of rounds it out a little bit more because it's very quick, and because I don't think they're coming back. Um,
Probably
There's
not.
there's a point again of possible unlinear storytelling that I couldn't tell. It comes across that it's not. So I'll just explain. So Paul and Alex go down. Alex shows Paul a dream, and he goes, "Okay, this is the big secret kind of thing." He goes, "Oh, what should we do? We don't know. We'll come back later." And then it goes to Ethel with the baby. So that's showing 9 months time change of what's happened. After showing Ethel, which I think is in England, in London, and then goes back to Paul and Alex going down to Dream to confront Dream and say, "Hey, this is our demands. We'll let you free of all this." Have they been talking for 9 months to then come up with this plan to talk to Dream?
I think we have like two separate times going because we're assuming that him talking to Paul happened like right when Ethel left, but that could have happened like 3 months ago.
So how come the thing
Uh,
of Ethel with the baby wasn't placed somewhere else and just edited to structure it differently? Because the context flow really does not come across that way.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know where I would put it because wherever it's placed is going to set up a timeline.
I'd say place it and then do that thing where Alex is now an old man. So time is still moving.
I
They
guess.
they wanted to do the reason that they wanted the time the way that is though is because they wanted the transition from Alex
They
when he was
did.
young,
Yeah, they
given
wanted
the
the
whole spiel.
they wanted the transition stronger to be than the linear structure of their editing.
Well,
Yeah,
and it would pose a question of if her and the baby were placed between young and old Alex, then the audience could view that the baby has not been aging because she has stopped it from aging or herself because she has the power to do it. So now that would be in question. of, well, Alex aged like 80 years, yet they look the same. Kind of weird.
If it was after old Alex, yeah.
Even if it was before it, like it was the middle piece, it could have been 9 months. It could be 80 years.
Oh, I see. The start of the time. Well,
Yeah.
no, because
So
doesn't it start showing London, England, 1926? Isn't it start to
let's
show
see.
the
Where's
time?
the disrupted? Yes, like that was before the Ethel scene was shown.
So that would show the year of when it's happening.
Yeah, I guess that would dispel that. Yeah. Either way, I agree with you that the flow is off.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
I'd want to keep the edit because I do think the edit is really, really good. But I think we
The
could do
transition.
the yeah. I want to keep the transition. Yes, from young to old. I do want to keep that. I think we could probably cut away from the gazebo to that and then transition. Well, no, that's not what happens, right? So we cut away from the gazebo to Ethel, then we cut back from them to them back to them walking downstairs into the to bargain with
In that case,
Dream,
do
right?
Ethel before going down to show Dream to Paul.
Yeah, that's what I would probably want to put it in. That would be my suggestion to fix what you're doing or what you want.
Yeah.
So, question with Paul: did he intentionally screw up the circle, or did he on accident noticed it and was okay with it?
The latter. Accident, noticed it, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat as well.
I
I
couldn't
feel
tell
like
if it
that's
was
what
intentional or not,
If it was
I
intentional,
feel.
there's not enough to Paul to understand why.
Yeah,
which is why I bring it up because I feel like that would be a, a flaw.
No, I think it's accidental, but Paul does not understand the means of the circle as much as Alex or the Magus did. He just goes, "Oh, little scrape. That's fine. It's old circle anyhow."
I mean, he looks
I,
up at Dream and smiles, so I think he understands it. Um, but he was always on the side of letting go, anyways. So,
No, I think he realized
writer,
what he did after the fact, but still think it's accidental.
so it was reactionary, not intentional. What writer you're about to tack on that? I think.
a bit. I think it would make more sense for Alex ultimately being okay with it because he was cursed with this his whole life, so he just doesn't care anymore. So I think it would have been more of a payoff for me to see him uh like get up from the wheelchair, cross over the boundary, and then have Paul bring the wheelchair to him, knowing that would break the circle.
It's kind of, I don't know. It's a very weird setup because Alex would have known his wheelchair crossed over the circle to get into the ring unless they picked it up over the ring for him to sit back in it.
Well, I mean, it's clear he could still walk around and stand up. So what I would have wanted is he walked across a circle, but left the wheelchair on the outside, and then commanded it to bring it, Paul to bring it to him when he couldn't walk around anymore, knowing that that ultimately would be, a reason for the circle to break. Um, this is more of an agency thing for characters. I don't have an issue with how it's portrayed. It's just a little odd that Paul is the one to do it and smile about it. Like, unless Paul turns out to be another Visage in
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
the long con.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Alex kind of got robbed here. Paul, who to this point hardly constitutes as a character, but he is. We don't really know anything about him. But Alex, he spent 100 years fighting with Dream in some essence, and he got robbed of it. And now he's eternally asleep or dead, whichever.
Yeah, roughly.
Sprinks, got a point?
3916, the reflection shot, which I think is a cool shot of inside the dome of Dream's reflection and Paul and Alex on the outside talking to him. That's cool looking, but the reflection is Dream looking down, like not at the two of them. Yet the wide shot from outside is Dream staring at Alex.
Oh, so a little continuity
Yes.
error. Okay, yeah, good catch. I didn't see that one. Well, actually, I didn't really see any continuities in this.
So that didn't line up because then they cut back to the inside reflection where Dream's looking back down.
A writer?
When he Dream is free, I do like the way he subtly gets into one of the guards' heads, makes them dream walk, and then the rest happens as you see. I think it was a creative use of his powers, because we didn't really see him manipulate things much, because obviously he spent most of the film tied up.
Yes. I will say throughout this whole pilot, they do a really good job of censoring Dream. Like the genitals.
Yeah. The kind of blatant one is when he's like kneeling down, his arms crossed in front. I think that's the most
the hand to cover
one. But
yeah,
throughout, I agree they did a good job with that.
all the lighting and shadows.
I agree.
And believable to a point. Not like, oh wow, that's fit. I guess the hand thing, but that's still believable in character for the hand to be there. I think that's also the angle of the camera, but yeah, at when Alex is sleeping, like old man Alex, and he gets up, and before he looks in the mirror and sees the younger version of himself, is there a cat floating at the end of the hallway?
Was it floating?
It like floats by at the end of the hallway like it's flying.
I totally missed it. I remember the cat walking up the stairs.
Oh, yes, that's after.
Where'd you come from?
But at, I'm guessing 43:37.
Okay, well, I clearly missed it. Do you think that is a weird error or an intentional just dream flying cat?
I think that's an intentional dream flying cat, but it's so quickly to then shoot over to Alex seeing his younger self to be in a dream. As like his younger self walking around, like to the audience. That the cat didn't seem like a lot of time to soak in, like, oh, this world is a dream world. It was very quick.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Kind of sounds funny in my head, picturing the floating cat.
Yeah, it's at the very end of the hallway. But it's just so small of a little bit that I don't know why it was included. I get that it's like, oh, here's a hint that it's a dream world, but that cat isn't relevant other than the in the mirror cat going up the stairs, but that's Dream. Unless the cat at the end of the hallway is to be Dream because he's being a cat. But it's just the fact that it's so short and it doesn't have time to sink in.
Maybe.
So we touched on it earlier, but I don't think we gave a definitive answer, so we'll do it here. Is Alex dead or is it eternal sleep?
I think he's currently in a coma until his body gives out, then he'll die.
Okay.
That's where I'm going with it. I assume that he's going to die like a normal person. He's just going to die in his sleep.
So you don't think Dream prolonged his life for an eternal sleep, as he put it?
That could be something they explain in a future episode, but based off the pilot, I assume he's dead.
I agree. On a future episode, maybe.
I mean, we're established that at least the stone has the power to prolong life and Dream by extension, because they said it's just part of his powers.
Yes, I think Dream has the capability to do so, yes. I just don't know. It is curious now, though, to see this old man Alex in the dream world.
Yeah, where I guess the castle would be, or the city.
Maybe.
Mm,
Because the gates open up to a
yeah,
kingdom inside. But on the outside of those gates, is that still the dream world? Or is that some other
Yeah,
vain world veil
it's
of the endless?
well,
Or
since a dream realm, which I guess would be a world, I guess. I'd imagine it'd be the
I
whole plane of
yeah,
existence.
I assume that he's dead or going to die because I haven't been really given a reason to assume that he would survive this encounter with Dream.
all that we get
But
is Dream saying, like, I'll give you something, or like, you're not getting death, you're getting eternal sleep, which kind of implies
Yeah.
he's not going to kill him.
yeah, it's again that's could be totally something that he could do because I don't know if he views death as eternal sleep. I don't know if that's a different thing for him comparatively to whether that's uh, the dream
Maybe.
dreaming in of itself is yeah. So
But
it's
then, other than
possible.
a spell in a dream, there's nothing tying Alex to prolonged life. Because Dream is no longer around and he doesn't have the necklace.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess my stance is I think he's eternally sleeping. I don't really see why Dream would say that and not mean it. Unless, like Ryder said, later it's established he views that as a form of death. But as of now, I'm going to believe him saying eternal sleep is eternal.
Okay.
All right. How are your notes looking?
Small.
I'm out.
All
Well,
right, well, let's go with.
actually, I just found one. So, but I'll.
All right, let's go Springs.
The Corinthian's design on his eyes are cool. He looks pretty cool.
I had to rewind it because I couldn't tell what happened. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
he's
they're
got no eyes.
mouths, but they're open at first, so it's just a black void until they close to show the teeth.
Oh, is that what? I see. I still didn't even notice what it was. Their mouths. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of cool. And then, why do you think he's cutting out the eyes?
I don't know. That's some aspect to his nightmarish form,
Yeah, my
being that
best
his
guess
eyes
is
are
it's an aspect
mouths.
to us.
Something.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I assume it's the best guess with his nightmare thing.
Yeah. Could have been doing that to the first body we came across for his introduction, but
Okay, fair enough. Ryder.
Last one, I guess, is with the loyal attendant that was waiting for him. I appreciate that someone was still waiting for him. It's a nice setup for him because I want to know why she is loyal.
Lucian.
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to know why all the others were so disloyal. They've been with Dream for eons, forever, and then he's gone for 100 years, which, like Spring said, is a blip.
Blink of the eye to
Uh,
immortality. Yeah.
so it's weird that they would just be like, "Oh, well, all right, it's time to go." Unless they're like prisoners to Dream,
Well, I
then
can also
that would make sense because
under
Corinthians seem
yeah, I can
like worn
understand
out.
also without Dream being present and the whole sleep sickness thing occurring, that people being stuck in dreams would complain, or those not coming to dreams would complain, and that could be a whole mess onto all the servants and everyone there that Dream has. Like, that responsibility is now put onto them that they don't know how to carry. And if the Endless aren't intervening to help in Dream's vein or anything, then it could just be absolute chaos and anarchy that arose over the course of 100+ years.
When Lucine said that they're gone, the way it was acted confused me because it's the way she said it sounded like they like disappeared or died, but the context of the rest of the line kind of feels like they just ran away.
It sounds like they ran away. Like they're not in the kingdom. But I don't know why they would run away if the whole world is a dream world. Wouldn't the whole world be affected?
Yeah,
Not just this one little kingdom?
I would imagine.
I don't know.
So
It
I guess
does
that would be
make
my
me
only like acting complaint is
Crimson,
like
I will say a good pitch of this, or like for this to be sold, is me very interested to see what episode 2 holds to make me think, would I want to continue the show? I'm very invested
I
to
would.
see episode 2, to see what is
Yeah.
answered and what isn't.
There's definitely levels of like investment for me. I'm definitely invested to try the first few episodes of this show to see if it pulls me in. after the first one, because I always with shows I always tend to try and give the first. I try to if the first one is decent enough, I always extend my testing it out to usually around 3 or 4. But yeah, so I'm kind of in the same boat with Springs. I am very invested in seeing an episode 2 at some point.
Yes. Episode 1 here does feel like a lot of setup to the situation Dream has. And now
It
what he
feels like
has
a
to
setup to
fix.
the whole story. Like it's because he has so much on his plate to deal with now. I feel like okay, I could see why they told the story of episode 1
Yes.
the way they did, but it implies to me that episode 2 is going to be a completely different format because now we're going to have a more formatic story.
I'm on the vein either episode 2 is going to be more like, okay, this is the adventure to solve things for Dream, or it's going to be one of those things it's like we're now going to a different person's point of view of what happened. Like this first episode is all about Alex's point of view. Now we're going to go to like Alex's brother who was born and see like what his life's been, or one of the residents of
Yeah,
the dream world and what their life has been, like Umbrella Academy
yeah,
season 1 kind of thing.
kind of like how the Death short was about the painter. You
Yes.
know, like the painter was the main character.
Yeah,
I can see
Or
that.
what happened to
Trying to-
Lucian over the 100 years, that kind of thing.
yeah. I don't know. Trying to think, because this one establishes, I guess, the human world. I feel like episode 2 probably needs to establish the endless world, or just the higher plane, however that may be. It's hard to say, but yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm kind of interested to see what's coming up.
But I do think episode 2 really could make or break my interest in seeing the whole season.
I can see that, and then that can happen with me as well.
Well, hopefully not. You seem like to be a big fan with all the stuff you have.
I like death. That's all my real experience.
Well, Crimson
with
Death's
Sandman
in the
is just
show.
death.
As you said, like episode 7 or
Yeah,
something?
episode 6. Yeah.
Episode 6, you'll get there.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And hopefully she's as good as the short.
Honestly, please.
Yeah.
Death is a goth baddie. I am so in.
All right. Any other sneaky points you guys have found?
I do. Yeah, at 46:52, the shot of coming up to the gate, it seems very curved look of like the ground and everything's dipped downwards, and then it looks at the gate where the shot is kind of still until panning up and then it's curving upwards. Made me really look like, or come across to me as like a symbolism to Dream coming across his kingdom, as he is, the world here revolves around him by how round the shot is.
Yeah, I can see the I guess visual symbolism or storytelling, however you want to categorize it, but I can see it. So good observation. Um, Something I'm not the biggest fan of, and I'm sure they'll probably elaborate more going forward, is the sand. So he has a sand pouch. I don't know why he needs a sand pouch when he can just make sand from his hands.
Is
And I'm
this,
referencing that with the guards. that
yes,
he
is the
uses.
sand pouch just a physical mortal plane amount of sand that he can have on hand to use versus sand in someone's mind? Like you'd have to get someone to sleep first to be able to use the sand in their head to get to. Whereas the physical
Well,
one he has on him in a pouch he can use at hand.
the one the handful he uses on the guards is a handful.
Yes,
He
but
has
did he take that from the dream?
and bring it into a physical realm.
Yes, that is what I think. He has not been holding a handful of sand for over 100 years.
That is what I was gonna say. Is like I almost wanted to go back and see if his fist was clutched the entire time, which would kind of be a cool detail.
It would. I think he took the sand out of the guard's dream.
Um, I'll give it to you. I can buy it. As long as the pouch sand isn't special sand.
I don't know.
Like any sand will do. That would be later down the road of expanding.
It would be cool if it
potentially
looked
what
different.
happens.
Because when the Magus looks at it, he goes, "Oh, just a thing of sand." It's not like black sand or like a blue glow sand, or like it doesn't look any different.
Yeah, it's not shimmer. Okay. I think that was my point. Ryder, were you out?
I am out.
All right, then we shall jump into our ratings and summaries. Who was the last one? Sprinks was last time. So Sprinks, you can go first.
Awesome. Cool. I'm going to start with my objective. I think this is one of those few things where the world building was such a curiosity to me of a break of questions that it really affected that I think that is wild. This whole sleep thing is very confusing of the sleep sickness and what are the endless doing and where the residents been and it's been over 100 years. How is Alex fully still alive? Is that because of Dream? Can Dream do that to anyone in the mortal plane? Why is Corinthian doing what he's doing being a rogue? It's so many questions of all these things, and it feels like if this pilot was longer it would help aid a better flow into the rest of the season. But it really feels like here's a big setup because the comic series has so many characters and all these things we want to do that we want to make sure what we want to focus on importance is going to be in episode 1 versus like all this stuff that could have just been on Alex and maybe very little of Ethel being around Magus because Alex is connected to Magus. And episode 2 has Ethel's full story from a different point of view of like Magus's point of view of what's going, like something like that. But I don't know. The big hit to me I think is the structure of this, not so much the editing. I think the editing's overall okay, but the structure of where they place stuff where of the story I think is not paced well and structurally well. The writing of the story and everything is very intriguing. I think the world of like the dream world and the waking world and why Dream has to go into effect of doing things himself, because he didn't send people after the Corinthian. He went himself to go get Corinthian. And I'm like, okay, he takes things into his own hands to do. He also made the Corinthian. So I'm like, okay, maybe responsibility on that. And he's the strongest being I would believe in the dream world. So I'm like very interested in that, what Dream's powers are. So it's very interesting in that. And then the mortal world with Magus and the spells of like summoning circles and incantations of magic in the world. And now Dream's items are in the real world, like 3 of his items, but he's now in the dream world with Julian. So like all the writing stuff of that is interesting, but the world building is really off. I mean, writer touched on World War One being like the time period of the beginning of this. Yet World War One is barely ever talked about. So that's a big like, ooh. Acting overall is fine. Charles Dance is Charles Dance, but the guy who plays Dream doesn't really act, doesn't really do much in this episode, other than looks like, I guess, what is it called now? Mewing or whatever, like that Giga Chad face look. It feels like he's doing that in almost every shot, just to look pretty or something. So the acting's fine. Cinematography's decent. Nothing wild. There was a couple weird shots to me, but other than that, it was overall fine. Costume department's fine. Yeah, I'd objectively have this at a 6. A little more good than bad, but there are just like some things that definitely could have made it better, and it does make my interest of why, but maybe more episodes will show. But my interest is piqued, and I didn't find this terrible to sit through. It wasn't a slog or anything. But I'm intrigued. So subjectively, I give this a 6.5.
Alrighty, let's go with the writer.
Alrighty. I think I'll do my objective first. I'll do my objective first. One problem that I forgot to bring up was I have no idea how Jasmine was able to fly out of the circle. Doesn't sound like she. It doesn't seem like she would be able to do that. But I don't know the rules behind it, so that was another world building nick for me there because it might specifically just be for Dream.
Well, it was a visage of death, right? Jasmine isn't a visage of death.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's why I have
like
some leeway with it.
Of dreams, I think.
Yeah, that's why I have some more leeway with it. I can see it being a problem, but it's not. It doesn't need to be explained. I think. Let's see. Plot. I didn't really have much issue with the non-linear storytelling. It mostly worked for me. I think there is an intriguing concept within the plot of Dream getting captured by a cult and having the world not really the story not really dealing with the world ramifications of that. Because that's would lead heavily into the world building. I think the world building is probably the largest problem as of the pilots. I can see it being fixed going into future episodes, but as of right now, would stand that's probably the biggest issue. Character problems. Need some more with Paul, given his influence at the end. I think Dream is at fault for Jezemy dying. I think Jezemy's plan was really stupid for 10 years to figure something out. Um, so those are some character nicks for me. Um, I think Alex's transition from being kind to a new kind of jailer was really well done. Um, Probably, I think the best character of the first episode so far. A dream kills him or puts him in eternal sleep, however you want to interpret it. Um, and I think I'm at a solid 7. There was some character nicks here for me and some world building problems that I think damaged the overall quality of the pilot. Subjectively, I think I'm at a solid 8. I am I really really liked a lot of what this episode was doing because it's very much the aesthetic of what I go in for. Uh, I wanted them to lean a bit more into the horror aspect, but I'm hoping we'll get some more of that potentially in future episodes. Um, but I like the overall aesthetic. I like the concept of it. I enjoyed Charles Dance and the characters enough to want to continue. So at a 8 subjectively.
Okie dokie. I will start with my subjective. I'm giving this a 6.5. I'll match Sprinks. I'm intrigued. I am curious to see if they patch in some of the holes. I think that little bonus trailer snippet or plea, as Sprinks was kind of leaning towards, did its job. It got me more hooked. There's a lot coming that I just want to know how we get to that point. Lots of cool characters coming up, it seems. In terms of the pilot of why it even got to me that point, nothing irritated me all that much other than Jessamine and the stupid 10-year plan to bash their head against a glass window in the basement and to break it down to its bare bones. That's what it ended up being, and it was annoying. And Dream not telling it to kick the sand circle. Terrible. Dumb. Didn't like that. Everyone else was enjoyable. On to the objective side of things, I think visually this looks really good. I talked about the color. I think the set location looks good. The costumes are okay. The green screen effect, it is. I'm still iffy on if it's intent to feel awkward or not, but I'm leaning towards it's not. I think it's more just a byproduct of a poorly done comp job. But I don't think it litters the whole film. I think it's just a couple moments that I think actually look bad. Um, I think the Dream Realm, like the dragons and all that other stuff, I think that looks good in isolation of the museum curator guy being placed. I think that looks great. The just the plot of this of a, I guess, magic user trying to bring death to its knees to bring back their dead son and keeping him captive for 100 years by the end of this is a fine little concept. Not too complex, but good. I think decently executed. I think Alex was pretty consistent throughout. Paul and Ethel, I think, were underdeveloped. Ethel clearly has more room to grow going forward with the show. I don't know if Paul's going to come back or if we've seen the end of Paul. I think them giving Paul the making Paul the reason Dream escapes, I think, undercuts. Uh, shoot, what's his name?
Alex.
Alex. I kept thinking Charlie. Alex undercut Alex. The whole episode was predicated on his sympathy towards Dream, and a choice was ripped from him there. And then his ambiguous ending, which I'm curious if they clarify, like Coma, Alex is in the rest of the show, if this is it. I'm kind of interested to know that. World building is the biggest hit to this, as Sprinks well put, of the 100 years of sleep paralysis people, sleepwalkers, people that can't sleep. Why is some people affected, not everybody? Is it just a certain number from the beginning that like got bred down through generations because it's 100 years? Is it the citizens of the dream world that are inhabiting these people, putting them in perma dreams so they can inhabit the real world? Who knows? It's not established, not even hinted at, and I think it needs a little bit of that for the pilot. And I'm rambling. So I am unfortunately matching myself and giving it a 6.5 objectively. And I guess with that, we are moving on to our
Wait,
next pilot.
whoa! I got one more thing. Being that the little trailer bit was included in here, that's allowed to be talked about, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay, was one of those people Remus Lupin? I apologize, I forget the actor's name. But was that him?
He was there. Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
I thought you said you didn't see it. Yeah, that was him.
I as it turns out, I did. That triggered me into thinking, oh yeah, maybe I have seen bits of this. I tried not to watch it though. As soon as it started playing, I was just focusing on my notes, and I just happened to catch an image of him.
Captain Phasma was there.
God, I think.
Well, no, you know what? Actually, Gwyneth Paltrow is a good actress. I'm not gonna.
Not Gwyneth Paltrow.
No, right. Sorry. What's her name again?
I forget the actress's name.
Brienne.
Brienne of Tar. That's Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Anyway, she's a good actress. I don't have too much issues with her. Yeah. So
I think
it's more the writing that's usually that lets her down.
Yeah, I forget. Crimson, your facts. You said some characters voiced by someone. Forget who.
From the '90s movie, I listed.
Yes.
I didn't list any.
I know the Scarecrow guy or whatever is Mark Hamill in the show, but the one Patton Oswalt voices, I guess, is the other one you named.
That one's was supposed to be Christian Slater.
Oh, Christian Slater.
Matthew the Raven.
Gotcha. The new Jezemy, I'm going to guess, but
I suppose so.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty.
Just with that, we can finally move on to our third pilot.
Oh boy!
Yes.
And with that, we're into the last one, which is Gotham. Dun, dun,
Whoa!
dun. I know.
And you changed fast. Did you go into a phone booth?
Oh, for the visual side of things, yeah. Phone booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a cave.
Like a
anyways, yeah. So let's go with let's start with histories. Then we got some facts, and then we got the coverage, which is going to be popcorn for Gotham, and then some recent ratings, and then that's all. That's the three we're doing for this whole shindig here.
Yeah.
Just to keep you understood. So let's start with history. So let's start with writer.
All right. I know I've seen most of the first season of the show when it was first airing. I pretty much haven't seen it since. I have seen the pilot a couple times though. So the pilot episode is something I did rewatch when I was trying to get back into the show to rewatch to see if I can get through the next season. Didn't get that far. Admittedly, on my attempt to rewatch the show. So yeah, I've seen the pilot before, so I think this would make it my third time for the podcast. And I'm sure you can check out any of our other Batman coverage, but I have a lot of history with Batman. I would probably say I'm the second biggest Batman fan I know. And that's it.
Okie doke. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. So, am I your number one Batman fan that you know of, Ryder?
Nope.
You
No.
would you would hope
That's
so.
kind of a shock. Um, for Gotham, I did watch it when it was airing. I think I saw all of season one, and I might have gotten to season two, but I'm not too sure on it. Um, I have also seen the pilot a few times, like Ryder has mentioned. This is probably my third or fourth time watching the pilot. And outside of that, I've seen a statue of Gordon from this somewhere. I don't remember where. So there you go.
Awesome. That leaves me. Oh, Crimson. Before I begin, where would you say you are with the people you know? Where would you rank yourself as a Batman fan?
With people I know, uh, thankfully I don't know a lot of people, so maybe 4 or 5.
Okay, it's not bad.
Yeah.
All right. I have seen this pilot. I'm going to guess 4 times, maybe. Um, I, for me, I am the biggest Batman fan I know. And Crimson, you might know that Jim Gordon statue as a statue I purchased that was half off at a GameStop. I don't remember if you were there with
That's it.
me when
No,
I got
yeah,
it.
that's it. I was feeling GameStop, but I didn't want to say it and be wrong. So okay,
Yeah.
that correct. All right.
And I went, wow, that is a good deal for that set. I'll take it. And I still have it. I've seen every episode of this show. I've seen all 5 seasons. I have. I don't have the first book, which I something darkness that talks more about the Wayne's murder. I have the second book, City of Monsters, which takes place between seasons 2 and 3, which I have read. Um, I think I have one comic of Gotham, or like connected, which I think has to do with Montoya, maybe. Um, I think that's all I have on Gotham. I might be forgetting, but so with that, we'll go into facts. Facts I found only of episode 1, the pilot here, not encompassing the whole show. So that's what I tried to do, but take it with a grain of salt. Found them on the internet. Who knows how true or false they could be. So the initial release date for this show was September 22nd, 2014. It is over 10 years old. It has a runtime of 50 minutes.
God, I feel old. Okay.
It seemed that every episode cost between the budget of $3 to $4 million. So this pilot was estimately around $3 to $4 million. There is no box office. Couldn't tell you that. It's rated TV 14, and its genre is under mystery and drama. And this pilot episode was directed by Danny Cannon, who has directed 11 episodes of Gotham. But you might know his works also from the 1995 film Judge Dredd, the 1998 film I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, as well as directing 6 episodes of Pennyworth and 1 episode of Gotham Knights.
All right. I am the law.
And then a couple fun facts I have is towards the end of the episode, Don Falcone says to Gordon, in Bocca Alapu, I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. It's an Italian idiom, which translates to in the mouth of a wolf, meaning you are wishing good luck to the person you are speaking to.
Well, that's
Next
definitely
I
appropriate for the scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next I have is Donald Logue, I think I pronounced that correctly, was initially rumored to play the role of Detective James Gordon before being officially cast as Detective Harvey Bullock.
Yeah, that's hard to look. I can't picture that.
I agree. That would have been maybe. I don't know. I feel like I've
He's
only seen
just
him in like 3 things, but
yeah, he's such a gruff-looking guy. Seeing him as the clean, put-together rookie Gordon, it's kind of
yeah,
hard.
because it did feel like very close to the same character role that he did in Welcome to Raccoon City, where he played the Chief Irons, I think.
Mhm.
Okay.
This features the very first live-action adaptation portrayal of Detective Harvey Bullock.
Makes
Yep.
sense. I think it's not that he wasn't popular before, but I feel like it's this show that kind of put him on the map as a character a little more for general audiences.
Yes, and I believe a lot of people think the corrupt cop in 1989's Batman film, who Jack shoots towards the beginning of the movie, is Harvey Bullock, but it's not.
Okay.
I think. Last fact I have here is towards the end, Harvey drives Gordon to an abandoned wharf. The building in the background is the same one shown at the beginning of the Postmortem Blues of 2014. Donald Logue, who plays Harvey Bullock, also played Lieutenant Delkin Murphy in that same Law and Order episode. At the same building, almost identical shots.
What a coincidence.
They knew what they were doing.
I think they were, being that both had the same actor in the same year, same location. I think they knew.
They just budget saved, like they just filmed both scenes back to back.
That'd be something.
He ran off screen to get on his Harvey Bullock costume after he was done filming for Law and Order.
Yeah, in Law and Order, in that scene, they still have, if you see the car in the background, Robin Lord Taylor is still in the trunk of that car for that shot. So with that, any other facts from either one of you?
Did you know there's a couple villains in this?
Absolutely classic Crimson fact.
No, I don't have any additional facts.
Okay. Actually, funny enough, Crimson, is that fully true? Are they actually villains at
Villains
this
to
point?
be.
There you go. All right. With that, we'll go into the coverage. It's going to be popcorn structure. So anywhere in the whole episode we can go to. I can't remember if it was in recording when we started in Sakamoto Days, but either it was in video or off video. But Ryder, I think, was hinting at something to begin with. So let's start with Ryder.
All right, I'll start us off a little light. I found a continuity error. Selena Kyle stole a full bottle of milk, and when she gives it to the cat, it's almost empty.
How dare you? I can't believe this. That was going to be my opener.
Yeah, well,
And that's right.
Well, sucks to suck. I went first.
Is it believable at all on the rooftop she drank some?
They need to show that.
No, I think the first thing she would do is take the cash out of the wallet and then drink milk.
That's also very
I
fair.
think they brought one carton of milk for the shoot, and they had
just
so
kept
many
using
takes
it.
and ran out of milk.
Yep,
Could
just
be.
kept using it.
Not really.
Either
Could
way,
be. Good
continuity
catch.
error.
Yeah, I even recorded the clip.
It was that bad.
Well, I just didn't think it would be brought up at all, so that's funny.
Well, I guess I can spiral that into another continuity error that I caught. The transitions in the episode, which happened throughout the whole show, of the panning shots of the city to get like point to point. At 31:53, when Jim goes to Fish Mooney's alone to confront her, the city shot is night, which goes off to show that it's like the transitional time, that it's now nighttime. Yet in Fish Mooney's office, which has no windows or anything, the clock in the background says it's 4:10. I'm going to guess that is 4:10 p.m. from the events that happened prior of Jim going to Mooney's, but it would work with the darkness outside of the transitional shot if it's 4:10 a.m. But that just feels weird.
Yeah, I think it's
yeah,
just a continuity error. I don't think there's any in-universe explanation. Fish Mooney forgot to change the batteries in her clock, so there's actually some character growth
That could be it.
in our lore there.
Man, that checks out.
Crimson, did you have an additional continuity error to add in?
No, all I caught was the milk.
All right, we'll remember when you come back to this, and I come back out of order.
Yeah.
All right, Crimson, let's go to you.
All right, so something that I don't really care for, and it's kind of a big thing for the series as a whole, and that's Penguin being alive. Um, why would that be their plan to take out Penguin? All right, bring him over there, shoot him off the river. It's just, I don't get it.
That's how you
Obviously,
get
it's
rid of the
for the
body.
show. In a public manner where anyone can see anywhere. I feel like Harvey's no longer 100% trusted, and they'd have another goon there for verification. It just feels lazy just for Penguin to survive. Harvey had to be a mile away instead of walk up with Gordon lingering in his ear. You can do it, buddy. You got it. I want you to do this. I want you to stay alive. He has to be a mile away. There's no extra goons. It has to be at the end of a dock. There's just so much that's in favor of Gordon here that I don't think really would.
How much trust do you think Harvey has in Jim?
Probably more than any other cop in the station, but it depends on what the measurement of trust would be. Would he trust Gordon to save him?
I'm more on like why does Falcone trust Harvey?
That's what I was saying. Like, there's no escort. There's no additional goon with him or something.
Where's the witness to this? Because it'd be something like if there was a goon, and Harvey spent the scene talking to the goon to try and distract him from what was going on. That would be actually interesting, I think.
True, but then that would weigh in that Harvey knows what Jim's about to do in order to distract.
Yeah, either he knows what Jim's about to do, or he trusts Jim to do the right thing, which is something the show can play on. Whether Harvey was trusting Jim to be a good cop, or trusting Jim so that they're now in line with the organized crime.
I mean, he kind of does by giving him the gun and saying, if you do this, then we're fine. Otherwise, it's our necks on the line if we don't.
Yeah, I really appreciate Harvey just talking about Jim's girlfriend in front of Penguin. I really appreciated that. I feel like that's going to come back and haunt them in the
Penguin's
show.
gonna die.
I don't remember that, but I feel like that's going to come back and haunt them.
You know what? Yeah, that.
You know what? If something does happen to Barbara, who the heck cares? Dude, when she popped up on screen, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot how much I hated her. Oh no.
Yeah, I see that
have too much in this episode.
Yeah,
her mere presence instantly triggered my brain.
It's funny because I wasn't triggered with Barbara. I was triggered with Major Crimes. By the way, I just call them Major Crimes. I'm not going to grace them with their names. But as soon as Major Crimes came over to Barbara's house to kind of like spill against Gordon, I'm like, oh, that's right. I fucking hate both of you. No.
Yeah.
That side of the pilot.
How? I guess with a show like this, how do you two feel of the security blanket placed upon all these characters in the thought they won't die?
Do you want to go first, Kremlin? Or
okay, so are you saying that as someone who has seen the season, or seeing this as a Batman property, knowing these are characters?
As a Batman property. Like, this character's been called the Penguin, and he's Oswald Cobblepot. Like, he has the full name, so it's like a match to match. But you know this is a villain Batman fights, but Batman is a young Bruce Wayne here. So you go in with like, oh, no matter what happens to Penguin here, he can't die. Does that change your outlook on the characters in the show kind of thing? Or
no, because as a new show at the time, they could take it in any direction they want. It's whatever, like the Telltale Batman game has a whole different way of how Penguin is a character opposed to how this Penguin is a character. They could kill Penguin in this and cause a whole different story to happen. So, no, knowing the characters doesn't really mean anything because they can do whatever they want.
Okay, it's their iteration to go about. And this Batman might not have a Penguin to fight, kind of thing.
Exactly.
I see.
Yeah, my purview's kind of the same. For me, it's all about the execution. I guess to give just a bit of context for the audience. Springs, you and I have had a lot of discussions over whether the Joker needs to be involved with a story involving Batman. And this is kind of where my side of that comes in a little bit. Is like I don't necessarily need the Joker to ever be a part of a Batman story. So when I'm seeing all these characters, I'm fine that they're here. Like I don't necessarily read into the plot armor because for all I know, Cobblepot could have died out in the river. Jim could have shot him, and that doesn't really mean anything to me because I'm like, okay, like within this universe, then Batman never faced the Penguin, as Crimson pointed out. Or there's Joe Chill's a completely different character for the person who murdered the Waynes. Um, there's a lot of things they could do for things they can do. So I don't necessarily take it to mean that the characters that we're seeing are going to become the Batman's Rogues Gallery or Batman villains.
Gotcha. Good to know.
Like Ivy could just be an abused girl. She doesn't have to become anything.
That's true.
That is true. Yeah.
But we know that's not the case.
That I'll have that as a nitpick for me, that they call her Ivy
I suppose.
and not
It's just-
Pamela.
It's just this iteration, I guess.
Yeah.
Name or something.
I mean, it's the one thing that will draw every Batman fan's eyes. Like, because you gotta remember this is a show that's kind of intended for normies as well. So
True.
I assume that's the reason why they went with Ivy instead of
do.
Pamela.
Yeah, I guess they do kind of not heavy hand. It's not forced down your throat kind of thing, but they do connection to each character pretty much.
They do a
Like
lot
Ed doing
of those.
riddles. They joke about it, calling Oswald Penguin.
Yeah, they call him Nigma. They say he's psychotic.
Oh,
You
that
need
is
to
his
get
last
help.
name.
Yeah, but yeah, they do a lot of. They front load so much with all the Rogues Gallery characters. That's kind of what I've been hinting at since Sakamoto Days. Is like that's one thing I started getting annoyed with in the pilot. I'm like, you gotta save something for the rest of the show. They didn't need to introduce all these characters in the pilot because it becomes oversaturating, and I think it does take away from what is supposed to be Jim Gordon's story.
Yeah, I mean the most given is Penguin. Riddler
Yeah.
has, or Edward has one scene. Ivy has 2 scenes.
Yeah.
My name is
They're
Butch.
small.
My friends call me Solomon Grundy.
Oh yeah, Butch Gilzine.
Yeah. I would remove
That's a
probably.
spoiler.
I would probably remove the Butch character, and I would probably remove Ivy. The only one you really need here is Cobblepot because Cobblepot's tied to Mooney, and I think Nigma being here makes some sense if he's the forensics.
Ivy's easily the removable one. That is the most
Yeah.
shoehorned reference character in this.
I agree. Ivy is the most removable. I think Ed having one scene and working for the forensics department,
Yeah,
very neat, like little thing. Butch, I would not get rid of. He kind of the right hand man of Mooney. It would just give it to some unnamed guy.
Actually, can we put Ivy as of the pilot on the removable characters list?
If we're treating the pilot in isolation, I would say yes. Ivy's removable. She's there purely for
Cameo. I agree. For pilot isolation, yes. The only thing that has a little hint to it is Jim Gordon's introduction of the crime scene of the Waynes is to confront Bruce, to comfort him.
Yeah.
And that seems like he's looking after children kind of thing, like in traumatizing situations. So seeing Ivy come to the door looking for Mario Pepper does give Jim a little more incentive to take the case on his own. Without Ivy, it might be a different story.
I mean, we could replace Ivy with any generic kid.
True.
Yeah. And Gordon's Mr. Nice Guy anyways, so I see the lines you're polling, but I still think the result would
No,
likely be the
I'm
same.
definitely leaning. I think Ivy could be replaced with any kid, and just having it be Ivy is just a cameo.
All right.
I feel like
But in pilot isolation, of course.
yeah. In
Yes.
following that logic, just within the first episode, because I know it's important, I think, in later episodes, is Catwoman removable?
So
Mm,
the difference I see
no.
between Selena and Ivy is Ivy, as of the pilot, has no plot relevance, but Selena
You
Kyle
can get
obviously has plot
something, yeah.
relevance.
You get something from
So
her.
She's a witness to the murder case.
yeah, she's clearly going to be in play. She's going to be relevant. Meanwhile, Ivy
Yeah.
here, there's no hint of her coming back or being a relevant character, other than Poison Ivy is a Batman character.
Yeah.
So I don't think Catwoman or Selena would be.
Yeah.
No. Go ahead, Ryder.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, if I'm gonna boil it down, just what I think needs to stay in the show is, I don't like Nigma's involvement. I think it's justified with him being forensics, but again, for me, that's just more of the pilot being oversaturated. Like, it would make more sense to me, like he shows up in a later episode as an apprentice to whoever's running forensics, or like he's, not the one in charge, but one of the other people that works in forensics there that we just didn't meet the first episode. I think that would work smoother, because the ones that we need really is Cobblepot, Selena being the bait for the larger story at hand, um, and I think the pilot could function with just those two.
It could.
Yeah.
And again, my argument here is just that I think they oversaturated the pilot, because again, I'm not on Nigma being a removable character, because he still does something useful. It does also show us a little bit about Jim. Jim's smart because he actually answers some of Nigma's riddles. But I think they front loaded Nigma's character too much for, I guess, the pilot, because this is a hard line to walk, right? Because it's Gotham. People are here there are Batman fans who are coming to see this. That's going to be the primary audience for this. So a lot of people are looking for cameos and references, but they do it to a degree that almost compromises, I think, Jim's story, because Jim is obviously supposed to be the central character for this.
Yes. I disagree with you saying that Edward's introduction is too overloading. I think his one scene, and that where he starts being in the forensics at the GCPD to aid with Jim and Harvey, I think that all fits fine, and there's a little hint of like how socially awkward he is.
The overloading of Nigmas, he tries to get out like 3 riddles during the scene. Just need to have him give out 1.
That, in the terms of, hey, did you catch that he made a riddle and his name's Edward kind of thing, like spotting is that Riddler, in that vein, yes. In the vein of the approach of this is their interpretation of the Riddler, of he is so fixated on riddles, that's all he can really speak cryptically, I think is the character they're going with in the show. So I agree with like the matching of like Edward Nigma Riddler, and they're doing riddles with him in his first introduction scene. Is like, okay, hopefully you know who this character is, to those who know, but the version of this character they're working with, I think, is fine within this world of the introduction, as long as it sticks to that. But he only gets 1 scene.
Yeah, I guess that would put me. I'm gonna have it as an objective nitpick, but could be fixed with future episodes if I'm treating the pilot in isolation.
He has to be consistently spitting out riddles, though.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just a normal guy who sometimes shoots out a riddle, but in his introduction, he's just every sentence he's stating is a riddle unless he's told to speak normal. Then it is front loading.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have it as a nitpick to a nick for this, but that is something that can be fixed with future episodes, and that could be removed. But with an isolation to the pilot, that's where I'm gonna leave it. Enigma's scene specifically.
Okay. Let's see. What do you guys think of the, I guess, transitional usage of panning through the city?
I found it to be a bit jarring. It was more jarring than I remember it being, because it's very quick, like, and then characters teleport to different places and different scenes. I guess the one I guess one of the ones for me, right, is Major Crimes going to see Barbara and warn her about Jim. We have a scene cut, and then immediately Jim is there, giving her handing her a drink. I so I think the transitions are nice, but I will admit they're jarring from in the pilot to me.
Okay. And Crimson?
Um, can you restate the question again about the
Yes. How do you
transitions?
feel about the panning through the city shots as transitional pieces? Do you wish they were something else?
I
Do
think
you think they could have been better? Do you
as
think they could have been worse?
I mean, there's the age-old statement. I don't know where it originated, but I just recall people saying Gotham is a character. The city itself is a character. So I think utilizing, and the show's even called Gotham. So using the city as a transition, at least in the pilot, so we can establish the place more, I think fits and works.
Okay. I think the transitional pieces are fine. I, however, wish there was more shots of Jim and Harvey in a car. It seems every time there's a car, it's always them getting out for a conversation or going into someplace. The pilot doesn't have any in-car conversations really. The only one is Penguin to Montoya and Allen.
Well, and Harvey and Gordon with Penguin in the trunk.
Yeah. I just kind of wish there was more of that in transit to places.
Is this more like a subjective want and less of
I think
a
it's
actual
no, it's
substance?
definitely a subjective one. There's no objective need to it because the transitional pieces are still the city. But when they're like, "Oh, we got to go here," and then it shows the city, and then the next thing is them just stepping out of a car, that whole car bit is missed. I guess the benefit is it does show them getting out of a car, so you don't assume like they walked everywhere.
Mhm.
But
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
I see.
and that could be something on the equipment where, like, for the pilot, they didn't have the means to record in a moving vehicle or have the location shots of where they needed the space for the car to be or the set where they wanted to fake any of that situation.
I mean, it could also be timing
yeah. I
because
mean,
we've already kind of talked about how packed this pilot is. So if they added even 30 seconds of a little driving up chat or something, that would eat into the runtime.
and assuming it would make sense that they wouldn't have stuff to that access to that stuff springs because this was probably filmed during pilot season, which is like that time of year where they film hundreds of pilots and then green light shows based on them.
Yeah, no, that could be. Okay.
But,
Let's go to Crimson.
So it's nice to see our sergeant back from Dog Soldiers, aka Alfred.
yeah,
Yeah,
Long
Sean
time.
Pertwee.
Yeah. Um,
long
what
time
I
no
didn't
see.
really care about his return was that he arrived in the alleyway when the cop that was in the scene didn't even know that it was the Waynes until Harvey said it's the Waynes.
Do you think that cop put
How
the
did
sheet
Alfred know?
over the bodies?
Hmm. Based off of the reactions and what the guy was saying, he didn't know who they were.
I agree. He did not know who the Waynes were, or identified the Waynes. That's, I'll put nitpicky because Waynes are the like family of Gotham, but it can
Everyone,
be
Gordon even knows them, and he just moved.
true. I can find it believable that some people just don't care. So I'll have that as a nitpick for a cop. Gordon, or not Gordon, Alfred knowing where to go on a situation could be fine, knowing that where the Waynes were. And like
In an
they're,
alleyway. They could have been
well,
anywhere.
they could have been anywhere but on the way home.
Walking through an alleyway. I don't know. I think that's too much. That's something that needs to be explained.
The fix for
Uh,
this is the easy fix for this is that um, they weren't cutting through the alleyway to take the train home. They were eventually they were going to meet up with Alfred at a specific location. Alfred would eventually come when no one shows up. I think that would be something that Alfred would do.
That could help. I think
But
also a wider shot outside the alley to see how far away the theater is.
Yeah.
We don't
as
know if they've walked a couple blocks to this alley or the theater is right next to this alley.
yeah. But yeah, otherwise, I think as it's portrayed, I'm not sure how Alfred knows.
yeah, because if he was like nearby around the corner in like the Wayne limo or something, and he heard the gunshots, then I could see he ran out and heard. But the police already had an established presence there. Um, they already walled it off, covered the bodies. They they were there, so he had to have been at least a little bit of a ways to not hear the police or the gunshots where he believed the Waynes were at.
Is it
So
believable at all he was notified?
With
if
how
the main cop that's presiding over the bodies doesn't even know, I don't think it was called. I don't think
yeah,
Alfred was called.
yeah, Jim Gordon would have to be the one to inform Alfred, or Harvey Bullock would have to be the one to inform Alfred.
Yeah, because the cop didn't even say Bruce Wayne over there witnessed everything. He said the kid over there. So I don't even think he went to Bruce like, "Hey, is there someone we can contact for you?" I mean, the fact that this cop doesn't know anything, I think, is very damaging to the circumstances here.
Okay.
Well, very damaging is harsh, but I have this probably as an issue.
Alfred arriving and nothing really stated that, I'll put as a nick because I can see ways around it. The cop not knowing the Waynes or Bruce, I'll have as a nitpick.
Well, and I guess so we're all on board right away. Would you have anything as, if anything?
Yeah, I'm Alfred being here is probably at a because there are easy fixes for this. They just need to be more explicit with them. The best inference I have with how things are portrayed in the story is Alfred thought that they were late getting home, and so he went to the theater, which is, as we say in the business, is weak sauce. Um, uh, and then for the cop not knowing the Waynes, I okay. Let me rephrase. So in the former, right, where Alfred was waiting for too long, decided to go out and investigate. It's convenient that he shows up right here, right now, at this specific moment. So that causes its own issues. On the flip side, the cop not knowing, which would solve the problem of Alfred showing up if he did know. I probably have that as a nick.
Roger.
Okay. When you say right here, right now, of Alfred arriving, is that just in the circumstance of what's happening?
Yeah, it's him
He could have
arriving. He
arrived
just
before Gordon got there. He could have arrived later, but it was right at that moment.
Okay. Because the best I got is that time has passed. It's not immediate.
yeah. I know time has passed. It's
Okay.
just still it's still a convenience. It's not that's not the issue of what's going on with Alfred for me.
Yes, it's just he knows where to go
Mhm.
without anything stating that, which could be fixed later, but
Again, could be fixed later, but with an isolation of the pilot.
yes. Over the Wayne's murder, that I'll go to. Thomas Wayne getting shot, I think that looked pretty good. I think he had a pack in his outfit or whatever that exploded. That looked fine. Martha Wayne getting shot looked fake CG and did not look good.
Um, Was it CG? I don't know. I don't think it looked good regardless, but yeah. Them on the ground all bloodied, I think looked pretty decent.
I think like fine. Should have a list of all the Wayne deaths because it seems like every Batman property you got to watch the Waynes die.
There's a tier list. The Death of the Waynes tier
Death
list.
of the Waynes tier list. This one's, I think, pretty good.
It's kind of lower
Not
for
the best
me.
one.
I kind of like the ones where one of the parents are talking to Bruce. They don't say anything, or they're kind of just dead. Thomas gets to look at Bruce before he dies, but that's it. Kind
Well,
of
this one
prefer
was
when there's
actually,
an exchange.
I kind of like that this was the handing over the necklace versus tearing it off Martha's neck.
Yeah, but it would explain it breaking easier if you tried yanking it off. Because I don't know why it broke so easily handing it over like that.
Don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this falls in my Wayne death tier list.
Anyway, let's go to writer.
Sure. I will talk about Jim Gordon's introduction. I actually think this is probably one of my favorite interpretations of the GCPD like headquarters. I like the look of it. It's very gritty. Feels like a old feels chaotic. It's yeah. I have issues with the scene, but in terms of the set, I actually quite like it. It's probably one of my favorite interpretations of the GCPD. It feels uh, like an old city police station that's modernized on the inside. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah. The the criminal getting the cop's gun, fucking awful.
Oh man, that was bad.
Yeah, it was awful. Again, everything here is to facilitate how Jim Gordon is different from the rest of the police department. Like he's willing to talk down the criminal while everyone else is just ready to fucking blow his brains out. Which in itself is a good way to convey the character. But they had some things to fix about the scene first because this is Gotham. Unless they had a throwaway line that the girl that he was holding hostage was new, it's a problem.
Was the guy even cuffed?
I don't
think he
think
was
so.
cuffed.
Yeah,
Which
I
makes
don't
it
think
even
so.
dumber.
So a lot had to happen to facilitate a specific thing, which is Jim Gordon being showcased as the better than everyone else, different from everyone else. Again, I like that, but I think the groundwork to get there is what I have issues with in this scene.
Yeah.
Okay. I definitely have this scene as a Nick for just how the cops all orchestrate around what you're saying to benefit Jim's scene. Like how the criminal gets the gun, how there just happens to be an aspirin bottle within Jim's arm reach. Harvey relays if someone takes your gun, you shoot them. But Harvey was the only one to say such a thing, and everyone had a gun on the criminal. So makes me believe only Harvey would have shot the criminal, but he didn't. He let Jim have his scene as a rookie. And then Jim says if someone fired a gun, everyone would fire a gun, and it would be maddening, which to me makes sense of Jim's approach for that. But Jim also doesn't know these cops very well to put I guess being a goody two shoes to put faith into.
He would
cops
assume
to do their
everyone's
job.
as
I
good
guess
a
that's
cop
fine.
like his right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So it does have little nicks here and there throughout the scene, but overall encompassing the scene, I think it works fine. Especially after once they apprehend the guy, they start doing police brutality on him, which seems Gotham. So
Was Pill Guy a secret bad guy?
you know what? I'm keeping my mouth shut. He could be.
Dr. Hugo Strange.
Because everybody seems to be a character in this.
Kinda. Yeah, that's actually Victor Zaz.
I was gonna make a joke about the Jason Bourne. The chems. It's the chems. Where are the chems? Where are my chems?
I have not seen Jason Bourne in a long time.
Me neither.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right. So something I like conceptually, but practically is dumb, is the interrogation light, where it's swinging around
Yeah,
and it's
and then you're transitioning.
transitioning to
Yeah.
different interrogations. I like the concept, but in reality, they have to be hitting the stupid light every time they have an interrogation, and we don't even see them hit it, so that's just an assumption, anyways. So conceptually, like it for the show, it's dumb.
I totally get that. I think the reason I'm not having it as a nitpick is because every transition of a different mugger being interrogated, Harvey's the one at the table arguing at them, and I can see Harvey being the one to like lash out, hit the light, focus, trying to blind them, kind of thing, and Jim's the one against the wall. If it was the other way reversed, where Jim's at the table where it's swinging, which I don't believe a single shot of that whole montage shows, then I'd have it as a nitpick.
But that's I would like that if the first interrogation you see Harvey hit the lamp. And it's like a thing. It's what he does in every interrogation.
That would aid. Yeah.
But we don't have anything.
Yeah,
They didn't do that.
I can buy that the shitty swinging pendulum lamp that they have is an interrogation tactic. That's just something they developed because it is a bit of a psychological factor to there. But I practically speaking, I just need to see Harvey lose his shit and hit the light, so it starts swinging in order to instigate the psychological factor, in order to then get into the transitions which the show wants to do. Because the transitions look cool. I like it, want to keep it. I just want to justify it a little bit more. So I'm at a nitpick with it.
Okay. That's the reason why I'm right in the middle ground of it. I don't think it's damaging enough to go up to nitpick, but it's not good enough to like be praised on, because the transitional usage of it is really cool, and what they're going with the lighting and all that, and the interrogation scene itself. But Crimson, you're right, with the light moving in every single shot means it was hidden every single shot. So to me, they weigh each other out. I forget, there's a quote I've heard, and I forget whose quote it is, but it's not original from me. And it's along the lines of, sorry if I butchered this, but if you can't see Batman attending a child to comfort a kid, then you don't have Batman, you have Punisher with a silly hat.
That's not my quote either, but I have said something similar.
But that just popped in my head, seeing when Jim got to the crime scene, the first thing he does is to go talk to Bruce to comfort a kid. I thought that was just nice, that the first thing the rookie does on a murder case is to go to the witness, and not to get questions really, but just to like check in.
Yeah, I agree.
Like every iteration of Gordon, at least that I've seen, he's always quick to comfort Bruce, put his jacket over him and whatnot.
Yeah, those are usually, it's a very important thing that Gordon is the one to comfort Bruce at some point during the loss of his parents, whether it be at the crime scene or back at the police station.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that is an important cornerstone as to what makes Batman a good, well-written Batman. Is like that could feed into why Batman always will take time out of his day to comfort a kid. If it's a good if it's a real Batman, anyway.
Yeah. Sorry if this steams anyone out there, but this is why I don't think Ben Affleck is the greatest Batman. I can't really see that guy comforting a kid. Even at the beginning of what, Batman v Superman, he's like just protecting a child.
Let's run over these villains. These goons must be shot and blown up. Ah!
Yeah. If there's a 1% chance certainty, we have to take it as absolute certainty.
I do like that Jim relates to Bruce by talking about his dad's death.
Yes, this is
sympathize.
Yeah, this is definitely something that not a lot of shows do very well, and I think it's done very well here. when a child is going through trauma, one of the things that will typically get them to open up a little bit more is sympathy. So Jim opening up first works both on a psychological level and is sensible on a psychological level, uh, in order to get Bruce to open up to him, to show that they're on not necessarily equal footing, but to show that he actually is trying to care, which is very meaningful for a kid who's gone through a traumatic experience.
Yes, and being that Bruce opens up and explains things in the situation, I think it's one of the top highlights, maybe for me, of this pilot, which can come across as comical. A Batman project where the detective actually does detective work.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
You see
nice
a
to
whole
see.
investigation in play.
Yeah, the whole shiny shoes and Mario Pepper, that was great. Of Jim's deduction, I mean.
Jim's deduction was really good. Yes, I also like the continuity of that as well, because Bruce is the one that explains the shiny shoes, and that then Fork comes back, which I like.
Yes. And
What?
oh, go ahead, Crimson.
I was going to jump something else. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna go to a little continuity error to do a little, dent into the conversation Jim has with Bruce. Is around 8 minutes. The shots between Bruce describing what occurred when his parents died, focusing on Bruce talking, and then when it goes to show Jim the other way, Bruce's head and eyes are in a different placement between the shots when it cuts back and forth.
I think that happens a couple times in this show, in this episode, but I think that one's the most blatant one.
Yeah.
So I don't remember too much of the show of what I've seen. I kind of just have images in my head. I don't remember really much plot relevant stuff. I remember a couple, but I don't remember if there's a whole storyline with Gordon's dad or not. But if there is or isn't, I think they do a good job in this pilot of establishing his view of his father. You get the car accident bit in the beginning, the sympathetic angle towards his dad. You have Harvey telling him that his father was the big shot DA, best of the best. So possibly a reason for Gordon to become an officer, looking up to his dad. And then you got the other side with Falcone being buddy buddy with his dad. A little bit of a crisis of identity with the father, but it doesn't look like it had much of a lasting effect. Maybe going forward.
It's a nice
So it
potential
feels like they're
setup.
setting up. Yeah, it
Yes, and
feels like they're setting up for down
I
the road.
like
And I
the
think that's good.
background connection of what you pitched there or pointed out there of Harvey saying that Jim's dad was the greatest DA when we already know Harvey's a bit of a slimy, slightly corrupt cop. So why would he say his dad was the best when then we learned later that he was aiding and helping Falcone and Falcone found him
He
a good
might have been
DA?
the best. He might have been the best DA just because he kept peace between the organized crime and the law enforcement of the city. Which that could be an interpretation as to why he was the best DA.
Yes,
That's way
but
too
the sake
good.
that Harvey onto Jim is like, Jim, you're getting in the way, you're being too good kind of thing throughout this whole pilot of Jim's attitude going about things does not sound like what Harvey's point of view on Jim's dad is. So that tells me because Harvey is more positive on Jim's dad is a little more maybe criminal underbelly situation. Maybe not fully like a bad guy, but just more in that vein. And then Falcone kind of confirms that at the end here. So that like background connection of Harvey's hint to what Falcone says about Jim's dad, I think is a cool tie-in.
Yeah, I think they did good with that.
And Crimson, your initial question, if there's more with Jim's dad in the future, I can neither conform nor deny.
Based off this pilot, I'm willing to think there is. I don't need any confirmation.
I will jump to.
No, go right ahead, Ryder.
I was going to jump to Mooney beating up her worker for embezzling money. I think that was the reason that was given in the alleyway. I like her being annoyed with Cobblepot because Cobblepot is not holding the raincoat over her for a second. And I was immediately annoyed again because after she threatens him to keep the umbrella over her, she walks off into the rain and he doesn't follow her.
And she doesn't acknowledge it.
And she doesn't acknowledge it
True.
again. So that was a little bit of an annoyance for me. And so I have that as a nitpick. It's not really damaging to the characters in any way, but it just was jarring in the flow of the scene.
So
It's contradictory.
I get
Yeah.
that Oswald has far more to do in this pilot than Edward does, but Edward's little thing with the riddles, I didn't see as too heavy-handed necessarily, especially one scene. Penguin's introduction of Oswald, I think, is a lot to connect. I think this, out of all of them, is the most heavy-handed one. That could have been more sprinkled out throughout the whole pilot of little bits.
Do you mean like the delivery and dialogue?
Like that he already has
calling
like a
him
limp,
Penguin.
and he has a really pointy nose, and he's carrying an umbrella, and he's beating up someone in an alleyway. Like his first introduction just says everything about a character we'll know 20 years in the future, kind of thing. And I just wish those pieces were more sprinkled out of a puzzle, versus this introduction being like a whole scene of
I
like
can
a
agree with
finished
that.
piece of a puzzle we see.
I think I'm fine with most of the stuff they did with him here. Them already calling him Penguin and him having a weird walk, I think is too heavy-handed. I think him getting a limp after Mooney bashing his leg in
I think that would
would
have
be
been
the good
enough.
start.
Yeah.
And then later down the line, they start calling him Penguin because he hobbles. That I think would be good. But yeah, doing all of that within the pilot is too heavy-handed.
Yeah, I think we could just introduce him as Cobblepot and left it at that. We didn't need him to have the nickname already.
Yeah, I mean, Cobblepot and an umbrella, I think, is already enough right there.
Mhm.
And then even at the end where he comes out of the water and kills the fisherman, being how cold I do kind of like the look of that
He's
coming out and how cold it is, and his nose is bright red, so he really looks like a penguin with
and he's hobbling too,
dark
which
black
I think
hair.
all works
Yeah.
really well together.
Yeah, that last look of the scene of this episode, I think, really looked cool and believable. Not like crazy makeup, like it didn't look like wild, I guess, in that approach, but what they did to make him represent the look of a penguin, I think was really cool.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan how they portrayed him at the end there, just killing the fisherman. Because I just don't see it in his character as of yet anyways. Of just, oh, now he's
Murder
just a
someone?
psychopathic killer. Huh?
To murder someone?
For a sandwich that he looked like he hasn't eaten in days for. Yeah, I think so.
I okay, yes.
Yeah,
I'm really
they just
debating it because of everything we've shown before. Like his first thing is torturing some guy in an alley, like beating him, and even Butch and everyone's like, "All right, Oswald, go easy, like calm down a bit." Like he's going a little overhand, and then he's already backstabbing Mooney, so he does have like mean, evil properties already to him. But I guess escalation definitely of murder.
yeah, for a sandwich that I don't know. The fact that he looked like he hadn't eaten forever with how he consumed the sandwich.
It was a bit
Uh,
much.
in the alleyway when he is beating the guy, part of that is also him proving himself. It's not just he's a crazy wacko beating on a guy. He's also trying to prove himself.
True.
There's no proving. It's just
There's no one around.
he killed a guy for a sandwich.
It could be that this is gonna lose. I'm gonna use Lord of the Rings as an example. Smeagol's first kill. There's kind of an escalation to how that happens. Granted, obviously they're being heavily manipulated by the ring,
Yes.
but I think you could get Cobblepot to kill this fisherman through something that happens to escalate in the scene. Like maybe the fisherman is just trying to ignore him, doesn't want to help him, pushes him to the ground, and then
Or looked at him a little shocked and just went like, "Damn, man, you look like a penguin."
No, you don't need to go that
Like just
far, but
killing him.
no,
That's
you
too
don't.
heavy.
I wouldn't go that far, but something like along the lines of like the penguin's like begging him for help, like give me a ride, give me this, give me that, and the fisherman it could just be some stubborn old guy who's like, fuck no, I don't know who you are, and then he could eventually he could get annoyed and start like cursing the penguin out and like push him to the ground, maybe punch him and said, yeah, get the fuck away, and then then that could then lead to the penguin killing him. I think that would be more sensible for this scene that we get to take place. Because it is a little bit unjustified as it stands. Other than I know that this is going to be a Batman villain one day. That's pretty much the only justification that I can think of for it.
I mean, I think the easiest and short fix, because they're trying to wrap up the episode, is if the guy just recognized him. Not that he knows that he betrayed Mooney or anything. It's just like he recognized him. Hey, Cobblepot. Now he kills him to keep his death a secret. Or
Yeah,
his
that would work too.
him being alive a secret.
That helps.
I think that's like the best way to do it, to where his motive of killing him makes sense. It's not too long, and it's not too cheesy by calling him Penguin. Just acknowledgement of his existence. Boom, he has to die now. But as it is, I don't think it makes sense. So I'm
Yeah.
labeling it as an issue because it's not going to have like long-term ramifications or anything. But I do think it's damaging to the character of what we have established of him.
Yes, all of that, I'll have it as a nitpick. Escalation of murder is a jump.
I will land on issue as well, I think.
Okay, notes. I, at 2306, roughly when Jim is chasing after Mario Pepper, I do like the fixed head, like rigged shots that they do to kind
Yeah,
of,
the
I
GoPro
guess,
shot,
spice up the
kind of.
action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, no offense to the overweight guy, he can fucking run. I think what didn't work for me as far as this sequence goes is that I never get the sense that Mario Pepper is. I get the sense that he's a bad person, right? But I never get the impression that he's like he knows he's being framed, and he doesn't try to like test or reason his way out of it. He just accepts it. And because of that, I can assume that maybe Mooney he convinced him he needs to do this or his family will die. But I feel like that needs to be acknowledged at some point in the pilot because he goes from zero to like running away and shooting a gun at a police officer. Even if it is
Yes.
Gotham, you can't really go back from that.
No, one line could have aided when they were searching the apartment, but the best I have is he did not know that a necklace and a bag of drugs was placed on him in his stash. But being, as Jim put it, a felon on parole or whatever, and they didn't need a permit. Permit? No.
Warrant.
Warrant, thank you. A warrant to search the residence. I think he had other things in his residence to go against that to cause him to be guilty. And I think that's what went to his mind and not the necklace, which is when the cop was looking for the necklace that had found his whole stash of things. That could have been contraband.
Yeah, again, that would have been the fix is have the necklace stashed with a bunch of contraband. The fact that it wasn't is where I take issue with it.
Oh, I thought it was.
It was?
I thought it was in a box with like a gun and
That's not
some
a gun.
bills.
That's not
and...
illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it had like a gun and bills and other things in there, but then a thing of drugs with the necklace in it.
They need to have something more established because a gun doesn't really mean anything. Money doesn't really mean anything. Anyone has cash. They need to have something clearly illegal in there other than the planted drug and necklace.
Yeah, because the drugs could have been planted with the necklace because that's kind of how it's portrayed. Yeah,
well, Penguin said that was the plan, was the drugs and the necklace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing the drugs were included with the placement of being framed, but
Yeah, again, the fix for
yeah.
the quick fix for this is just have something very clearly illegal for him to that he have him clearly think about that before he runs, because the running then with how it is in the pilot, he's just like it was an escalation for him that doesn't make much sense. Like there's other avenues that could run with it, but I feel like having something illegal that something else that they find during the investigation scene with everyone like tearing apart the house and looking around, they find other things besides the drugs and the necklace. That would be it would make more sense then in retrospect why he just picked up, ran, and started shooting.
Yeah. And then following the chase scene on the rooftops, Gordon puts away his gun after Mario runs out of bullets and throws his pistol. At which point I'm like, okay, he could have a second gun, Gordon. Don't put your gun away.
True. But then he takes his gun back out.
Yeah, at the very end of the chase sequence.
Once he realizes that he's out of sight and could probably be ambushed, that makes sense why he would pull his gun back out. Because Gordon, again, just comes across to me as someone who's doesn't want. He's a good cop, so he's not gonna do. He's not gonna go in for the whole shoot first mentality when he doesn't have to.
He's also a military man.
Yeah.
Which then follows into something that was bugging me, and that's at the end there when he starts fighting with Mario. I was just thinking, so why is he walking up against the wall and not along the street? Why is he hugging a wall? And then boom, Mario comes out of the wall and attacks him. It's not very strategically minded.
Mm.
Mario
I
could be
suppose
hiding
that's
behind a
right.
dumpster. He could be in the alleyway. He the best part would be off the wall, so you can see the wall and you don't get jumped.
True. One thing I think is back to your wall, you know you're not going to get stabbed in the back. That's the
Oh, there
only
was
thing I
also a
have.
fence. There was a fence there, so he wouldn't even.
Yeah.
So.
But open an alley,
Funny
you
enough,
got
the
constantly
middle of
go
the
back and
street is
forth.
probably the safest place for him to be. um, again, it's not again. I don't have a terrible strategic decision in him. I think he would be a little bit further away from the doors on the side because he could recognize the places that would be the easiest place for him to possibly hide on, because I don't think Pepper is going to be able to first name Mario, last name Mario is going to get to the other side of the fence. And even if he did, Jim would see him. So I think the logic would be he would hide in one of the alleyways or doorways of the whatever is on the wall side. So I feel like, strategically speaking, he would probably lean away from the wall a little bit. It's not a huge issue. I probably have it at a nitpick for Jim's character, but it's
I
not too big in the
do it as a
consequences
Nick.
realm.
I was curious, maybe curious what you two think. Do you think it's within Selena's character to attend the Wayne's funeral?
At this
The
level,
thing is,
no.
she's not a character yet. We don't know anything about her other than she's a thief. So
Again, this is something
I
that could
don't
be
even know why
fixed.
she's at the estate or the manor or whatever. I don't
Yeah,
know why she's there either. So because
The
she attended the funeral and she's at Wayne Manor, what I can gather as a viewer is she has an interest in Bruce to some capacity, or the Waynes. As of the pilot, I don't know as a viewer what her interest is in, but that's because it's shown twice. That's what I have to go with.
I guess I agree with that. It's just like she took the effort to go find where the Wayne's funeral was taking place to go there, which
yeah.
makes me just think, okay, she's disinvested in them. The end of going to Wayne Estate, it does not come across to the audience in the pilot of why is she here, but being that that's where we last left her, it's something in like the next episode. Is it next time we see someone, Kyle, is she like at the estate to talk to Bruce or do something there? If it just goes away, then that makes it really weird in this if she's just there and then somewhere else in the city.
Yeah. I have those as a nitpick for now, but that's one of those things where that I think could be fixed with future episodes. Because I don't know why she's at Wayne's funeral. I don't understand why she feels connected to Bruce Wayne enough to do that, other than that she was a witness to the murder. But even then, like, I don't think she knows that that was the Waynes, because I don't think she was in earshot of all that, because I'm sure the police would have spotted her if she stayed there.
Yeah, being that she doesn't say anything in this pilot, don't know.
Yeah. So I have it as a nitpick, but I can see that growing into something worse or not being an issue at all. Problem at all. Thing at all.
Okay. This is kind of a left ball question to ask. Do you guys think the comedian's joke was funny?
No.
Definitely didn't deliver it well.
And the funny part is you can tell he's fearing for his life while delivering the joke. But Fish, I don't see why Fish would find it funny. Unless it's because he's squirming.
Yes. I think it's because of squirming and the situation at hand for him to present himself that way. I thought the joke was a little amusing, but I'm trying to think if this is an homage to the Joker's origin of an unnamed comedian, or one of the Joker origins. Not saying this
Well,
guy
if it
is
is,
Joker, but
yeah, I was like, if it is, this is not the actor they pick.
yeah, I didn't know if that was a hint to it.
That would be oversaturating. I'm gonna go with no. I think.
I mean, I do have an answer, but
So this guy comes back.
no, this guy does not come back. At least
All right,
I
I'm
do
not
not think
interested.
this guy comes back ever. What I can surely confirm is that was not the Joker.
Yeah, I know who the Joker is in this. When was the Joker introduced in this? Was it like season 2 or 3 or something?
That's a tricky question. The
Don't
Joker.
know. Never got that far.
The actor in the show. When did the actor get put in the show?
Again, the actor who portrays Joker or the actor playing the Joker? They're two different answers.
Portraying.
Portraying season 4, I think.
And then Joker.
Oh, other way around. Joker season 4, portraying the actor who just portrays the Joker season 1.
Okay.
But the Joker himself doesn't show up until much later in the show.
The Joker himself does not appear till the last episode. Pretty much. But the Joker had a lot of leak show. There's a lot of things Warner Brothers was like, you can do this, you can't do that. And Joker is the messiest character, I think, throughout the show.
Makes sense.
Hmm.
I will jump to one of the things I liked, because this is within the pilot. I don't hate Barbara yet.
Yeah, she doesn't really have anything.
Yeah,
The pilot.
I actually do like
Just
that.
supportive
Yeah,
girlfriend.
exactly. I was going to jump to that scene where they were planning to go out for the night, but Gordon's obviously worn down from the work, and she decides to stay in with him. And I thought that was very sweet. I like that supportive couple.
It is quite nice. I
Who
also
has the
read, I don't
secret in
know,
the background. Ooh.
I don't know how true it is, but it might be another homage I read or something. I didn't see it as important enough to write down, but I'll bring it up. Is that the clock face of their apartment, of Jim and Barbara's apartment, having a huge like clock to overlook the city, is to go with like Barbara Gordon's watchtower that Oracle is in.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have figured that, but I can see it.
Yeah. When Fish picks up her chair after what seems like Oswald is going to stab Fish Mooney, and takes the chair and hits him, does the chair hit the camera? It is such a quick shot that I couldn't tell.
As far as I can recall, it didn't look like it.
Okay, so you think it was just a prop chair, and upon contact with the actor, it erupted?
Well, what is the it that you're referring to that erupted?
The chair. The chair
Okay,
Fish picks
then
up
yes.
and hits him with. It kind of came across to me that it hit the camera to pan over to the next shot. So like a movement transition.
Mm-mm. No, it looked like it hit Penguin to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't get that from that scene. I think it just hit Penguin. I'd have to rewatch it, but based on my memory of it, I think it's just a Penguin hit.
Okay. Just curious. I don't have a problem at all on the damage ladder with it. I just couldn't tell if it was or wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find it believable that sorry I'm going again. Do you find it believable that the whole car ride to the wharf Penguin wasn't saying anything in the trunk, being that he was ungagged?
He's a whiner. He would be complaining the whole time, or banging. He would do something.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with that. I feel like he would be doing more. If even if his hands were bound, there would still be something.
Yeah, it's for me. I have it as a Nick being what Penguin is and like trying to manipulate and whine and beg his way out of things that without being gagged or a bag over his head or anything in the trunk, and he's just silent until the trunk opens. Didn't that was a TV moment. That's a
Yeah,
reveal. It's like surprise, we got Penguin here.
I have a more of an issue because it's not in within Penguin's character, and because it's now a movie moment or a TV show moment, um, the whole conversation Harvey was having with Gordon wouldn't have happened if right when Gordon got in the car, you heard kicking and screaming and crying in the trunk.
it would have happened much
So
earlier on the
it
car ride there.
so it
Yeah,
actually does change the scenario that Penguin is
only
acting out of character.
yeah the only I don't even know what to call it, gray area belief possibility that it could be is that he was unconscious until the trunk opened. That's the
Yeah, I'm
only
not a fan of that.
possibility, but that is so I grasping.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either.
But that's like the only thing that could line up where it could work that way. Then
No issue for me.
okay. How's everyone looking on notes?
I can keep going if we want to go longer, or I can
Yeah,
pick a few
I can keep
for
going.
winding
Yeah.
down.
Okay, just checking. Let's go to writer.
Alrighty. I do again like um when Harvey Bullock's trying to give the no bullshit to Jim because Jim's obviously at Goody Two Shoes. So I love the diner scene where Harvey's trying to explain to him what they're doing, and then Major Crimes comes up and interrupts them. And I also like that once it gets into Jim's head that Mario Pepper was framed, he immediately goes to Major Crimes and tells him to back off because he wants to figure it out and prove that they were framed. Because even Major Crimes obviously has doubts in everybody in the GCPD, but I do like that Gordon is willing to confront them over the fact that someone uh, was framed.
Those
Yeah.
self-righteous, do-good, and skill huggers.
Something like that.
Yeah, I wrote that one down.
It's a good
Uh,
quote.
mhm.
I agree that Gordon takes it upon himself to get the means done and to stick to a promise.
Yeah. He puts the pressure on himself, and that is a respectable thing to have in a protagonist. Which I guess gets to a broader question I guess I have at the pilot. since clearly Jim Gordon's supposed to be the main character of the show based off the pilot, what do we think? Did they do a good job at making him a good character?
I think so.
I think so. I think that's the strength of at least the pilot. Of I think they do a good job establishing the major players here. I think Falcone, he has a weight to him. He feels like he's the boss. He's calm collective. He has power. Mooney also feels like she has her own power in her own right, but she's more of a loose cannon than Falcone. Harvey is the sleazebag cop, but there is a bit of light to him, and Gordon's kind of bringing that out of him, and Gordon is the light. So I think they do a good job with all the major players in the pilot, at least.
I like that Gordon's brutality in situations, like when he's yelling at Penguin to go to the end of the war, or trying to beat up the goons and all that. Like that is, to me, comes across as how clean and goody two shoes he is. That brutality bits are the frustration he's dealing with in this corrupt environment, and even maybe a little bit of rage from his war days of what he did. And I just like that that isn't out of him or gone. Like there's no awkward situation. He's able to try his best to keep up on his own in this situation and being a detective and a cop. But I just I think it's just in Ben McKenzie's acting to see the frustration of the duality of do what he knows is right around everyone he's trying to trust to do right by what they have, kind of thing.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm also in the camp. I think that Ben McKenzie does a really good job as Gordon. Whether I have I don't even trust what I thought of the show when I was younger. I remember liking the first season, but not liking it and not loving it enough to want to continue. I do think that Ben McKenzie does a good job as a young Jim Gordon, and it plays Jim Gordon in a way that I can believe why once Batman exists in this world, Batman would trust Jim Gordon above all other cops.
Yeah, he might be in my top 3 Jim Gordons. Maybe.
Bold claim.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I
this
don't
is
know how.
one of the Gordons that you get the most time with.
That's
Yeah,
true, but
he
then
gets
he got
really
Gary
fleshed
Oldman.
out. Yeah.
It's tough. I think Ben McKenzie's better than Jeffrey Wright, but I think Gary Oldman's better than Ben McKenzie.
What about Arkham Gordon?
Arkham, like the Arkham games,
Yeah.
that Gordon has like nothing. Unless Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight's the biggest thing of that Gordon, and that's fine. And that's the actor from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. I forget his name.
I would
Yeah.
say, yeah. I'm thinking of all my favorite Gordons. I think the most wasted potential of Jim Gordon was casting. Oh fuck! I forgot his name. That's gonna bother me. Who plays Spider-Man's boss in the Raimi trilogy?
J. Jonah Jameson, which
Maybe
is
Johnny
J.K.
Jameson.
Simmons.
J.K. Simmons, yeah. J.K. Simmons was cast as
Oh,
Jim Gordon in
I forgot about that. Justice League and
and then the Snyderverse, which I think is
yeah,
perfect casting, but such an underutilization.
I agree. I think he did the best he could with what he had.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. But yeah, and then I think animated, the first one that comes to mind is Batman Year One with Bryan Cranston. I think he did pretty good. But okay, cool. Crimson.
All right. Got a question, and I don't think they were explicit with it, so curious on the thoughts. Did Harvey know it was a frame job? I kind of feel like he didn't know it was a frame job, though I buy he would be willing to do the frame job if he knew about it. What do you guys think?
I think Harvey didn't know it was a frame job and just accepted the victory. But upon believing Gordon to say it's a frame job, believed it was, but accepted that just to take the victory. and leave things be.
Yeah, my
But the
only
initial success, I don't think
yeah, my only rephrase to what you said, Sprinks, is that he didn't want to rock the boat once he figured out, which is essentially the same thing you said, just in a different way.
yeah.
I don't think he knew what it was. I don't think he knew it was Frayne, but I think he believed Jim Gordon once Jim Gordon brought it up, and especially when Barbara comes up the following day and says, "Hey, Jim didn't come home," and you can just see the look on Harvey's face go, "Fuck."
Yeah, and lies to
Yeah.
Barbara
Yeah, at
to
last.
protect Jim, which I think was good in a partner to do.
Yeah, protect Barbara too in a way, because if Barbara gets too
Yeah,
involved,
didn't make her
obviously that.
worry. So
So I don't think he knew, but I think he definitely was not willing to rock the boat until Jim kind of forced his hand.
Okay, then I guess we're all in agreement. I feel the same way. He didn't
okay,
know, but he's fine with it.
gotcha. Are you two fine that? I mean, for me, it's a convenience factor. But do you find that Falcone arrived in time to save Harvey and Jim?
It's plot
What
armor.
needed to happen was that Harvey contacted him as backup. That's what needed to happen. I thought that's what was going to happen. Was Harvey wasn't sure if he'd be able to convince Fish, so he told Falcone. But that doesn't get confirmed in this, and I doubt it'll be confirmed going forward. But that's what I would do. Is
Yeah.
Falcone was Harvey's backup plan.
Yeah, that is the fix you have for the scene, is have Harvey be the one to contact Falcone to bring him in, or have Harvey tell someone who knows, like he walks up to a certain cop that he knows is like in Falcone's pocket. Hey, I'm going here. Tell your boss. That's it. That's all you need.
Yes, that
Because
could
other
work.
as it stands, it is convenience, lucky, and plot armor for the main characters that Falcone shows up at all.
Yes, best I have is that Mooney works for Falcone, so so she would be under him, so Falcone would have eyes on all like departments and know this knowledge got up to him.
Yeah, and again, that's something
So
that he
much
could
so that
say.
he went himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's something he could say when he realizes that Mooney's stringing up cops. Like he can say that when he and Jim are having their conversation.
As it is now, it's convenient. At least the timing of it, because it is believable he could find out about it.
Yeah,
He could have found out after they got killed or something. So
Yes. I just have the time
there's
convenience. Knowing where the place is not convenient at all for me because even Harvey shows
yeah.
up.
Even Harvey points it out.
Tells
Yeah,
Butch. He goes, "We all know where you go for things like this." And if Harvey knows, of course Falcone would know.
yeah, I agree with that. Something I think is the biggest hit to Harvey is his ignorance to Fish. He they talk about knowing each other for a long time. They clearly have some sort of close relationship. He At least he clearly believes that.
he would know better than
And
to threaten her, right?
he has seen so many people screw up around her and cover up crimes and stuff. Why did he think what he said would work? Yeah, he threatens her.
I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's just too buddy buddy, but she's had it.
I don't know. I think it's pretty damaging to his character. He knows how cutthroat she is.
He does, but I think he trusts more his time knowing her and being around her and all fine to maybe he's swooned under and he's been seducted essentially by her and just to believe that it'll be fine and hopefully this favor will go through. But on Mooney's end, being more cutthroat and above Harvey, to be Harvey is just a tool or means for me to get information or anything with the GCPD for Mooney. So then she's more interested in killing Jim for getting too close in this cover up than remaining friends with Harvey.
I think they need to do a better job of Harvey being head over heels for her then, if we're going with that route, because he knows a lot about her.
Yes. I don't think in love with her, but he tells
Or
Jim after,
you're
like,
saying that clouded his judgment of what he was saying.
I think so, like, as a friend thing, because he said to Jim in the precinct, "It's been 48 hours. We'll go to my last." And he goes, "This is the last thing to do is to go to Mooney," which seems like the most toxic or criminal thing to go do for aid. And they're kissing and drinking and laughing along with one another as like friends. But Mooney seems to do that as a manipulation tactic to ease people in a comfort. So I see that as like as seducing situation she has onto Harvey. So Harvey's belief in the phone call of like, "Fish, we're friends, me this favor, will be fine." She goes, "Yeah, sure, put Butch on." But again, that is Mooney's output onto Harvey and what Harvey's believing from these years of to do such a thing.
All right, what do you think, writer?
I view as a nitpick to Nick for Harvey's character. I feel like he should know enough about Mooney to know this is possible. Because even if Mooney was very careful around him, Harvey would still get stories around Mooney that would still make him wary. Um, I think Mooney manipulating him works, but even then, I'm not sure Harvey would turn his back on Bush.
I think it's within Harvey not to come up with a compromise of like, okay, we'll do some of this for you, some of this for me. 50-50 happy win. I see it as Harvey being like, do me this 100% favor and I'll do you one later. I think that fits in
Yeah,
because he
I
brings
think
up
that.
like, what do I do if my partner's dead and I didn't do anything about it? So
Okay.
again,
I
this pilot's, as Ryder said, bit oversaturated, very quick, a lot of points and things in this story. So if it gave more time and flesh out, take things out to give more time of fleshing out writing into the characters could have been better
Yeah,
in this
I think
situation and
I think
instance.
they need to remove a few. I think what the pilot suffers from, it's fine in length. It just needed to cut down on all the plot points it was trying to do. You can easily have the investigation of the Waynes be a 3 episode thing before we get to the framing. But it's what they chose to do. They wanted to front load a lot of stuff because they wanted to hook people in the show, which I get. But I think this is one of the products of trying to do too much all too fast.
so I guess to put my stance on it, I view his, I guess, ignorance about fish to be an issue.
Okay. Looking at what we have and kind of our time and how long this whole thing is, we'll do one more each. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds
All
good
right.
to me.
All my last one's gonna be is Bruce trying to conquer fear. As when we go back, we see him standing on top of Wayne Manor, not, I mean, kind of looking like he's gonna jump, but just to like get over a fear of heights. And I think as our first of Bruce in this episode of being just lost his parents and Jim comforted him, giving a promise, and then next time we see him is him trying to get over fear. Like it could be in grieving process of something to do that has come to a young boy's mind. But I also like that this is like the first hint of Bruce Wayne to the Batman situation of not to be afraid of things.
Fear is a
See, it's one of
tool.
those things where I like the surface level concept, but I think the execution is pretty lazy. We see his character grow from a crying, scared kid in an alleyway to him standing on a roof, and I don't know what caused him to put him on the roof. There was no, there was no like Alfred telling him to stand up against fear. He was on the contrary to it. There's no, there's nothing pushing him to fight his fear. There was no mentor. There's nothing in the alleyway Gordon saying about having to stand up against fear. So it feels like we lost a character progression on Bruce behind the scenes, which I imagine is probably going to be relevant going forward. His battle against fear. So I do kind of find that as a negative.
Okay, I see that as internal to Bruce's character and mentally, and doesn't fully need to be explained outright in a different perspective shot of showing him change through his grief to do this. He does give a little hint when he has his Jim about getting over his fear, but I see that this is something that could. I like that this is a hint of building blocks in the pilot of his character versus very heavy loaded of like this is what's going to be a changed to see where this builds and continues throughout the season.
The thing that I view with movies and shows and just stories in general is when a character outside works outside the norm of what a person would do. Because you're right, grief can take many forms, but when it's outside the norm, then it's on the writers to explain why it's outside the norm. Most people, when battling grief, don't stand on a roof to face fear. They stand on a roof to like end their lives because they're just so distraught. That's not what Bruce is doing. He's doing it to face fear. So I feel it's the writer's duty to explain why that's his motivation through his grief.
Okay. I
Ryder?
agree, but I feel like it doesn't fully need to be portrayed in the one episode.
That's true. They can address it later. But as we are covering a pilot, and it is something I think they could have actually added within it.
I think you put it together succinctly, Crimson. I like the surface level. I think it's a jump in the character. The only thing I can extract from this is like Bruce feels like he was incapable of doing nothing. As he explains to Gordon, um, and he could view the first step at doing something as getting over the fear that he felt to try and make a difference. Um, my issue with this is there again, he's not the main character of this show, but this feels like it's purely here for Batman fans, not for the story itself in the pilot.
Yeah, I do feel that vibe off of it.
It,
it's a
it
hint for
feels
Batman.
it feels shoehorned in. I like this could come up in a later episode, and I'd probably be more okay with it because more time would have passed. But as it stands, I don't have an objective issue with it. I just view this as lazy writing.
Okay.
I
And
was
interesting from
as
you.
a nitpick because it could be resolved later.
Okay. Let's go to writer. Last point.
All right. Um, I like the last scene with Bruce and Jim Gordon, where Jim Gordon tells Bruce the truth. Like he's willing to trust Bruce Wayne with the truth of that Mario Pepper was framed, and he offers Bruce his badge, and obviously Bruce gives the badge back. I do enjoy this whole exchange. I think it's a nice foundation for what potentially can come with their relationship in the future, and I like that Jim Gordon is apologizing to Bruce because he didn't keep his promise.
Yeah.
I like it. After watching it, I was battling myself. Is it something he would have addressed Alfred first with? Because this is heavy duty stuff. Just letting Bruce know the conspiracy, which could get people killed, seems kind of reckless on Gordon's part. So I guess how do you guys feel? Do you think he would have confronted Alfred first, or what he ended
This
up
is
doing and going straight to Bruce?
I think what he ended up doing was fine because the promise was made to Bruce to begin with.
that could retroactively become a problem. As it stands, I think Jim Gordon is goody two shoes enough to do this, but this could retroactively become a problem in the future. I can see this turning into a problem.
I don't know. I'm leaning towards Nick territory because he sees how corrupt this city is and how everyone seems to have fingers in everybody's pies and telling child Bruce about this whole conspiracy could have easily put Bruce in danger. And I don't know if Gordon Goody Two Shoes would willingly put him in danger like that, at least
I
without
think
consulting his guardian.
I think if Gordon didn't tell Bruce, it would eat him away.
Well, that's selfish. If you're framing it like that, that's a selfish approach.
And
And
that would be totally fine.
Gordon's not the he's not really played as a selfish character right now. He's
If
the
something,
righteous
yeah, but if he's
portion.
righteous to a fault, I can see that eating away at him. I don't have an issue with that. I can buy from the
Yeah,
pilot this Gordon that could eat away at him.
he made a promise to Bruce, and he's to uphand his promise. So much so that he gives Bruce his badge. Like I failed.
Yeah, again,
Situation.
this will require Gordon to be consistent for the rest of the show. But as of right now, within the pilot, I think it's personally reasonable that he does this. But like I said, this could turn into a problem retroactively, depending on how the rest of the show goes.
And it's not a small thing either. It made headlines on the front page of the newspaper that Harvey and Jim took down the Wayne murder.
Yeah,
So this is
but not
full
that it's a
media to
conspiracy.
Gotham that Jim did this. And to Jim it's a lie because, the conspiracy of it being fake and framed.
No, okay, I don't know. If you guys want to approach it with that angle, then I feel like it it's an example of it being rushed. I, if it's an example of the truth eating at him and he just has to get it off his chest and tell Bruce to keep a promise, that is something I feel like they could do later because there's not enough time in this episode for it to really be eating at him.
Okay, I can admit to that. Yeah, it could be rushed.
Sure, it could be a time thing, but I do think of him now knowing that it wasn't Mario Pepper and fully believing in that. The next step is to go tell Bruce because the only one to tell, I mean, he didn't even tell Barbara, but the one to go tell is Bruce, the one he made the promise to, who's the sole witness of this case of his parents.
See, I mean, he could do the bare minimum and say um, that he doesn't feel confident in um, the I wouldn't say the murder, but I'll say the arrest, whatever he'd want to frame it. Um, and he's going to continue investigating just to make sure everything's kosher. It, it it doesn't confirm a conspiracy. It gets it off his chest. It feels like the smartest move, and he's still informing Bruce.
Maybe. Like that could work. Okay, I believe then with that it's Crimson's last point.
uh, that was going to be my last point, so it
Oh,
just
and
worked
Ryder
out that
kind
way.
of took it and worked that way.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
All right.
I've stolen 2 points from you this time.
right at the beginning and right at the end.
What a thief. Bookend. With that, we'll go into summaries and ratings then of Gotham. Let us start with, you know what? Let's start with Crimson. Why not?
Why the heck not? All
Oh,
right,
you didn't have last
so
point, so you'll go with the first rating.
yeah, we'll start with my subjective as I tend to do. I mean, I've seen season one. I might have seen parts of season two, if not season two. Don't recall. A long time ago. So clearly, there was a part of me that liked the show. I continued it, and some of that still stands true today. I I thought it was a decent pilot. There's enough hooks. Maybe too many hooks, as we explained. Of, well, I wonder what Ivy's going to turn into. Wonder what Butch is going to what's going to go on with Butch. Stuff like that. But there is an interest here. I like Batman. So that's at a 6.5. It's not one I don't see myself after the coverage of this going, all right, I need to binge Gotham. But it's something I'm fine watching. Uh, Objectively, not a perfect pilot. Lots of front loading. Uh, m- Too much front loading. We talked about each of us having varying degrees of what that means in this pilot. But I think we all pretty much agreed Ivy is a prime example of they're trying to do too much within the pilot. She could have been replaced with a generic child, but they threw that in there for the Batman fans, which innately isn't a bad thing, but with how packed this is, it kind of turns into that. We have Penguin also being over the top by him already being called Penguin, and he's got his iconography, he's got the nose, he's got the umbrella, but I think that's okay in this scenario. But him already being called Penguin's too much. Him killing the fisherman without real motive of the character we have him as now doesn't make sense. I proposed a fix for that earlier. Alfred getting to the crime scene, I think I labeled that as an issue with the cop not knowing and all that stuff, just to reiterate it. I think visually, the show looks good. It's a dark, gritty Gotham. That's what you want out of a Gotham. The transitions were also mentioned, and I think they do their jobs. Nothing too crazy, but I don't think it's a detriment to it. The penguin not screaming in the trunk is contrary to his character as well. Forgot to say that earlier for the penguin bit. The only lighting issue I had was the implementation of the interrogation light. Practic- Practicality purposes doesn't really work without them establishing Harvey as doing that as as an interrogation technique. But in terms of execution, thought wise, it's a nice idea. And then I complimented earlier all the major players' established traits. I think they did a very good job with and setting up the chessboard of the players in this game for a pilot. With all that, I think most of the negatives are in regards to character moments and conveniences. I have this at a 7.
All right. With that, let's go to writer.
All right. I will start with my subjective. I'm a huge Batman fan. I maintain that I'm the second one I know. Whether it's Curmudgeon Critic or Sprinks that I place above me, who knows? I would probably. I have a lot of fond memories with the show, but I remember again not loving it enough to continue. I'm I'm at a solid 6. I'm not gonna like die. I'm not dying to see this again. Not dying to continue the show, but I do think it's a solid pilot. I think there's a lot of bits here in getting Gotham done the right way to make me feel like it is Gotham. And me being a Batman fan, I do have a lot of nostalgia for that, and I do enjoy being in that world and what this version of Gotham is. Kind of talked about the police station like set and how I like the gritty old city modernization look that it has, and I can probably apply it to most of the look of the show. And I do have some fun with the pilot. I did have some fun with the pilot despite my criticisms of it. Objectively, the plot is winding and convoluted. Not that it's a bad thing. It's just there's a lot going on. Um, I think in terms of how it's structured, I think centering it around the investigation of the Wayne murder is a good hook to start the show. Watching Gordon and Harvey Bullock try to unravel the mystery, I think is nice. Um, I do think that within the plot, there's definitely some issues that crop up. We needed a reason for Falcone to show up to save our main characters. Um, we need Mario Pepper escaping. Need more reason for Mario Pepper to escape and run away from the house because it goes from 0 to 100. Those are those are like moments that I think are kind of weaker to the plot because they want a certain outcome. I would say they rush a few things. Cobblepots being called penguins already been brought up. I would say Bruce being on the roof is probably rushed too. I like it at the surface level, but I recognize I think this is rushed on a more objective level. I think, let's see. we had a lot of nitpicks and nicks that came for characters. I'll get there in a second. World building. The world feels very small. That's something I don't like, and I think that's largely due to the oversaturation of trying to do too much with a bunch of other characters. Because it feels like everybody knows everybody, and everyone is connected, and everyone's going to be a future Gotham villain. And I think there's a problem with that. By introducing too many characters at once. I'm not going to dwell on this. I already gave my piece on it. But I do think that does affect the world building in a negative way. I have some questions as to how the world building works, but I understand there's a structure, which is good. I know that Falcone runs the organized crime, and I also know that Fish Mooney is an underling with her own power. The police are in cahoots to a degree, so I understand the structure of the world building they're going with. The police are dirty. Major Crimes is investigating the police. Jim Gordon wants to clean it up from the inside. Lots of good setup within that. The biggest issues I walk away with that started tacking on are some of the character issues. So Jim Gordon, I'm just going to say flat out, is probably the best character. I don't really have any issues with any choices that he makes in this episode. I think they're all within character for him. I know we went back and forth over the end about whether he would tell Bruce. I think that also ended up being rushed, but I don't have any issues with his character-wise they wanted to tell Bruce. We got Alfred showing up at the crime scene unannounced. I view that as a bit of a plot problem. I view Selena Kyle's nothing. Got nothing here. She's the intrigue for the future episodes. That's what she is right now, and has the ability to make milk magically disappear before your eyes. I would say Bruce. I'm not a huge fan of the kid actor in the first episode, but I did enough to convey the trauma and the heartache for me as terms in the acting. And the writing for the character is fine. I think, let's see, Harvey Bullock. I think the only nick to his character really is underestimating Mooney. Otherwise, I like the grizzled, worn down cop feel that he has because he's a product of the system that he's been a part of for so long, and he's just trying to do the best he can under that system. And I think one of you put it best is that Jim is bringing out the best in him, for better or for worse. And I actually like that dynamic quite a bit. I think the one that's most inconsistent, the character with the most inconsistency is probably Cobblepot. Don't really get the motivations for the murder at the end. I don't know why he's called Penguin. There's issues that surround him, and I think they do too much with him too quickly. All that being said, I still think there's a lot of strengths to the show and the pilot, so I'm at a 6.5 objectively.
Alrighty, that leaves me. Let me go with my objective first. I think the acting in this show is pretty darn good. I think the costume design is fairly well done and nice. I think the sets are a little tight looking. I like the GCPD looks very good. The Jim and Barbara's apartment looks really good. The warehouse, I guess, looks good. Mooney's place looks good, but they all look very tight, enclosed sets, which is fine and passable. It just comes across that way that it looks set made, maybe. The action, I think the action's pretty good. The choreography is pretty good for a pilot. It's not incredible, but it's not like terrible. The effects are all put right in the middle because there's some I do like and some I don't like. That I've already touched on. The cinematography, I think, is overall pretty fine and to good. There are some shots I do really like. The change up of the chase scene with Jim's like point of view GoPro look on his head, I think, was a nice touch of dynamic to add in. the shots of Fish Mooney's like the panning kind of thing to like go to like a slight like evil tense build or whatever. I don't know exactly a name for it, but like that feel I think was really good. Um, so the camera work on that, and the lighting overall is fine. I think the outside lighting is a lot better than the inside lighting. The beginning of the wharf, right before I think they take Penguin out of the trunk, it seems to have pretty high exposure on Jim, like a really like big white shadow on his cheek. I don't know if that was just because of the time of day they were filming or something was up to that, but it just seemed overexposed a bit. But everything interior design for all the lighting, I think, was pretty darn well made and looked pretty good. Last night, I guess here because I always forget something, but the writing of everything, little clunky to go with the pacing of the show. I think the pacing was very tight, as writer put, a little oversaturized. Um, but the writing of the characters, I think, with what they had in the pilots, came across as pretty good to keep a intertwined plots of all these characters, the Wayne murders and Jim the precinct, and then the little cameos of all these villains and Mooney, like all these overlinking things together and how they're all connected. And then I guess with Montoya and Allen as well, all these characters and pieces of this story where it doesn't feel linear, but it does feel like this overarching thing and everyone has their colored piece in this puzzle. Which is not definitely could have been structured stronger in the pilot, but it isn't like just like all these pieces thrown on the ground and it's like, oh yeah, that's what it looks like. So overall, objectively, I have it at a 7. I do wish it was stronger and better from what we've picked up, but it definitely could have been far worse or a lot cheesier, kind of in the veins of, oh boy, examples like Gotham Knights or Birds of Prey or some other Batman properties. Subjectively, it's a Batman property. I'm biased. I'm sorry for those who are like, I'm looking through it with my bat glasses, but I am. It's an 8. It's fun. I really like the characters. I like the hints they drop of things to come. I the reason why it's not higher is because there's some things I don't fully like that much. Like Mario Pepper seems very whatever, and like I don't think that's fully Pamela Isley's background, but her just being called Ivy from the get go, because that doesn't really line up to me as like a functioning cameo. Fish Mooney and Oswald, I think, was pretty good, and more to come of that. But Oswald seems a little rushed. I think Riddler Edward Nigma's is the best cameo in this, with the one scene, the connection of who he is, kind of thing. That's the greatest. Catwoman doesn't have much, but it's Celine Kyle, street urchin kind of kid. Bruce Wayne has a little bit here, not as a villain, but just like another character in the pilot. So overall, like all these characters intertwined of this pilot to really hook in an audience, but also like the Batman fans, like this is, these characters, let's see where they go kind of thing. I think they work on both frames of that to make it likable. So I'm comfortable with an 8.
And I guess with that concludes our 3 pilots, doesn't it, gentlemen?
It does. Let us know what you thought of this structure, because we've done pilots before as individual, but this is all encompass like 3 in 1. So maybe it's something where you like Sakamoto Days as an MA, but you don't have an interest in Sandman or Gotham, and maybe this makes you interested in seeing those. Or maybe you're only here for Sandman, and the other two you're like surprised, never thought of, and now you're interested in seeing those. Or...
I do regret not picking a DC property. That's my only regret so far.
Well,
yeah, we did get 2 of them.
Yeah, is there a DC anime?
There is
the
actually.
Suicide Squad.
Yeah, the Suicide Squad anime.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Yeah, one of my favorite VTubers sings, I think, the opening or ED of that.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. If there's nothing else, shall I read us out?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm good.
Alrighty. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, CastBox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thinking of our watching our PNGTuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.